shot, redirected, score! Game 7, Montana St. Louis! We are going back to Tampa Bay! The Cavalier spinning. The Cavalier looking, trying to drop it off, brings it in himself, left it in the middle, shot,
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a Bay Bolts live stream. I hope you're all doing well. Please bear with us for any technical difficulties. It's only a third time streaming, I think, today. But as always, my name is Jake Ricker. I'm here, as always, with my good friend Michael Wax. Michael, we got rounds 2 through 7 today. How you feeling? Are you excited for the draft today?
I am excited. We talked about previously that, the Lightning have been a terrible team when it comes to drafting in the first round, but they've been excellent when drafting in every other round. So they didn't have a first round pick, and now we get to see what kind of potential superstars they draft in this round. So I'm really excited. We got a lot of other news to talk about. It's going to be a fun stream.
It's going to be a very fun stream. So, guys, in the chat, let us know if you guys have any questions at any point, anything you guys want us to talk about. I'll be happy to answer your questions. I'll be checking on the chat periodically. But let's start off real quick. We got to talk about some news that the Lightning put out this morning, Michael. We had 2 signings. Mitchell Stephens comes back with a 2-year, one-way deal at, I believe it was 700 and, what was it, Michael?
$737,500.
$735,000. So a great signing for Mitchell Stephens. Michael, I know you're a big Mitchell Stephens fan, so I'll let you start off on this one.
Yeah, I really think that he is a really solid contributor, whether it's going to be to the third or the fourth line, considering what's going to happen with the rest of the roster. He can win faceoffs. As soon as he started getting points, he started gaining that confidence, and he started putting up more points. That's usually how it goes. We saw it with Brayden Point. We saw it with Carter Verhaeghe this year. I think that he is going to be a solid bottom 6 contributor with middle 6 potential. Maybe not for this upcoming year, but definitely in that second year of the contract. They are giving him that security, just like they gave to Paquette. But let's be frank, Stephens is much younger than Paquette was when Paquette got that 2-year deal. So I think that this is a sign that they believe in Stephens, just like I do, and that they are really happy with how he performed in the regular season and in the playoffs. So I am totally cool with this signing.
Absolutely. It's a cheap deal, too, so, it's nothing that's straining on the cap or anything like that. And he's great in the face-off circle. We talked about this multiple times in our post-game videos throughout the playoffs here when we saw the Lightning were struggling on the face-off circle. We said, put Stephens in. He's great on the face-off circle, and that can be so important and so big for teams. So I love the signing. I love Mitchell Stephens. I think he's got a bright future. Will he become a top 6 forward? Probably not, but he's a great depth guy. He's a good guy to have on the team. He's obviously helped out. He's been pretty good, and he's got a lot to learn still, but we've seen how our guys have been able to develop. So, great signing. I love it. And then also the Tampa Bay Lightning did acquire, they re-signed, I'm going to butcher his name, Jarrell Smith, which is Jamel Smith. My apologies. But another depth signing. We don't know the exact terms on the contract. We do know it's a 1-year, 2-way deal, but another depth signing, which, again, you can't complain about.
Yeah, so 1-year, 2-way deals usually go around the average of $7,000, which is the league minimum for a contract in the NHL. We don't know what he's going to be getting in the minors. I believe that would be $70,000 per year, which is still, again, a really good contract for him. Loved him on the fourth line this year. I don't think that it was his fault that he was stuck next to 2 people that really couldn't skate in Luke Witkowski, excuse me, and Patrick Maroon. He's a good skater. He is very talented. He's got a great shot, which we didn't really get to see. But if you look throughout his career, whether it's in the AHL or in the NHL, he puts up points, like depth points, which is always nice to see. And something interesting that I've heard around the league is that, maybe there won't be an NHL or an AHL season this year. That would mean that there's expanded rosters. That would mean that you can plug in Smith whenever you'd like. Like, he is that type of player where, like, he's a good replacement player, and I don't go, the Lightning are in trouble. Like, I do like Jamel Smith. I think that he is going to be a good depth piece. If you're asking him to be on your third line, that's stretching it a little bit. But if you're asking him to be on your fourth line, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, absolutely. As a fourth line guy, I think he's great. And obviously, we didn't get to see him play too much over these last couple of years because he's still very young and just hasn't had that opportunity yet. But in these next couple of years, he's probably definitely going to get more of a bigger role as we start to move into our tougher cap space. We don't know who's going to be back this year, but great fourth line guy, great depth signing. These are the kind of signings that you never really can complain about because these are guys that will mostly play in the AHL, but have the potential to make an impact on your team. So great signings by the Lightning. I liked it a lot. And also, this is going to be going up as a video as well. So if you guys did enjoy this video, please be sure to leave a like down below. Also, we are live streaming this currently. So if you guys want to check out our live streams, be sure to be on the lookout for more of those in the future. This is a live stream for the NHL Draft rounds 2 through 7. Also, be sure to hit that subscribe button and ring that bell so you don't miss out on more content like this and live streams like this. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. As always, we are Stanley Cup champions, and we'll see you in the next one. We're not really ending it, but that was just for the video because I got to create a highlight so other people can check that out too. But we're inching closer to the draft, Michael. Let's talk about our draft picks real quick. You guys should be able to see them on your screen on the right-hand side over there. I've got them all listed out there. I'll be adding the players' names in as we go through the draft, but we have a round 2 pick, pick number 61, and then we have 2 third-round picks number 84 and 92, 2 fourth-rounders with picks 93 and picks 123, and then we do not have a 5th-round pick. We have 2 6th-round picks, so pick 156 and pick 185, and then we also have a pick in the 7th round at 216. So lots of picks, lots of double picks, except for in the 5th round, but pretty decent sized draft class we're going to have here, pending any trades.
Yeah, whenever you can get, I think it's 7 picks. Yes, 8 picks in the draft when you don't have a first rounder, when you previously had 2 first rounders, it works out spectacularly. Like it. Lightning are very good at finding depth in these sort of non-picks, and we talked about how the Lightning and Steve Yzerman were talking about this story in which they found Braden Point in the 3rd round, and they traded up 1 pick to get him, and they gave up one of their late round picks to get him, along with the pick that was behind the pick that they traded up for. And the general manager, Cliff Fletcher, the general manager of the Wild at the time, looked at me and he's like, "Are you okay? Like, why would you give up 2 picks in order to go up 1 spot?" But if you're a team like the Lightning, you can afford to do that. You look toward previous drafts, and they found extreme talent in those last rounds. Whether it's Matthew Joseph, whether it's Anthony Cirelli, the 2nd round isn't, extremely off the mark, but, Nikita Kucherov is another one. Braden Point in the 3rd round. The fact that they got Sheligan last year in the 7th round was unbelievable. The fact that they got Alnifet, the goaltender, in the 3rd round last year, who looks like a superstar. Like, the Lightning have always been keen on finding talent in these later rounds, and it's a credit not only to Julian Breezeball and Steve Yzerman, our 2 general managers, it's a credit to Al Murray, our basically director of scouting. He's been amazing since he came over here. So, huge credit to Al Murray. And I can't wait to see what he's going to do this time.
Yeah, really, with our scouting department, it's proven itself over those last couple of years. Any pick can turn into a superstar, as you mentioned. Guys like Braden Point, Andre Palat, even Nikita Kucherov, who was a second-round pick. Which you look at that now. I mean, that's crazy to think he was a second-round pick. So we'll have to see what the Bolts do. Maybe we'll see some more Braden Point-like trades, or we trade up one spot and give away a couple of picks. Who knows? Maybe we trade down, get back into the fifth round as well, and there's a lot of potential moves that the Lightning can do here, but it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. But very excited to see who we grab. Let me ask you this, Michael. What positions do you hope the Lightning go after in this draft? What do you think are most needs? For me, I look at potential maybe right-handed defensemen and then left wingers, because I think left wingers is actually our quote-unquote weakest position, where we don't have an actual I think we even have 4 actual left wingers. There's a lot of guys that can play the left wing, obviously, but I think that's one position of need. What are your thoughts?
Those are pretty okay, and I want to break this right now, Jake. Matt Murray is heading to Ottawa. Elliot Friedman has just tweeted that Matt Murray is going to the Ottawa Senators. So we talk about how the Ottawa Senators need a goaltending player, or a good goaltender. I don't know if Murray is that, but hey, they are trying to contend in the next couple of years. Matt Murray is still young. Matt Murray is going to the Ottawa Senators, and we'll get you updated on the return. But that is a huge move, and it makes sense considering that the Pittsburgh Penguins just re-signed Tristan Jarry. So the fact that they're getting rid of Murray, the fact that if I'm being a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Happy right now is because Matt Murray's glove hand is terrible, and the fact that he's coming to the Atlantic Division, where we get to see him all the time, makes me very happy. But for the Senators, I think that's a great trade.
I think that
you're getting that.
Yeah,
it's that goalie.
Fantastic trade because you're getting, like you said, a big time. And Matt Murray is a good goaltender. There's a reason he took over for Fleury these last couple of years in Pittsburgh. So not a bad move at all for the Senators, who are really trying to finish the ends of the rebuild here. They had 2 first-round picks last night, so they. Maybe this is the start of something new for them. So I like this a lot. It'll be interesting to see where they go. They got those new jerseys, which look, well, quote-unquote new jerseys. They're really just the old jerseys, which look great. And they got Matt Murray now coming in as their netminder. So I like it. That's a good move by them. And by the way, guys, also welcome to any other viewers that may be just joining us. We're doing a live stream of rounds 2 through 7. Be sure to leave a like on this live stream as well. That really helps us out. We really appreciate it. And be sure to leave a comment in the chat. Let me know what you guys want us to talk about. I'll be checking the chat periodically. That's why I'm looking off to the side here all the time. But let us know what your thoughts are on this too as well.
Yeah, so just to update everybody, the trade is as follows. Matt Murray is heading to the Ottawa Senators in exchange for forward Jonathan Gruden, no, not that one, and a 2020 second-round pick, which was 52nd overall. I made fun of GM Jim Rutherford in the past week or so. He's been making some absolutely terrible trades. Patrick Hornquist trade, the Kasperi Kapanen trade, the fact that they got Mike Matheson. His moves in the last, 48, 72 hours have actually been really good. The fact that you got a second-round pick for Matt Murray is good, because Matt Murray had struggled last year. The fact that you got a inkling to buy out Jack Johnson is good, because Jack Johnson is terrible. So, maybe he's on the up and up, and he knows something that we don't know.
Yeah, very true. But Matt Murray, solid goaltender. So it's going to be interesting to see how Ottawa plays this out, and who else they may try to pick up in this draft. Them going after Matt Murray, tells me that they could be an aggressive team. They might be looking to try and get out of the rebuild quicker than it might have seemed originally. So we'll have to see if they make any other moves coming up here in this draft or just in free agency as well? Because I believe they have a decent amount of cap space as well.
They do. I'm going to have to pull up their Cap Friendly page. Cap Friendly is a great website, guys. If you don't know, they track everything. And they track it so much that there's this team picture of the Arizona Coyotes where all of the GM and AGM and the scouting department were looking during the trade deadline. They're like, oh, we're working hard. And every single person had Cap Friendly up on their computer. So that just shows you how vital Cap Friendly is to the entirety of the league. But I wouldn't be surprised if he got, swooped up, I guess. Right now, the Senators have $42.1 million in cap space, which is just insanity. They've also got 2 buyouts on their cap. They've got an injury reserve player in Marian Gaborik on their cap. Craig Anderson is coming off the books, but currently they have 3 goaltenders under contract. They've got Anders Nielsen, Matt Murray, who's going to be an RFA. That probably shouldn't be that hard of a negotiation. And Marcus Hogberg, who had a $700K contract. I'm not going to say that they're done with the rebuild. You need that number 1 defenseman. You need that number 1 center. They don't have either of them yet. They thought that Colin White and Thomas Chabot were going to be that. And I like Thomas Chabot, but asking a 23-year-old to be the number 1 defender is a little much. Cale Makar, Quinn Hughes, they're anomalies. They're not the normal when it comes to asking someone to be a number 1 type defender. But he's certainly got the capabilities so far to be a number 2 and has the capabilities of being a number 1 in the future. Colin White, I like Colin White, but again, asking an 18, 19, or a 23-year-old to be the first line center is tough. And we're seeing a crop of young players that are taking over that number 1 center position, but not every team has that guy, and it's tough for the Senators. Colin White is a very good player. Colin White on the first line, not so great. Colin White on the second line, fantastic. So I'm not going to say the rebuild is done. They still need that number 1 center, but the fact that they're only paying their main roster forwards and defensemen, so non-goalies, $26.3 million, just kind of speaks to Eugene Melman. He don't like to pay anybody.
Right, exactly, and as I mentioned with that cap space, you could definitely go out and sign a few players and grab a few. I don't think there's many great centers out there. Hey, they can come grab Tyler Johnson if they want him. He's not a number 1 center, but
number 1 center Tyler Johnson. Absolutely.
There you go. Come grab Tyler Johnson. Just give us maybe a first round pick next year, something like that. I don't know. But Tyler Johnson, by the way, for those that you may not know, he has been rumored to have given the Tampa Bay Lightning a list of a few teams who he's willing to work with. So Tyler Johnson might be the one that's on the move for the Bolts, which would be good for them because he is that $5 million cap hit. And Lightning only have $5 million in cap space, which is a huge difference from the Ottawa Senators. And obviously when re-signing guys like Sergachev, Sorelli. We talked about this in our video that we just put up, actually. So if you haven't checked that out, make sure to go check that out as well. But moving Johnson off the books would be a huge help for them and their cap situation. So we could see Johnson possibly dealt today even as well. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but maybe he gets moved out. But he's a prime candidate right now. Him and Kaloran, just because Kaloran only has a modified no-trade clause, but it was reported that Johnson did give the Lightning a list of teams. So shout out to Johnson, by the way, for at least doing that and helping out the team and putting the team above his own personal wants and needs. So that, well, it'd be interesting to see how that plays out and if there's anything to that.
Yeah, and you brought it up. Kudos to Johnson. I don't think this would have happened if the Lightning didn't win the Stanley Cup, but he got what he needed. He got the cup, and now he is like, hey, maybe I'll spend 1 season and on this team, and then I'll go to Seattle. The expansion draft is in 1 year. I believe it's in less than a year at this point. But, big deal for the Lightning that Johnson is having second thoughts about possibly staying, and has given the Lightning a couple of that he wants to go to. Big deal that the Alex Killorn no trade clause turned modified. I know a lot of people love Alex Killorn. He's a great personality. He's a good hockey player. It's time to go, man. Like, we talked about it in the playoffs. He had a really rough playoffs, if we're going to be honest. And, it's time to go. And same thing with Tyler Johnson. Like,
in this draft,
make sure that the Lightning have enough cap space to re-sign Sergachev, Cirelli, Chernak, Verhaeghe even. Those are the big four, if I'm going to be honest. Some have more importance than others, but those are the big four.
Right.
And, re-sign all the depth guys that you want, but you want to have basically, I'm not going to say an identical roster as last year. You're losing a lot of pieces, but you want to have a really solid core for next year that was maintained this year. So
absolutely, and we got a couple of guys as well that could be moving up for us from the AHL. Apologize if you guys hear some playback real quick. I'm trying to create the clip of our show real fast, so you might hear me in the background because I got to figure out exactly when we started talking about that. But
here, I'll take over, Jake. There has been some news. If you want to mute yourself, Jake.
More news.
Yeah, well, not news right now.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, there has been some news. It's really weird, guys. Just as a side note, to see a clean-shaven Elliot Friedman. He's with that big beard in the profile. I just saw him on NHL Network for that one. It's really weird to see that. But there's been a lot of news when it comes
as well, because I
to
believe they have a decent amount of cap in this draft or just in free agency as well. In this draft or just in free agency as well. In this draft or just in free agency.
Decided to trade away Max Domi and a third-round pick in exchange for Josh Anderson. And we sort of saw Josh Anderson last year. He was hurt as soon as for the majority of the year. From what I've heard from a lot of people, the
as always,
trade doesn't look as bad as it does when you just read the
round
names
2
and picks.
through 7 today.
If you look at Josh Anderson and he is healthy, he is just as good, if not better, as Max Domi. Again, Anderson was hurt for the majority of the year. I don't understand throwing in a third-round pick for this year in order to get Josh Anderson. That does not make sense to me. But the overall trade, I'm a lot of other things to talk about. For Columbus, I think it's a fantastic deal.
It's going to be a very fun stream. So, guys, in the chat,
great. The fact that you got an extra draft pick is
it's
also
put out
fantastic.
this morning, Michael. We had
For the
2
Canadians, it makes a
signings.
little bit
Mitchell,
less
let us know if you guys have any questions at any point that you guys want us to talk about. I'll be happy to answer your questions. I'll be checking on the chat periodically. But let's talk about some news that the Lightning put out this morning, Michael. We had
everything runs through cap friendly. With the amount of cap space that they have, I'm pretty sure they're just going to go after one of the big fish free agents.
He's got a lot to learn still, but we've seen how our guys have been able to develop. So great signing. I love it. And then also the Tampa Bay Lightning did acquire, or not acquire, excuse me, they re-signed, I'm going to butcher his name, Jarrell Smith, which is
they now need to re-sign
Jamel Smith, my apologies.
So you know what, forget what I said
but another depth signing, we don't know the exact terms on the contract.
Because, now they have less of a cap crunch because the Lightning, or excuse me, I just saw a commercial for the Lightning Stanley Cup champion t-shirt. But they got Jake Allen, they extended Jeff Petrie, they got all these pieces. The fact that they got rid of Max Domi sort of gives me the impression of they believe they weren't going to be able to sign him. So Josh Anderson.
It's a 1-year, 2-way deal, but another depth signing, which you
still don't understand why you gave up a pick as well. So
we don't know what he's going to be getting from the Miners.
Being a $100,000 per year, which is still, again, a really good contract for him.
You got that one win in playoff.
About some news that the Lightning
20 years. Congratulations, it was against us.
Contract in the NHL. I think
Overall,
that it was his fault that he was stuck
Congratulations
next
on Max Domi.
two
He
people
is
that
a
really couldn't
great
skate
player.
in Luke
He
Witkowski.
get that extra draft pick. Peter Dorian.
League.
I don't think
Is that
too
maybe there
many
won't be an
people,
NHL or an AHL season this year.
understand how good of a general manager Pierre
There's
Dorian
expanded
is
roster.
because
That would
of the
mean
fact
that you can
Eugene
plug in
Melnyk
Smith
is
whenever
the
you
general
like.
manager of
Like,
the
he-
Senators. Getting
but in these next couple of years, he's probably definitely going to get
getting Matt Murray is big.
more of a bigger role.
and I know I
as
switched
we
over
start to
from
move into
the Blue
a
Jackets
tougher
and
cap space.
the,
You don't know who's going to be back this year.
the Canadiens
Great signings by the
trade,
Lightning. I
like,
want to
back
check
in
out
the
our
center.
live streams. Be sure to be on the lookout for more of those
we
in the
talked
future.
about how,
This is a
centers
live
are
stream for the
and they're
NHL
running
Draft
themselves
rounds
into
2
the
through
ground.
7. Also, be sure to
I
hit
look
that
at
subscribe
Pierre
button and ring
Dorian
that
and I
bell
go,
so you don't miss out on more content like this and live streams like this. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. As always, we are Stanley Cup champions, and see you in the next one. We're not talking about some new.
He's made some fantastic trades. That Carlson trade is looking better and better. The fact that they got Matt Murray, they traded away Tyler Henderson, got picked. Their rebuild has been really good. The fact that they got 3 picks for John Gabriel Pageau, but when I mean 3, it ended up being 2 because they didn't end up getting a 3rd round pick. But overall, a really good general manager. Jake, it looks like everything is good.
Yep, just finished pulling up the clip. I'm just making some edits for the YouTube analytics stuff, but we got the video clip good to go, so that worked out nicely. So, by the way, I heard you talking about the Max Domi and Josh Anderson trade. Wow, what a trade that was. That surprised me. I think that the Blue Jackets made off in spades with that deal. I mean, obviously we have to wait and see how everything turns out. That's how it goes with any draft, but or any trade, excuse me. But I mean, I think Max Domi is by far the better player here, and I believe they also even the Blue Jackets picked up a pick in that as well somehow. So crazy trade. Those are fun ones though. So it'll be interesting to see how that one turns out. But I didn't hear exactly what you said, but I think that's a win for Columbus by any means.
Yeah, I think it's a win too. I just don't know if it's that, much of a blowout in terms of one team destroying another one in a trade. But it is what it is. The fact that Detroit hasn't picked yet is disgusting to me. They've had so much time between last night and today to figure out who they're going to pick. Steve Yzerman, can you do us a favor and just pick already?
Normally this rounds 2 through 7 are much quicker than that. The first round, all the theatrics, and it was 4 minutes, and teams were taking up that full 4 minutes, which is just ridiculous. So things should speed up today, but we'll see. Also, I mentioned this in our group chat. If the Lightning, I don't know what kind of video feed they have set up for their quote-unquote war room. But if the Stanley Cup is not in some kind of shot, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed. Which, by the way, Mike, I don't know if you caught this, but only one team said congratulations to the Tampa Bay Lightning on winning the Stanley Cup. That's kind of messed up if you ask me.
I had to tell somebody else this earlier this week. Oh, wow. Another breaking news thing. I'll get back to what you just said.
Yes.
From Elliot Friedman, hearing Nashville is working on a Nick Bonino trade with Minnesota.
Wow.
Nick Bonino makes way too much money. I don't know what Minnesota is doing. If this is to send Zach Parise the other way, though, this might be a big-time deal.
We got a lot of interesting stuff going on, and this offseason has only just started, and it's already been crazy. I mean, that's 2020 for you, I guess. I mean, just ridiculous.
Yes. So, the big thing for the Lightning was that the Buffalo Sabres were the only team to congratulate them on a cup win. I had to tell somebody earlier this week when I was preparing for pre-production meeting for our TV program that they were like, it doesn't count. And I said, it doesn't count only because your team didn't win the cup. That's essentially what it is. These people would have been so happy if their team would have won the cup, if their team eventually wins the World Series, if their team wins the Super Bowl. It's the same thing, guys. And,
Right.
Huge thing going on with a lot of people getting mad at Tampa Bay's celebration. And I'll be the first to admit, it does not look good when the Lightning players who have been quarantining in a bubble are now celebrating with fans that could be exposed to coronavirus. It doesn't look good. But I see that, and that was after winning a championship. And then I see what happened in San Diego, where the Padres made the playoffs for the first time in 14 years, and they had the exact same type of celebration. And I didn't see nearly as much pushback for the Padres. That's kind of disgusting to me. If you're going to do it to one, do it to the other. You need to either do it to neither or do it to both. And as I'm talking, the Detroit Red Wings have made their pick. William Wallander, I apologize if I butchered that last name. Second round, 32nd overall pick by Detroit. 18-year-old, 6'4", 191 pounds, by the way, a left-handed shot defenseman. Does that scream Victor Hedman to you? Because it does to me. 6'4", he probably is going to put on a little bit more weight. Had 24 points in 37 games in Swedish junior, which is actually pretty good.
By the way, we do have a question from Gage who says, I have a question for both of you. When are you going to shave the beards? And the answer, Gage, never. This is the playoff winning beard, so it's not coming off until we don't win the Stanley Cup. There's your answer.
Gage, I got to be honest with you, man. I look much better with a beard than without.
Same.
I'll trim it, but I'm not shaving it.
No way.
No.
Not going anywhere.
Yeah, by the way, this is not even a playoff beard. This is like I shaved right after the final. So.
This is my playoff beard. This is about how long it gets, so I need to let it grow if I want to be able to play any kind of playoff beard.
Gauge.
But yeah, also guys, be sure to let me know if everything looks good on the stream end. Obviously, I can't 100% see it, so let me know if there's anything that's looks a little weird or anything like that. So, would love to hear you guys' feedback on it, and also be sure to drop in any questions. We'd be happy to answer them as we watching the draft, waiting for the Lightning to come up. We still got a while to go before we get our first pick, but hopefully we'll get some other crazy breaking news. Which, by the way, I saw the Senators made their pick. They took left wing Robbie. I'm not even going to dare to try to pronounce that last name.
All right, so I'm still a little bit behind on the stream, and the Ottawa person at the podium looks so depressed. I would be too.
Hey, he's got Matt Murray though. Who knows?
You want to hear something from a TSN member about the Senators' asset management? Speaking of the Senators.
Yes,
I'll remind everybody that the Senators have now acquired a two-time Cup-winning 26-year-old goaltender for a pick that they have acquired for Ryan Dzingel, and they still have Duclair and another second-round pick. Now that is asset management. So if you're unaware, the original trade was Ryan Dzingel for Anthony Duclair and 2 second-round picks, which was a terrible trade for the Blue Jackets. It ended up working out because they swept the Lightning, but the fact that they got Anthony Duclair, Matt Murray, and another second-round pick is good to see for them. I told you, Dorian's a smart general manager. So I'm going to go with, on this Senators prospect, Jarvente, or Jarventi.
Sounds about right, yeah.
33rd overall pick. 18 years old, 6'2", 184 pounds. I don't know why they talk about the weight all the time. left winger who shoots left. That's interesting. We talk all the time about players that shoot on their offside. Oh my God, the trade has happened. Okay, so I apologize for that. We'll get back to that in a second. The Nashville Predators have traded Nick Bonino, pick number 37, and pick number 70 in exchange for Luke Cunnin and pick number 101.
Wow.
That's big. That's really big, considering that Bonino makes so much money against the cap. David Poyle is a great general manager. Luke Cunnin is a fantastic player. I remember seeing him all the time when, I watch Minnesota occasionally. The thing with Bonino is just he makes too much money. He's a fine player. He's a middle six player, but he makes too much money. The fact that they did get a second-round pick back is good. The fact that they got a third-round pick back is good. They had to trade, I believe that's a fourth-rounder at 101. I like this trade for Minnesota, or for Nashville, excuse me. I don't like it for Minnesota.
Yeah, Nashville's getting a good player, obviously, and contracts are thinks it's a bad contract, but I mean, if you're getting a good player out of it, why not? I mean, look at a guy like Ryan McDonough. He does not have the greatest contract by any means at $6.5 million.
Hey, he's a Stanley Cup champion.
Exactly. Well, that's what I mean. So if it works out and you win a Stanley Cup, who cares what the contract is? But yeah, good trade for Minnesota. We'll see it. And these trades are interesting always to me because you look at the draft picks. You never know who those draft picks are going to turn into. So these draft picks could turn into superstars for the Minnesota Wild. So, right now we're looking at this saying, yeah, I think Nashville won that trade. But 4 years down the road, 5 years, whatever it is, we could be sitting here and say, you know what? Actually, Minnesota won that deal because they did a good job at drafting their players and using those draft picks wisely. So I think initially this is a Nashville win, but almost with anything, you have to wait and see how this ends up playing out and who the Minnesota Wild grab with these draft picks that they have now acquired.
You're exactly right. There was no salary retained on that deal for Nick Bonino's contract. So to get back to what was the question that we were originally talking about when the trade broke?
Honestly, don't even remember. So much.
Everybody in the
news.
comments, tell us what the question was, so that we can get back to talking about this team. One question that I didn't answer earlier, and I apologize, was what do you see the Lightning going after in this draft? I see the Lightning going after, I would have said, left wingers, right-handed defensemen, all of that. But the thing is that, these players, unless they do pull up Braden Point, aren't going to make an impact this year or next year, most likely. So, looking at it, I'm cool with anything other than goaltending. Whatever you want to go get, because you can always trade those guys for centers. You can always trade those guys for positions of need. We've seen that with Brett Howden. We've seen that with Libor Hayek. We've seen that with Nolan Foote. So I'm cool with them trading players away. I'm fine with them going after any position that isn't goaltending because I think that they have nailed the goaltending in the last year. Getting Magnus Sharona a couple of years ago in the draft in the third round was a steal. He has looked unbelievable during his time with in the Swedish Elite League, I believe. He's looked fantastic. They got Ty Taylor in the seventh. He hasn't really panned out, but seventh round pick, you're really taking a flyer. This past year, with the third round pick that they got for JT Miller, they got Hugo Anifelt, who was the starting goalie for Sweden at the World Juniors and was the only reason that they got a bronze medal. He was unbelievable. I'm really excited to see how he pans out. So, I think that they should be just fine.
Very true. Sorry, folks, for that. Just image just popped up in your screens, but there we go. Fixed now. Looks like we might have just had another trade as well, Michael, because Buffalo is now on the clock where it was San Jose, I believe.
So Buffalo has traded the 38th and 100th overall pick in exchange for the 34th overall pick, and I don't want to.
Looks like Buffalo's got a player that they want. Which, by the way, I feel bad for Buffalo fans because it seems like a lot of Buffalo fans were very frustrated with that first round pick they had. A lot of people were hoping they were going in a different direction. I can't remember who it was that they wanted to grab, but maybe they got something here and might get lucky here. But I know Buffalo fans are generally very frustrated with the moves this team makes, which I don't blame them because it's not been a fun last few years for the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah, listen, like Buffalo has just a tough road ahead. Like they're putting up all the prospects on screen. There are some really good players that they have, like Uki Pekka Lehkonen. I apologize if I butchered that name. It's a Swedish name. He's the goalie of the future. He's only 21. Dylan Cousins looks like that number 2 center behind Jack Eichel. He's only 19. But, like, there seems to be, and I hate the word culture because you hear culture all the time. Like, the culture is really good. We need to improve the culture. The culture there just seems so rough. Like, I feel for Buffalo Sabres fans because it just feels like that team hasn't been the same for a very long time. They haven't made the playoffs in a very long time. They haven't been been the same team for a very long time. It just feels like every step that the organization is making is bad. And I don't know if I'm blaming that on Terry Pagula, who's the owner. I don't know if I'm blaming that on former GM Jason Botterill. I don't know if it's one of the coaches. But it just seems like every time the Buffalo Sabres make a move, it's a problem. Like, it goes all the way back to the former general manager, I forget who it was at the time for the Sabres, being upset that they got Jack Eichel in the draft because they didn't get Connor McDavid. Like, Jack Eichel would have gone first in every other draft. But because he was behind a generational player in Connor McDavid, he went second. And you're upset because you got a potentially franchise changer? Like, that is the stuff that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, there obviously
they make
needs
all
to
these
be
moves.
a culture change.
Sorry, Jake.
No, you're good. I was just going to say there obviously needs to be some kind of culture change in there because it's not working out.
Yeah, and I hate that word. That word doesn't mean anything to me, but for Buffalo, it rings true. This is from Chris Johnson, by the way. Some breaking news. Kyle Turris and Steven Santini, both in Nashville, are on unconditional waivers for the purposes of a buyout.
I wonder if that has something to do with the trade they just made and having to free up some cap space.
No, but they just traded away a player with a bunch of cap space.
Oh, that is also true. Maybe there's something. There's a move coming up here. Another one. Maybe we might see.
Maybe, but I will bring this up. Kyle Turris was a part of the Matt Duchene deal in the winter of 2017, something like that. Yeah. And Steven Santini was a part of the package that Nashville got back for PK Subban in last year's draft. So both of them will be on waivers for the purposes of a buyout. Kyle Turris, I feel really bad for him. He was so good in Ottawa, comes to Nashville, and is just not good anymore. That's just the way that things go sometimes. Santini, I don't know much about him. But all the comments under the post are like, thanks again for Sam Girard, because Nashville gave up Sam Girard in order to get Kyle Turris in that big deal. By the way, this is from another Twitter follower. The Nashville Predators will be paying Kyle Turris a cap penalty of $2 million per year. Jake, do you want to guess the amount of years that they'll be paying Kyle Turris for?
I'm going to go with 5.
8.
8. Wow. That is not ideal.
Just think about it. You'll be spending $2 million on Kyle Turris for the next 8 years.
Oh, I forget even who it's for. I mean, just $2 million. I mean, think about the depth players that you can sign with $2 million. I mean, that's a big chunk of cap right there. It doesn't seem like a huge number, but it definitely is. That can make a big impact on their cap situation here in the near future.
Jake, my stream has frozen. Has there been any picks recently?
Buffalo did make their pick. They grabbed John Jason Pietrka, I think it is. And Los Angeles has just made their pick. They took defenseman. His name is... I mean, these names are just ridiculous. I don't know how these guys pronounce these things. Helgi Grains, I believe.
If you think this is bad, you should look at the WHL draft. Usually those have just an absurd amount.
I apologize in advance. I am probably butchering all of these names, but I am not on the NHL broadcast, so I did not prepare and look at all and try to learn everybody's name here.
I remember what we were talking about. So John Jason, that's what I'm going to call him, for Buffalo. He's a perfect example of a winger who shoots on the opposite direction of what side they play on. And I thought it was really interesting that there are wingers, I don't know why there are wingers, but there are wingers that, shoot on the same side that they play on. Whether they're a left winger and they shoot left. They're a right winger and they shoot right. Like, I think about it this way. I'm left-handed. My optimal shot is on the right side. Like, I don't understand. Maybe it's a defensive thing. Again, I'm not a great, coach or anything like that, but maybe it's a defensive thing where they feel better playing against the guy on the left or the right or whatever it is. But, those types of players are really interesting to me where, like, hey, I'm going to shoot on my weak side. I've just always been fascinated with those types of players.
Yeah, I think it's just mostly a preference thing maybe too. You just feel more comfortable that way for whatever reason, but if it works, it works. Personally, I'm a right-handed person and I shoot right-handed as well, so that is not the case for me. By the way, the Ducks are currently on the clock with 36 picks, so still quite a while to go until Tampa Bay gets closer and closer on the board. It does seem like these picks are going a little slow. I do expect things to pick up a little bit. LA did make their pick pretty quick, so that's at least a good sign. So this is going to be a long second round with the way this is going. But
Helgi Grimes, is that his name?
By the way, I will say this as well. I think the NHL has done a fantastic. I think the Ducks are making their pick right now. The NHL has done a fantastic job with just the setup in the background of this draft. Like, you watch the NFL draft, Roger Goodell was like stuck in this weird basement. It was kind of weird, I thought, but the NHL looks like they have a little studio set up, which looks really nice. So shout out to the NHL. I think they've done a very good job with this virtual draft so far.
So if there's one complaint I'm going to have, and I know I apologize for complaining.
You complainer.
I apologize for complaining so much, but you look at every other major league draft, and the Ducks have just made their pick, but you look at every other major league draft, and the commissioner is always the one to make the pick. Like, he's the one that's always announcing the pick. I don't know if it's some sort of specialty thing that the NHL has, like they want to feel special. But I look at, like, they spend so much money, or not so much money, so much time on getting all these people to walk up to the stage, thanking the scouting director, thanking this guy, thanking the fans, having a child holding the jersey, talking to the commissioner, and then they make their pick. Like, I get it. You want to create a good first impression for your draft pick. I also don't care and want the team. Whoa. Is that you or me?
It wasn't me.
That was me. I apologize for that. That was crazy. Thank you to the ads that have shown up on my live stream. But like, I gotta be honest. I don't care about all these people getting up. Like even Yzerman or Breezeball getting up and thanking Al Murray, thanking all the fans, looking at it like giving a kid a jersey, all this stuff. I want the draft to go smoother. I want the draft to go faster.
By the way, the Ducks pick is right winger Sam Colangelo, correct. He's a right winger. So the Ducks.
Right winger who shoots right. This is what I was talking about. By the way, from Massachusetts, represent. I'm up here in Massachusetts right now.
44 games, 28 goals, and they just took it away. 30 assists, plus 32 rating. Not bad. Those are some pretty decent stats for him. So interesting to see how he turns out for the Ducks as a right winger.
He's going to be a
decent
good
little
player.
pick.
The fact that he put up these stats in the USHL is really promising, considering, not everybody can score at that level. So, good pick for the Ducks. The Wild have 2 of the next 3 picks, by the way, in that Nashville.
All the draft
I
picks for the
believe
Minnesota
they're
Wild. Currently on the clock right now. So yeah, next picks are 38, 39, and 40, which is San Jose, Minnesota, and then Winnipeg.
And they just made their.
Did they make the
So
pick?
that was fast.
Well, it still says yep, then they just updated it. So it's going to be center
I'm not even going to try.
Marat Kuznetsov. I have no idea. Man.
5'11", 176 pounds, a left shooting center. The fact that he put up those numbers in SKA St. Petersburg, 2 in the MHL, 13 goals, 25 assists in 44 games is great to see.
By the way, I just saw a thing that popped up on my phone from CBS. It said the Kings made history with their pick. I believe it said he was the highest drafted black player, which I did not know, which is kind of interesting to see. So,
are you talking about the number 2 overall pick?
I believe it was the number 2 overall pick. Yes.
Yes.
That was from last night, but I just saw that pop on my phone, which is interesting. I didn't know that. So that is cool to see for them. Hopefully, he turns out for a good player for them, but only time will tell.
I mean, hey, people are talking about Quinton Byfield possibly being better than Matt Murray. So,
Wouldn't that be a storyline?
That would be a great story. And we always hear it, is Laine better than Matthews? Is Hedman better than Tavares? Is Doughty better than Stamkos? Like, we always hear about this type of thing.
Well, I can answer those last two.
No.
I'm jokingly saying, is Hedman better than
Oh, yes.
Yes, the answer to that one is yes. Is
Doughty better than
Stamkos? No. So I can answer. Although if you ask NHL Network when they do their redrafts, apparently Drew Doughty would go first overall, which just blows my mind. I don't know if you guys remember seeing that, but
in the same ranking as Victor Hedman, NHL video game, by the way.
Don't even get me started on those NHL rankings. That's why nobody plays those games anymore.
Can we talk about how? I mean, I might play the next one because it's got to be a pro, and I love being a pro.
I do love.
Can we talk about how the NHL sent the NHL EA game took. I can't even do this without laughing. It was the top 10. I believe it was slap shot power. Yeah, top 10 slap shot power. Number 1 is Ovi. Good. I mean, I would have put. He's number 1 in accuracy. He's more of an accurate player than he's a big power player. Weber's 2. Good. Malkin 3. Okay. Stamkos 4. Okay. Not seeing Zdeno Chara on this list, which is really weird to say. Who's number 7 on the list, Jay?
I have no idea. Being
Phil
honest with you.
Kessel. Phil Kessel.
Phil Kessel.
Have you ever seen Phil Kessel take a slap shot?
I don't think I have.
He's never taken a slap shot.
Well, if you think that's bad, I don't know if you saw they put the top 10 players out in speed. Braden Point wasn't even on the list. How does Braden Point not crack the top 10 in speed when literally the 1 year he nearly won the fastest skater?
I'm going to pull that up. So number 1 is Connor McDavid at a 97. That's insane. Like, he's ridiculous. Number 2.
By the way, Braden Point is also not even a 90 overall. Like, he's 86, I think, which is ridiculous.
Number 2, Matt Duchene. Number 3, Taylor Hall. Number 4, Nathan McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon's really fast. Number 5, the future Hall of Famer, the best player in the world when you're talking about NBC, Matt Barzal.
Which Barzal is a fast player, so
He's very fast.
That
he's
is
very good.
Is right.
He's very good. The thing with him is that we made fun of NBC.
By the way, Mike, I don't mean to interrupt you. The San Jose Sharks did make their pick. They took center Thomas Bordeleau. That's not right. But center Thomas Bordeleau, he played in 47 games, 16 goals, 30 assists, and a plus 17 rating. So definitely a playmaker, it seems like, for the San Jose Sharks.
Yeah, so back to the Matt Barzal thing. Like, we think Matt Barzal's a good player. He is a good player.
He is a good player.
But NBC was making him out to be this Hall of Fame player.
Well, they said he's better than Braden Point.
They called him better than... No, so that was somebody else. But, you know, they said with Braden Point out of the game, Matt Barzal is the best player in the game.
Which is wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Better than the Hart winner? Better than the Vezina winner? Better than the Norris winner? No.
Ridiculous.
I understand that you want to cater to your New York audiences. You say Matt Barzal needs to be the best player in the game if Braden Point is out. That's what you do. Number 6, Johnny Gaudreau. Number 7, Dylan Larkin. Both of those make sense. Number 8, Cale Makar. No, I'm kidding. I like Cale Makar. He's a fast player. Number 9, Quinn Hughes. Number 10, Jack Hughes. Jake, I'm not even going to say that Braden Point was the biggest snub on this list, even though he's very fast.
But Braden Point should be on that list.
He should
doubt.
be. There should be 3 players on this list that are.
I don't care if you put him at number 10. He still needs to be on the top 10 list. End of story.
So Braden Point.
Minnesota just made their pick as well. They just took defenseman Ryan O'Rourke.
O'Rourke?
O'Rourke. Yes. I
know O'Rourke. Very, very good player.
I was about to say I think that's the first name I actually pronounced correctly, and I still did it wrong.
Sault Ste. Marie pick.
He is. No, they're not showing his stats, but he's
7 goals, 30 assists in 54 games.
There he goes.
Left-handed shooting defenseman.
6 foot, 178 pounds.
Jake, these players are younger than me.
Very young.
No, they're younger than me.
Oh, yeah, I know. What
I turned 20 in like 2 weeks.
I talked about this, I think, in one of the episodes. You know, you look at a guy like Sergachev, who's 22, who's as old as me. I think he actually has his birthday's at least close to mine, I think. I think I turned 22 just before him, and then he turns 22 like a month or 2 later or something like that. I don't know exactly when. But point being, this guy has won a Stanley Cup. Enough said. And I'm still over here trying to get by in college. No, I'm doing fine. But
so
crazy.
So for the speed rankings, there should have been 3 players on this list that won. Maybe 4 even. Braden Point, Andreas Athanasiou. I know he's not going to get qualified by Detroit. Or, Edmonton. He's not in Detroit anymore. Dude, Athanasiou is still one of the fastest players. Like, say what you want about his hands, say what you want about his defense. Still one of the fastest players in the league. Tyler Ennis is extremely fast. That's the reason that Edmonton wanted to go get him. Pair him with Connor McDavid. And Jack Eichel is nowhere to be found on this list. Jack Eichel, is getting disrespected by everyone. Like, I wouldn't blame him if he wanted to make a trade request. He's getting disrespected by everybody.
Seriously, it does sound like he does want to be out of that. We've heard some rumors anyway that he might have requested a trade, although it doesn't seem like that was actually true.
No, that was a Bob McKenzie waking up in the morning and saying, I think I'm going to announce a trade.
The Winnipeg Jets have just made their pick with the 40th overall pick. They have selected Daniel Troganson. I think I did that one right. Left winger.
Torgerson.
So the Jets taking out. See now. You see what you see on for the Jets screen right now. They've got set up in their locker room with the logo in the middle. I want that, but I want the Stanley Cup in the middle for the Lightning. I want everybody to know.
I don't want the cup on the logo.
Off to the side, yeah.
I want it on like a pedestal.
It looks like the Hurricanes might have already made their pick potentially here. No, I think that was just them flashing who it was. But the Hurricanes are on the clock with the 41st pick right now. But
could have traded it too.
Okay, I need to read this. I'm tweeting out for the video right now. Steven's here to stay. Check it out. His thoughts on Bolts. I have to read these things like 8 times so I don't misspell things. Listen to the Bolts. There we go. Perfect. Tweet. Still got a while to go for the Bolts pick. It'll be interesting to see if they go ahead and make a move today. I kind of expect them to, but we'll have to wait and see what they do. But nevertheless, it'll be interesting to see who they pick up because, Michael, we were talking about this. The Lightning draft very well when it comes to the second round. Guys like Mitchell Stevens have come in the second round. Guys like Nikita Kucherov as well. So the Lightning know how to draft in the second round. You're muted, by the way, so I don't know if...
Don't compare Stevens to Kucherov.
No, my point is he's a good player. Obviously, Kucherov is way up there, but...
The best player in the world versus, Mitchell Stevens.
The best face-off circle guy in the world.
Exactly. Just for a reference, by the way, and I hate to chastise you over this, but re-signed is spelled with a dash or like between re and signs, and you are not the only one. This is a big thing for a lot of people. Resign and re-sign are two different words, but they're spelled the same, guys.
You know what I think it was? I think it might have auto-corrected on me because autocorrect is dumb. So let's go ahead and fix that.
I'm not blaming you. It's a thing that happens to everybody else. But just as a thing, re-sign and resign are spelled the same, but they mean different things. So you need to put a dash between the two.
Come on, autocorrect. Don't screw me over. Let's fix it here. There we go. Add the dash in there. Put the picture back. Oh, you know what? It's actually okay because I forgot to tag something else as well, so that works out. By the way, if you guys are ever looking for any other coverage on any other team for whatever reason, Bay Bolts is a part of what's called the Puck Network, and there are a few other teams or websites or blogs, whatever you want to call it, that cover some other teams, like the Denver Avs, who cover the Colorado Avalanche. So be sure to check them out. You can find them. If you just search the Puck Network on Twitter, they retweet all of the different teams as well. There's the Ducks as well for their podcast is called Ducks and Pucks. So be sure to check those out if you're looking for some coverage on some other teams. If you happen to jump in on this video as well. So quick shout out to them. Okay, I think we're good this time. Put that tweet back out. It looks like the Carolina Hurricanes have made their selection. They have taken right winger Noel Gunler, I believe. The Hurricanes are going with a right winger.
What a name.
Gunler. He's got 45 games, 4 goals, 9 assists, and a plus 12 rating. So maybe more of a defensive-minded right winger. Although plus 12 rating, 4 goals, 9 assists, not bad. All these players are also young, so you know these stats don't mean if they're going to be good or not.
If these this is from Chris Peters. If any Carolina Hurricanes fans are watching this, I don't know why, but if any of you are watching this, Gunler was my number 3 best available for today. I understand why he dropped. He can be maddeningly inconsistent, and the fact he hasn't moved up the lineup in Lou Leah early on the season is concerning. That said, the skill is exceptional. Carolina has depth in their system. It's worth a shot. So, could be a good player for them. Carolina is one of my favorite teams. Like, just the way that they're constructed. I love the way that they're constructed. You know, goaltending isn't the best, but they've got the best defense in the league. They've got some really talented forwards. The prospects are phenomenal. I would love if they were to take on a contract from us, but they won't probably because they're a competitive team. You know, I'm rooting for them if the Lightning, you know, have a down year because of the cup.
Hey, I'll take a down year after you win a Stanley Cup.
I'll take a playoff exit this year.
No, we're winning the Stanley Cup again. That's what's happening.
Well, yes, of course. But, you know, I won't be upset if we don't win the cup this year. I'll be disappointed, though. The Predators have made their pick. Luke Evangelista. I hope I got that right.
I think you did, actually. It's quite impressive, I must say.
Second round, 42nd overall, 18 years old, 5'11", 166 pounds. Jake, I weigh 166 pounds, and I am 5'6". Think about how skinny that guy must be, or 5'11". That is insane. Like, he needs to put on some weight.
OHL, 23 goals, 38 assists, plus 15 out of 62 games. Not bad in the OHL. By the way, the Florida Panthers are on the clock right now. Florida Panthers are a team that, man, they just seem like they've been stuck on a little bit of a hump. Can't get past those early rounds of the playoffs. They are a team, though, I would love to see get better and better. I think it'd be really good for the, you know, that rivalry in Florida. So I'd like to see them get better.
You know what I would love to see is a giant Sergei Bobrovsky trade.
Florida just made their pick. They have selected Emo Hymanen is my best attempt at pronouncing that. He's a left winger, 6'1", 185 pounds, left-hand shot. Played in 29 games with 26 goals and 15 assists, and a plus 26 rating. So, very good goal scorer, it seems like, from what we can tell.
Very good goal scorer. You know, getting that again in Swedish junior is unbelievable. Like that just shows you the type of guy he could be. The problem with the Panthers, though, isn't offense. It's defense. Like, if you can get a winger that scores you a ton of goals, great. We see that with Laine. We see that with Ovechkin. Their thing is, like, they have no defense. They have Yandel. They have Strawman. They no longer have Matheson, which I think is addition by subtraction. But, you know, they don't have any defensive prospects. that's the thing is you need to stock the cupboard, and the Lightning need to do the same thing. They have zero defensive prospects right now because Cal Putt's getting called up to the main roster, and so is Dominic Machine probably, as a depth guy. They don't have anybody else. Ben Thomas is not good. Like, he's an offensive dynamo, but he sucks at defense. Devontae Stevens, who's an RFA, I don't even think he's going to get qualified. You need to be better when it comes to defense in your system. So I hope the Lightning do better. I really do.
Speaking of depth guys that could make the roster, somebody I'm very excited for is ABB. Alex Pierre-Boulette, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. But he's a guy I'm very excited for. When we first signed him, he had something ridiculous, like over 100 points in the minors. And he's been a very good goal scorer for us for many years, but it sounds like his defensive game is what's been holding him back. But I think he's a guy that's going to be really close to cracking the lineup. He might be able to get in next year. So that's a guy I'm very excited to see how he fits into this Lightning team. He's kind of in that. Lightning are known as a goal-scoring team. We have very good defense as well, but when you think of the Lightning, you think of them, how they can open up the floodgates whenever they want and score 8 goals. In the playoffs, by the way, against the New York Islanders in the third round, they can just light things up, which, by the way, I'm seeing right now on screen at the NHL Draft is Steven Stamkos lifting the Stanley Cup, which is what you love to see. So the Lightning.
When you said I see Steven Stamkos, I was like, oh no.
I think it was a commercial actually, but which is what you said before. Not on which. But let's talk about that actually real quick. Steven Stamkos.
I see it too. By the way,
it was tweeted out. I can't remember who tweeted it, but they said Steven Stamkos is not on the untouchables list. And then all the speculation started. Are the Tampa Bay Lightning going to trade Steven Stamkos? No, is the answer. Steven Stamkos, in my mind, is absolutely an untouchable. Why he wasn't on that exact list, I don't know. I don't know where they got that information from, but this is the captain of the team who literally said at the championship parade, I signed with the Lightning for 8 more years because I want to bring back the cup to this great city. And he did. He's not going anywhere. He likes it in Tampa. There's no reason for the Lightning to trade him. I don't want to hear any of this nonsense about how he's always hurt, which is just not true. Because if you look at when he's been hurt 3 times, and he's missed, there was 1 season where he missed almost the entire season. But other than that, he's only missed a couple of games, and when it comes to the playoffs, there's only like 2 seasons where or 1 season where he missed a considerable amount of time in the playoffs. Other than that, it was just a couple of games. That whole storyline's ridiculous in itself. But Steven Stamkos is absolutely not going anywhere. We are not trading him, and if we do, I will cry.
Jake, are you upset?
A little bit, Michael.
So, I said this in the chat, and you aren't going to like this, but every player is available for the right price. If you come up to me and you say, hey, I'd like Steven Stamkos, and I will give you Jack Eichel plus 3 first-round picks. At the end of the day, hockey's a business. We talk about this with every other player. Hockey is business. And I saw a tweet, and I hate to call this guy out because I really like his content, but Andrew Weiss on Twitter, he was like, you made the mistake with trading Marty and trading Vinny. Don't make it with Stamkos. Number 1, Vinny wasn't traded, he was bought out. Number 2, Marty asked for a trade because he was acting like a little baby.
The Marty trade I get, although
they got 2 first-round picks back from Marty.
The Marty trade worked out very well because he was also requesting the trade. However, the Vinny buyout was something I always hated. I really wish he could have retired as a Bull. I know he was getting old and wasn't that good anymore, but the Vinny buyout was something that I never was a fan of. Again, and I know hockey's a business. You got to make the moves you got to make, but the Vinny buyout, I kind of agree with him on there. I think that was a mistake. I don't love that.
But the Vinny buyout thing was like, Vinny's still a fine player, but we're going to take advantage of this compliance thing that we have because we want to rebuild like that. And they did. They made the playoffs the next year. Even while trading Marty St. Louis, they still made the playoffs. Like, I don't blame Yzerman for doing that. Also, you know, he's like, you can't do it with Stamkos. Stamkos is the face of the franchise. Watch him. Watch him. Like, it's a business.
You can do it. Do you want to do that? No, and nobody wants that. It's not a fun move to make, but you know, you're right. Yes, if the right offer comes, you would go and do it, but I don't think that's going to happen. He's the captain of the team. He's a big influence. He's still a great player, and he should be fine for next year. So I wouldn't do it unless, like you said, there's a ridiculous thing that comes through. But
so Ottawa traded up in the draft.
Yep, I just
Ottawa
saw that.
got the 44th overall pick in exchange for the 59th and the 64th. I like that piece of business from Ottawa.
Ottawa. So like I said at the beginning here, when we talked about the when we talked about the
No, we broke the trade.
we broke the trade. We talked about that news. Ottawa looks like they're trying to make a move now. They're like, hey, we got cap space. We now have our number one netminder. Let's go for this. Let's get some people in free agency maybe and stockpile on some draft picks. So I like this from the Ottawa Senators. We'll have to see how it works out and what they end up doing in free agency. But very interesting to see how that works out. By the way, for anybody who's still watching, guys have any questions about free agency, let us know down in the comments. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on free agency, because the Lightning who don't really have any cap space probably for that free agency.
Everybody's coming to.
They could make a couple of moves. So
Henrik Lundqvist is coming to Tampa. Bobby Ryan is coming to Tampa.
As much as I would love Lundqvist to Tampa, I don't think that's going to... It does sound like he's going to sign with the Washington Capitals. It's been reported by multiple people on Friday that he's going to sign with the Caps, which is an interesting spot for him. I think it's actually a good spot for him, but
Yeah.
I do love the Bobby Ryan idea to Tampa Bay. That guy's a locker room guy, leader. He's not the greatest player, but he's decent. And for a cheap deal, which you could get him on because of the buyout, I do like Bobby Ryan possibly coming to Tampa Bay, especially if, depending on who we re-sign and all that good stuff. But we'll have to wait and see how that all works out. Free agency should be fun. A lot of big names out there like Lundqvist. Pietrangelo is one of them as well.
Yeah, Alex Pietrangelo is signing with the Lightning.
Could you imagine?
Okay, I want to talk about this. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not about to bash, and it's gonna sound like it. I'm not about to bash the Maple Leafs fan base, but stop thinking that Alex Pietrangelo is coming to Toronto. If he does, I'll eat my words. But what cap space do you have? Like, come on.
Yeah. I don't know. It's funny, we kind of play GM, in our own houses, but these guys are the professionals. So, well, I mean, not always. Some of these guys, it's just shocking how they can still be a GM. But with that said, Ottawa Senators still currently on the clock. See if they can make a pick here in a second. But next couple of picks, we've got Detroit in at 45, Chicago at 46, and then the Montreal Canadiens at 47. So getting a little bit closer to that 61st pick. It is the last pick because we won the Stanley Cup. So that is the one.
So
it looks like the Ottawa Senators just picked. Who is this? Tyler Kelvin, defenseman, with the 44th pick. He's 18 years old, 6'4", defenseman, 200 pounds, left-handed shot. In 45 games, he scored 2 goals and 10 assists for a +12 rating. That about lines up for a defensive defenseman. So, very big guy. I like that pick.
you say Victor Hedman? I'm gonna do that with everybody that's big.
Oh my god.
I love that pick for Ottawa. Ottawa has, we talked earlier about them potentially not having that number one center, or number one defenseman, excuse me. Thomas Chabot might be that, but you need people to thin out make your roster depth-wise. This guy could potentially do that. Clevin is a talented player. He's still in the development program. I'm excited to see what he's going to do, honestly. Again, I'm really liking what Ottawa's doing. And this is not something I would have said 18 months ago. So, Jake,
Yes.
just a thing that I saw is that the Lightning don't have the 61st pick. It's 62nd pick.
Is it the 62nd pick? That's definitely a possibility.
So let me just, because I just saw this tweet from Brian Burns. I want to read you what he says the picks are. Okay, so 62nd in the second round, and you can change this, right?
Yeah, I can change it.
Okay, so 62nd in the second round, 85th and 93rd in the third round, 94th and 124th in the fourth round, 157th in the fifth or the sixth round. Are you one pick off?
All these are one pick off. So I guess the site that I pulled it from was one pick off. If Burns is correct and he didn't make a mistake, which
I mean Burns is always correct. So
I'm inclined to believe him over the website that I took it off. So I will fix that.
186 in the sixth round and 217 in the seventh round.
That's actually hilarious. I wonder if the Lightning tweeted anything. Did the Lightning tweet out the draft? I'm sure they've tweeted what draft picks we have.
Let me see. I mean, somebody would have called out Burns, but let me see.
No, yeah, I believe he's right. I'm going to change it now, but just out of curiosity mostly.
They say we begin. Yeah, here we go. 62, 83, 93, 94, 124, 1.
Okay.
57, 186, and 217.
Let's fix that. Okay, so 62, 85.
80. No.
What?
Yeah, 85, you're right. Sorry.
And then 93, correct?
93.
And then
94.
94. So we actually have back-to-back picks there. We have the last pick in the third round and the first pick in the fourth round. And then 120.
You want to know where that pick came from?
It was trade with the New York Rangers. I know that much.
It was a trade with the Red Wings.
Oh,
what?
what?
The Red Wings had the worst record in the league by far this year, and it gave them Adam Ernie.
There you go. So 120.
Adam Ernie, by the way, was terrible this year.
125 is the next one, correct?
124.
Oh wait, it is 124.
Yeah, it's 124.
That one was right. That's weird.
157.
Okay.
186. And 217.
217.
Sorry about that, folks.
Should be updated now, though.
Yep.
Oh boy. Detroit Red Wings are currently on the clock, by the way, with the 45th pick as we wait for them to make the pick. I wish they could hurry this up. Come on, Red Wings. Make your pick.
So why are they showing highlights of Corey Perry's goal?
Because it's the
Don't
NHL.
care about that goal, guys. We won the cup.
It's true.
we started the draft with an absolute bombshell, and then it's just been, hurtling down a little bit.
And this is going to be a long draft too. So watch, the Lightning will trade their 62nd overall pick as soon as we get to it, and drop down in the third.
Or
because they've done that before.
the 62nd overall pick, Tyler Johnson to the Buffalo Sabres for their 2021 first round pick and a fourth round pick.
And a fourth round pick. I like
Book it. It's about to happen. Insider.
Insider.
I'm an insider.
Wait, you say outsider?
No, I'm a hockey insider.
Oh, I thought you said outsider for a second.
Yes, I'm a hockey outsider.
That's funny. Alright, cool. That's all uploaded and good to go. As we currently wait for the Lightning's first pick of the 62nd overall pick, so still got a while to go. Also, if you guys are enjoying this live stream, please leave a like on the stream. It really helps us out a lot, so we do appreciate that. As we hang out here.
We are an hour through the draft. More than an hour 15 through the draft.
We've been streaming for an hour and a half, but yeah, hour 15 through the draft.
And we are 13 picks in?
That would be correct.
God.
I'm telling you,
Forever.
The second round is also very slow for whatever reason, but it's amazing if you look at the length of the second round and then like the length of the fifth round, even the fourth maybe. It just starts. These picks are going to start flying off the board. So hopefully that starts soon, as obviously these teams are still taking their sweet time.
Why am I seeing all of these highlights of goals against the Lightning? Like,
I don't know.
Like, I'm not even on NBC. So, like, why am I seeing Lightning hate right now?
Oh, boy.
You know why? Because they're trash, Jake. They're trash.
Alex Lafreniere with a overall rating in NHL 21 and 82. Wow.
Get out of here. Get out of here. No
hasn't even
prospect.
played a game, and he's
No
almost
prospect. He has a better rating than Anthony Cirelli.
He's almost as good as Braden Point. He ain't even played a game yet. Looks like the Red Wings are getting ready to announce their pick here. Oh, wait, no. Wait, was there a trade I'm seeing? Yes, there was a trade. The Detroit Red Wings have traded the 45th overall pick.
With Tampa.
They have acquired the 51st pick and the 97th pick from the Los Angeles Kings. So the Kings are on the clock now with the 45th pick, giving up the 51st and the 97th.
This is from Steve Dangle. Day 2 of the draft started 80 minutes ago. The Leafs have currently not picked. The Leafs still have 11 picks in this draft.
Oh my, that's ridiculous. I mean, hey, the Lightning, don't have that many picks, but we haven't picked either. And we've got what? What'd you say? 8? 8 picks?
9. Or it's between 7 and 9.
Let's see, 1,
Which is
2,
like
3,
conveniently
4,
the
5,
record of
6,
Jeff
7.
Fisher.
It's 8. We have 8 picks.
8.
8 picks. And we haven't even done one of them yet. It's going to be a long day.
This is going to be the longest day. Still at pick 45. Jesus.
in other random news, I cannot wait to update my flag over there in the back, as you guys can see in the background, as I did order
Flag gonna say Stanley Cup champion.
my Stanley Cup Champions flag. But unfortunately, that stuff won't get here till like the end of the month because shipping. But boy, did I acquire my Stanley Cup merchandise, because what else would you spend money on? Food? Nah. Stanley Cup merch.
I'll eat the flag.
So again, hey everybody, welcome to.
So I can taste what it's like to be Stanley.
Welcome to all of our viewers. Hope you guys are having a great day. We're checking out the NHL Draft right now. It's slow moving right now, but hopefully things will pick up soon. Waiting for the Lightning to make their pick, which they do not have the 61st pick. They have the 62nd pick. But if you guys have any questions at all, be sure to leave them in the chat. We'll be happy to talk about those as we wait for the Bolts to get on the clock. If you guys do enjoy this stream, please be sure to leave a like. Subscribe to the channel if you guys are enjoying this kind of content. We got a lot more content coming out here for you very soon. Lots of fun stuff. Be sure to ring the bell also so you don't miss out. Which, by the way, Michael, we're getting very close. I've been teasing it. I just started teasing it on Twitter a little bit. We have a very exciting interview coming up on the channel. So be sure to follow us on Bay Bolts, or on Twitter. At Bay_Bolts for some teasers on who that might be. We actually have 2 interviews coming up in the near future, so you don't want to miss those because they're going to be good. Very exciting stuff.
Just overall, this is shaping up to be just an exciting week to 2 weeks in the NHL calendar, especially for us.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
We've got a lot of things going on. The NHL's got the draft today and tomorrow, or yesterday and today. They got free agency opening up on Friday. Like, should be great. I'm looking forward to it.
Kings are still on the clock here. You know, you think if you wait all that time to make that trade, you already know who you're going to pick. But I guess we're going to reset the clock now and wait for them to figure out who they want to pick. Which, by the way, picks coming up. It's 46, 47, 48, which is Chicago, and then Montreal back-to-back at 47 and 48.
All right. So I know this is a very good live stream. I told Jake I'd need to take a couple of minutes off around 1 o'clock. So, Jake, I'm sorry to leave you, but I'll be non-video for a couple seconds.
All good, my friend. Go do what you need to do. You guys can hang out with me for a little while as we continue to wait on our pick coming up here. So again, be sure to drop any questions that you guys might have in the chat. Be happy to talk about those. Let's check Twitter for some fun news, see if we can break anything else on the stream. Oh, it looks like my stream might have froze. That's probably why I haven't seen anything in a little while. Let's fix that. There we go. Oh, so the Kings did go and make their pick. They selected defenseman Brock Faber. And now Chicago is on the clock with the 46th pick. So the Kings are going for another defenseman. Really trying to bolster that D, it would seem. Very long draft, second round, almost kind of like the first round with all the. I mean, none of these guys are even getting jerseys either, too, but taking their sweet time, that's for sure. Looks like we're getting an announcement now for the Chicago Blackhawks, as they are ready to make their 46th pick. They've got a jersey ready to go. tells me they knew who they were grabbing. And it is going to be... I couldn't read the name on the jersey before they changed it, so let's see if they put up the name here in a second. Drew Cosmo? Drew Cosmo. He is a goaltender. So I believe the second goaltender to go off the board here. He's 6 foot, 280 pounds. He had a, let's see, his record for the USA under-18 team, 18-7-1 with a 2.05 goals against average and a .920 save percentage with 3 shutouts. So Chicago going the goaltender route, which actually makes sense. Corey Crawford's definitely getting up there age-wise, so we don't know how much longer he will still be around. But I like this pick from Chicago. Definitely trying to look in the future here for their goaltender situation. And I mean, hey, a .920 save percentage, not bad at all. So pretty good pick from Chicago. So the Montreal Canadiens now on the clock with the 47th and 48th pick back-to-back here. And then we got the Calgary Flames at 50. And then we are just 12 picks away from the Tampa Bay Lightning making their first selection in the 2020 NHL Draft. So we're getting closer here. The Montreal Canadiens are an interesting, they just traded away Max Domi. So it'll be interesting to see the route they go in here with the draft. They try to fill that spot, or they're close to a playoff team. They made the playoffs. So I'm not really sure where they're going to go in this direction. I think they moved Domi out for maybe a cap space thing, but I don't think that's the case. Because I believe Josh Anderson has a similar cap hit. But Steve Tango, I think, summed it up perfectly as he said on Twitter. Does the amount of time between picks go down after each round? Please say yes. I'm right there with you, Steve. But which it should. Normally, this is how these things go, as they start to get much quicker as we get into the later rounds. Although, if you ask me, the second round should not be this long. This is ridiculous. It is extremely long. But let me know in the comments who you guys want to see the Lightning go after with the 62nd overall pick, which I just seen go after a left wing, a right winger, a defenseman maybe. Let me know. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Looks like we're getting an announcement for the Montreal Canadiens for their next pick. And they have selected left winger Luke Tuck. 18 years old, 6'2", 203 pounds, a left-handed shot. So there you go. I just talked about Max Domi. I believe is listed as a center. But going with that forward position. They're showing the family right now. He's still got the tag on the hat, which is kind of funny. Let's see his stats here. 47 games, 15 goals, 15 assists, and a +6 rating. So it looks like you can do both, even maybe a two-way forward here for the Montreal Canadiens. I think that's a good pick considering the Max Domi move. But they are right back on the clock here with the 48th pick. So hopefully they have that one in mind already. We'll see where they go next year. And then after that, we've got the 50th, which is the the Calgary Flames pick, and then Detroit on the clock at 51. They just had traded down for the Los Angeles Kings. Still waiting to see if Tyler Johnson's going to be on the move for the Lightning. It's been said that gave the Lightning a list of teams. He's one guy that they're probably going to need to move out if they want to sign some guys with that $5 million cap space. That's all they have, which is not enough. The flat cap could not have come at a worse time for the Bolts. I don't think it would have made a huge difference. They still would have had to move a guy out more than likely, because goes up like what 1-2 mil, which gives you $7 million in cap space. Help us sign a couple of guys, but not a ton either. So, but obviously doesn't help whatsoever. That was an unfortunate situation for the Bolts, having a flat cap this year with the pandemic. So hopefully they can get back to getting fans in the stadium, so we don't have to worry about that in the future. Which, by the way, it seems like the target date for the NHL to start back up is January 1st. I believe that got pushed back. I think they were actually shooting for December. But January 1st is the current goal for the start of the next season. I was talking about this before. I would like to see the NHL go ahead with a different, because, normally off-season starts up in October and then ends in January. And obviously with this year, everything got put on hold. I'd like to see them do this current kind of schedule where they start in December or January, I think it was that I said. Yeah, so it doesn't end in January. But point being, I'd like to see them move to this start in December, January, end in September season, because I think that would benefit the NHL, not having to compete with things like the NBA. And they end up in the finals at the same time that hockey does, because they both have similar start times. Hockey starts a little bit before, but I think that could be super beneficial to them in the long run. But we'll have to see what they do if they end up trying to go back to the regular October season. Looks like Montreal Canadiens are back to announce this pick. They have just made their selection. I'll tell you as soon as it pops up on my screen here. And they have selected Jan Misek, I believe, center. 18 years old, 5'10", 175 pounds, and a left-handed shot. There you go, a center and a left winger, which is basically the positions Domi played. So definitely, I think, replacements for him. Played in 22 games with 15 goals and 10 assists, a -12 rating, but let's be honest, plus-minus doesn't matter too much. But not bad for 22 games, 15 goals, 10 assists. Easily a point per game player. It's not bad. I think I like those two picks for the Montreal Canadiens. They're back-to-back. So the Calgary Flames are now on the clock, who, by the way, released their new jerseys. Well, again, I say new, but a lot of teams are, going with this retro look where they go back to their old jerseys and maybe change a few things. Calgary, another team to do that. They look great, though. Everybody loves those old jerseys. They do look very good. So we'll have to see if more teams continue to do this trend. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers did it in the NFL. Ottawa Senators just did it. Calgary Flames just did it. Some teams have done it with their third jerseys, where their third jerseys are throwbacks to those original earlier days. So, and I don't mind it. I like a lot of the old jerseys for a lot of these teams. I wanted the Lightning to do something similar with their third jerseys before our black ones got announced. I wanted them to take basically the design of our original jersey, except not have the old logo, you just have the new logo in that spot. I thought that would have been really cool. It's what I was hoping for, but obviously did not go in that direction. I do like our jerseys, though. They did grow on me a lot, so they do look good. They do look good. Looks like Calgary is already making their announcement for their pick. And I gotta say, over that, I'm not sure if that's the GM making the announcement, but he does not look like he's having a fun time. And it looks like they drafted a forward here. No, defenseman. They have drafted Jan Kuznetsov, common last name here in the NHL. 18 years old, 6'4", 209 pounds. He's a left-handed shot in 34 games, had 2 goals and 9 assists. Looks like another defenseman coming off the board here for the Calgary Flames. Jan Kuznetsov with the 50th overall pick. So looks like we're picking up a little bit of pace here, which I like. Hopefully we can keep that up. As the Detroit Red Wings are now on the clock. Let me know in the comments down below as well what kind of videos you guys want to see next on this channel. We'd love to hear what your guys' thoughts are to make sure we can put out some content that you guys are enjoying. Hopefully you are enjoying all the stuff that we've been putting out recently. Got some fun interviews coming up for you very soon. But make sure you subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss out on that. But if you guys have any suggestions of what you want to see in the near future, let us know. And be sure to check that out and try to make some of those videos for you guys. My Twitter to refresh here. So someone on Twitter saying getting less and less likely for a second for Killorn or Johnson. Honestly, I think if anything, they might trade for a first-round pick next year, which I'd be completely okay with. I don't think they might make a move for this first-round pick. Looks like Detroit is now announcing their pick here. And the Detroit Red Wings have selected Theodore Niederbach. Center, 5'11", 172 pounds, right-handed shot in 40 games, had 15 goals and 33 assists, so a playmaker going to the Detroit Red Wings. Scouting report, very good offensive instincts. That makes sense with those 33 assists. Strong two-way game, according to the scouts for the Detroit Red Wings player. Pittsburgh Penguins now on the clock. Next we got the 52nd pick with the Pittsburgh Penguins, then 53rd and 54th pick, which is the Carolina Hurricanes and the Philadelphia Flyers, respectively. For whatever reason, the NHL has stopped showing who the, at the bottom of the screen they have the next 3 picks, but they haven't shown who the third upcoming pick is. It's not just the NHL logo, which is weird. I don't know why they decided to not do that anymore. So something interesting here, Syracuse Crunch just tweeted this out. Luke Tuck, who is a Syracuse native, who was drafted 47th overall by the Montreal Canadiens. So congratulations to him. So I've also seen this from NHL.com. The NHL teams have until 5 p.m. today to make qualifying offers for the restricted free agents, which the Lightning have not done at all yet. So I would expect to get an announcement at some point today. The Lightning have made qualifying offers to their restricted free agents. I'd be shocked if they didn't. I mean, look at guys like Cirelli, Sergachev. Those are guys who absolutely make qualifying offers just to be sure, because you don't want it to go over and then those guys to get offers and possibly leave. So hopefully we get that announcement very soon. I'm sure the Lightning in their fashion will announce it right before that 5 p.m. deadline. Something they do a lot, making trades and stuff like that at the last second. Pittsburgh Penguins have made their pick, and they have taken goaltender Joel Blomqvist, I believe. The Pittsburgh Penguins taking a goalie after trading away Matt Murray. So obviously piling their AHL squad with their goaltenders, or the word I'm looking for here, their farm team, so to speak. But now the Carolina Hurricanes are on the clock with the 53rd overall pick. Shouldn't have done that. Next couple picks here, we got 54th and 53rd, which is going to be Philadelphia and then Detroit. Detroit back on the clock once again. Seems like we picked up a little bit of speed here in the second round, which is good to see. As we've already been going for over an hour at this point. I think we've been streaming for almost 2 now. Yep, hour 55. Oh boy. Looks like Carolina Hurricanes are currently announcing their draft pick. And they have selected Vasily Pronomarov. That's definitely not right. But center, he's a centerman. And he is 18 years old, 5'10", 160 pounds, left-handed shot, 57 games, scored 18 goals, 31 assists with a -9 rating. Looks like another playmaker off the board, this time headed to the Carolina Hurricanes. Lots of playmakers in this draft so far that I've seen. It looks like they finally fixed that, who the third pick is for the next 3 picks. Next 3 picks is going to be Detroit, Philly currently on the clock, and then Detroit, San Jose, and the Canadiens. Hopefully we get some more news to break here during this draft day, rounds 2 through 7. By the way, NHL, I think, has done a very good job with their virtual draft. hopefully we can all be back in stadiums and doing things as normal very soon. Which, I know NHL teams are going to want to do because they've lost a lot of money by not having fans in stadiums. So hopefully we can get back to that soon. Maybe at least socially distance, like some of the football teams are doing right now with limited capacity. I know this has not been fun for anybody. So, although the one bright spot of 2020 is the Lightning are Stanley Cup champions. See, I got my Stanley Cup champions hat on still. I had to put my shirt in the wash because it had been too long of me wearing it. I wore it almost every day. And will continue to do so. Got to make sure everybody here in Gainesville knows who the Stanley Cup champions are. Because obviously the NHL teams aren't telling everybody on the draft. Again, welcome to anybody new, maybe just dropping in for the live stream, rounds 2 through 7. If you guys are enjoying this live stream, be sure to leave a like down on the video. That really helps us out. Also, be sure to let us know in the comments if you have any questions. Be happy to answer those for you as we wait here for the Lightning to make their first pick. They have the 62nd overall pick. We'll be updating the picks as we go on over there on the right-hand side over there. So we're getting close here. We still got a little bit to go on the 54th pick currently, so we're getting there. Also, be sure to subscribe to the channel, ring the bell so you don't miss out on more content like this. Got a lot of fun things coming up for you guys. Also, be sure to let us know anything you might want to see in the near future. And looks like Philly made their pick. Detroit's also announcing their pick as well. Philadelphia select Emo Andre, I believe, defenseman. And Red Wings have just selected Cross Hands, left winger. He played in 60 games with 22 goals and 27 assists and a plus 20 rating. 6'1", 167 pounds. So Red Wings really going in that forward core. And now San Jose on the clock with the 56th pick. So we're getting close here to that 62nd overall pick. We're sure to give you guys our best in-depth review when we do get the pick. Still no word on Tyler Johnson rumors. I haven't seen anything as of late, which is interesting. Don't know how those trade talks are going, if at all. Although I do expect them to make that trade soon, the next couple of days. They could be trading for picks next year as well. So don't think the Lightning can only trade for a second rounder this year, because first rounder would be just fine. Looks like San Jose is making the announcement for their pick now. They only have $5 million in cap space. If you want to check out our thoughts on unrestricted free agents and restricted free agents, be sure to check out our latest video on the channel. We already talk about that, who we're going to re-sign, what the contracts could look like, and what players they might need to trade in order to free up some cap space. So, San Jose has selected Tristan Robbins, a right winger. 18 years old, 5'10", 176 pounds, right-handed shot. In 62 games, he is 33 goals and 40 assists. Very good numbers. Plus 16 rating. Scouting scouts say that he got better and better this year. But those are pretty good numbers right there. That's a point per game player this year. A lot of forwards off the boards. Seen, I think, 2 goaltenders go off in the second round. A couple of defensemen as well. So next we got 57th overall pick for the Montreal Canadiens. And then the next picks are 58 with Boston, 59 for Toronto, and then 60 for the Los Angeles Kings. And then we are just 2 picks away from the Tampa Bay Lightning getting to make their first pick. Interesting news here outside of hockey. Miami Dolphins have been given the clearance to go to full capacity for this season. So, as I mentioned before, if the Lightning wanted to put fans in the stadiums, they definitely could. As I don't think anybody, at least governor-wise, is going to stop them. But that's politics talk we don't need to get into. As we wait for the Lightning to make their pick here, as we get into the later parts of the second round. Canadians still on the clock. Don't forget, guys, make sure to leave some comments down below. Let me know what you guys want us to talk about. Michael will be back here with us very shortly. Welcome, everybody who's in the stream. If you're here for the first time, thanks for checking us out. We here at Bay Bolts, all our coverage is focused on the Tampa Bay Lightning. We got game news, game recaps that we normally do during the season. We have history videos that we put up every once in a while, and a lot of you guys have enjoyed those as well. Hope we'll get another one out soon for you. Interviews with players and coaching staff, all that good stuff. Yeah, I've seen on Twitter someone just said that it's really quiet for the Lightning, even on the rumors front, which is interesting. Could mean they have a deal already worked out, just nobody's heard about it, but not much going on the rumor front. We'll have to wait and see if the Lightning are able to pull off a move or if they end up making a trade later. I do expect to see those restricted free agents get qualifying offers soon enough. That deadline is at 5 p.m. today. Michael, welcome back.
Thank you. Apologies once again, everybody. Just had to do some school work.
Hey, school comes first.
It's the middle of the week. How are we doing in terms of drafting? I suspect that we're nowhere near our draft pick.
Actually, we're getting kind of close. We're at the 57th overall pick, so a couple more picks.
Wow.
We're getting there, though. It's definitely picked up a little bit, although now the Montreal Canadiens have slowed the pace back down.
Mark Bergman is tending to do that all the time.
Steve Dangle, he put out a tweet, I don't know if you saw, he said the time in between picks gets shorter as it goes on, right? Please say yes, which I thought summed it up pretty perfectly, which it's supposed to, which is good. But, yeah, we're currently on 57th pick, and then we got Boston, Toronto, and then L.A.
So teams that don't matter.
Yes. So we're still waiting. I haven't seen any too crazy picks. We had 2 goaltenders go in the second round.
Really?
So.
Wait. Did Askarov finally get? Wait, no. Askarov got taken on the first.
I'll be honest, I don't even remember. I'd have to go back and look at a draft board.
Askarov went 11th overall to Nashville. They have been busy in this draft.
No rumors on the Lightning front, though, draft or trades wise. So.
Ooh, we want chaos. We want chaos.
Yes, all the chaos. Which, by the way, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter saying, hoping the Lightning are making a move. Like, oh, well, maybe the Lightning will trade for a second-round pick now for Johnson or Killorn. Keep in mind, they could trade for a first-round pick next year. It doesn't have to be this year. There's no pressure on them to get a pick now.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's easier to get first-round picks next year than it is this year as well. Well, not first-round anymore, but second-round even. So I don't expect the Lightning to trade for a pick this year. If they're going to move out Johnson or Killorn, which I do expect them to do, I think it's going to be for picks next year or some players. Who knows? More than likely picks because they're just trying to clear as much cap space as they possibly can. We'll have to wait and see. By the way, the deadline for qualifying offers to restricted free agents is today at 5, which I didn't realize.
The fact that we haven't done that. Oh, shoot. Oh, my God. Montreal is trading down to Tampa for 124 and a second next year.
So there you go. The Tampa Bay Lightning moving.
I think that's Killorn.
Did Killorn just get traded? Oh, boy. Here we go. I have not seen anything pop up officially yet, so I'm waiting to see.
Unless that's just a straight up trade.
It could be just a draft pick trade.
So we got 57 for 124 and a second next year, which might be in the 60s.
Yeah, I'm seeing Eric.
Wow.
Lightning Insider. So Tampa Lightning traded in the 57th spot and now on the clock give up the 124th pick and a 2021 second round pick. So they've got somebody they want.
Jake, would you like to do the honors on the Baybolts account?
Yes, I am switching over right
because
now.
I'm still writing my piece on, or I'm still doing my pictures of Stevens and Smith.
So it doesn't look like any Killorn or Johnson movement. It's a 124th pick and a 2021 second round pick for the 57th pick.
Come on, I'm trying to keep this thing rolling. Get the ball rolling.
I'll update that on
they must have found somebody they really like.
Yeah, that's a lot to give up. I will update that on our draft board here in just a second as I put this tweet out.
Like I'm not gonna blame JBV. I think it's good that he's going out and doing that.
If they've got somebody they like, absolutely. Real quick, so it was.
If Al Murray says I like this guy, you go get that guy.
Right. They acquired the 57th pick, for the
124,
124th pick, and a 2021 second round. So that means we still have our 62nd pick as well.
Yeah, now 2 second rounders. Oh baby, I'm feeling good. No, screw you. Stupid ads.
And looks like we're getting ready to announce that pick. There's JBB out. Hanging out in the arena.
Is there a Stanley Cup there?
There is not a Stanley Cup, which I'm disappointed.
Maybe he is away from everybody else.
And we have made our pick. Waiting for a name to pop up because I have this on mute. We have selected a center, Jack Finley.
Jack Finley, welcome to the main roster in 3 years.
Wow, his height, 6'6". 213 pounds, a right-handed shot. Wow. That is a big guy.
Dude, he looks like a big boy.
61 games, 19 goals, 38 assists, so a little bit of a playmaker it looks. So let me tweet this out now that I got to update our overlay. I like this move. We have a lot of centers, so we definitely don't need the center position, but 6'6" guy, it's a big player. So obviously the Lightning see something in this guy here. So scouting report, really good. Details in his game: good hockey IQ, uses long reach effectively. So there's your scouting report on Jack Finley. So Jack Finley, welcome to the Tampa Bay Lightning, the 2020 Stanley Cup champion Tampa Bay Lightning, might I add.
This is awesome. Welcome to the team, Jack Finley. We
He
are
almost seemed like a
super
defenseman.
excited to have you. Yeah, he's built like a defenseman. The fact that he's a right shooting center is always good to see. I am so excited for
like this
someone
pick.
like this. I see all these people saying, why didn't my team make that trade? You know what? It is a lot to give up, a second and a fourth for a second. But if they wanted him, they got it.
Yeah, and if he turns into a great player, it's again, like, you can't judge these things right away, because if he turns into something great, I mean, great trade. If he stinks, bad trade. But we're not going to know that. How many goals did I say he had?
He had, I don't remember.
I'm just going to rewind here real quick and then go back live. No, maybe not.
Of course, you have all the stuff prepped, and the Lightning do something, and all that prep goes out the window.
I know. I apologize, guys. I haven't updated the overlay on the stream. I'll do that in just a
No,
second.
not you. Just overall, like, I feel the same way too.
I'll just Google his stats real quick. I do need to update the overlay though.
He's a power forward. Like, how many people can you say that about? 6'6".
6'6" is mad. I mean, that's a defenseman build right there, which excites me.
Wow. Okay.
So he had 19 goals, 38 assists. That's what I said, right?
30. Yeah, I think so.
It's coming from elite prospects.
Boston's already making their pick. This thing is going quick.
Yeah, it's starting to pick up. So Boston now on the clock.
Jack Finley.
And now let me update
Yeah.
our overlay here. So we added in
Welcome to the 2027 Stanley Cup champions, Jack Finley.
57th pick is Jack, or center Jack.
This is from Bolt Prospects, by the way, which, I mean, he's very good. Big price to pay to get Finley, but he's probably a future 2 or 3 center for the Lightning, with Cirelli taking the other spot.
I love it.
High IQ project, a lot to work with, major asset to have during the playoffs at his size.
We gave up the 124th pick this year, correct?
Yes.
So let me.
Which, like, you know what? It's another thing of, like,
we already had a 4th round pick too.
We had a 4th round pick. It's the same thing of, like, not to equate sports, but like it's a Tampa thing. The Buccaneers trading to get Rob Gronkowski when they had an extra 4th round pick. And now with OJ Howard out, Rob Gronkowski's going to dominate. Like,
good for my fantasy team.
Like, that's the sort of stuff that I look for. Like,
I'll have to go back and clip this after the show and clip all the draft picks that we made. our reactions. I honestly thought they traded Johnson or Killorn when you had that reaction.
I did too, but then I saw like, oh.
By the way, Boston selects Mason Lahori, defenseman. And the Toronto Maple Leafs are now on the clock. So
watch them trade back again. Just to make Steve Dangle even more upset.
(6'6", 213 pounds. That is a massive build for Jack Finley.
Listen, like, I get it. Like, a lot of people are sick when you focus on, like, the size of prospects. Like, I know Pierre McGuire does it all the time, and we hate him for that. But, come on!
That's
like,
one of the biggest players that I know in the NHL.
But, like, the Lightning are one of the smallest teams in the league.
Toronto Maple Leafs have selected Ronnie Hirvonen. He is a center, 5'9", 164 pounds, left-handed shot, 5 goals, 11 assists in 52 games.
Apparently, he's NHL Network's number 45 prospect, so the fact that the Leafs got him at 59 is pretty cool.
Yeah. I wonder what Jack Finley was.
Probably like 145. Because, you know, everyone loves the Maple Leafs. Once again, welcome to Maple Leafs, Jack Finley. God. I have such high hopes for this kid. Do I think he's going to be like Kucherov? No, I don't. But, like, he has the potential. Like both prospects said, he has the potential to be the future number 2 center.
I mean, 19 goals, 38 assists. That's great for a 6'6" guy. He's obviously a playmaker. Can make some really good defensive plays. So I like that a lot.
Yeah, he's got a big reach.
Probably a little bit of a gritty guy too.
Yeah,
I would imagine at 6'6". I like the pick. I'm very happy with that. So, by the way, the Kings are on the clock right now with the 60th overall pick, and then the Lightning back on the clock at the 62nd pick. So we're coming right back up here in just a minute.
Watch them trade that pick.
They might, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised.
Trade it with Johnson or Killorn. Get like a first next year.
I better get my tweet ready.
Still making graphics. You guys gotta slow the draft down.
Now we want the draft to slow down.
Now I want the draft to slow down. I just want it to slow down enough where like after the Lightning pick whoever they're about to pick, after the Lightning pick whoever they're about to pick at 62, I don't care. Keep the draft going fast. But like,
we gotta wait just a minute here. Do you think should we upload clips of each draft pick? That'd be a lot of videos. Or honestly, we should just do a draft recap video. Is what we should do. Instead of, yeah, let's do that instead.
Jake, just for perspective, this guy's full foot taller.
I know. He's huge. He's
well, come on.
Yeah, we'll do a draft recap video for you guys soon at some point. Instead of just clipping all these things, it's being way too much. So let me know, you guys know in the comments on the video. Let me know, what do you think of Jack Finley, the 6'6" center? Tampa Bay Lightning have selected with 57th overall pick. I like the trade. A lot to give up. 4th round and the 2nd round. I mean, you know what? Not even that. 4th round and a 2nd rounder next year. We did have all of our picks for next year, but not anymore. The Lightning have 3 7-round picks, by the way, next year.
Yeah, yeah. We had 9 picks in next year's draft already. The fact that we gave up a pick this year is fine. This guy, born September 2nd, 2002. Well, so on Elite Prospects, they have him ranked at 6'5", but on NHL Network, they said he's 6'6". Doesn't matter. He's massive.
Looking at the replies for the Lightning tweeting out their draft pick, people seem pretty happy with the pick, so that's always good to see. LA's still on the clock here. I wonder if we've got a trade coming up here. As we wait for the 60th overall pick. And the Bolts should be right back on the clock here as we approach the 62nd pick. It'll be interesting to see what they do with that pick. If they're going to draft another guy in the 2nd round or if they trade it. Lightning have made double 2nd round selections before.
Most notably, I believe the last one that they did was in 2017. Let me pull up the draft picks real quick for the Lightning.
I believe one of them was Mitchell Stevens too.
Yeah, one of them was my boy, Mitchell Stevens. Yes, so 2015 was the last time we did it without a 1st round pick. Mitchell Stevens was taken 33rd overall. Matthew Spencer was taken 44th overall. Matthew Spencer was traded to the Buffalo Sabres this past year for Devontae Stevens, so that did not work out, but Stevens is a fine enough player. The last time that we had 2 2nd-rounders in a draft was 2016, where we actually had 3 2nd-round picks, Libor Hayek, Boris Kachuk, and Taylor Radish. 2 of them are still with the organization. Hayek is now with the Rangers and is now statistically the worst defenseman in the league.
Garrett Jackson says, great pick. We need more Giants on the team. Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. We have a lot of good, smaller forwards. I got the speed on the team.
Whoa, Jake.
Uh-oh.
Elias Anderson to the Kings.
So there was a trade. That's
for
why
the
it was
number 60 pick.
Wow.
The number 7 overall pick from 2 years ago was just traded for a 2nd round pick.
Wow, that's crazy. So
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. So there you have it. That's why this is taking so long, is because it looks like we've got another trade here. As we await for the official announcement on my delayed stream. Looks like they're making that announcement right now.
Good for them. Good for the Kings for taking on a pick. Good for the Rangers, or taking on that prospect. Good for the Rangers for getting something for him.
So there you go. Just announced on the draft coverage, Elias Anderson for the 60th overall pick. So the Rangers obviously have somebody they are got their eyes on to give up a forward like that. I don't know what his stats have been the last couple of years. Well, he said he was drafted last year, correct?
I think 2 years ago he got hurt. I know that much.
Let's take a look. Let's give it a quick search.
Yeah, that's a big deal though. The fact that
Anytime you trade a top 10 pick like that.
Yeah.
So the Rangers now on the clock with the 60th overall pick. Let's see here. Okay, Elias Anderson. He played in 17 games for the New York Rangers this year, or last season. He had 1 assist in those 17 games, and then he played 13 games in the AHL with 4 goals and 1 assist. So, I mean, and like I said, he was hurt. The year before, he played in 42 games with the Rangers, had 2 goals, 4 assists, 6 points, and then in the AHL had 6 goals, 14 points, and 6 goals, 14 assists, and 20 points in 36 games. By the way, the Rangers just made their pick, William Coley, left winger.
In
62
really
games,
good numbers
22 goals, 20 assists.
Yeah, really good numbers in Windsor. He's probably going to spend another year in the OHL before allowing him into the system. Good pick for the Rangers. He's going from technically from the bright lights of Hollywood to the bright lights of Broadway, if you want to make that connection. But
Elias Anderson, though, he seems like he's not 7th overall pick worthy, but not terrible, it seems like, either. He's still got some potential, only 2 years. And he had to play in the NHL right away, which you can't expect much from a guy like him in the NHL right away. But 6 goals, 14 assists in 36 games for 20 points isn't too bad.
Yeah.
And he is on the Rangers, so.
Good for him, man. I'm glad he gets a fresh start.
Ottawa Senators are now on the clock with the 61st overall pick. And then next, after that, it's your Tampa Bay Lightning back on the clock for the 62nd overall pick.
On a reply to Elliot Friedman's tweet, LA threw that pick away like a silver medal. For those who don't remember, Elias Anderson was that prospect that threw the silver medal into the crowd when his team lost. I believe it was the World Juniors. That is a fantastic. That's a fantastic burn. First of all, shout out to Luke Tuck from BU Men's Hockey, was drafted by the Montreal Canadiens at 47. Would have loved to see him in a Lightning uniform.
Syracuse native.
Represent my boy at BU. Good luck, man. I hope you come back for another season of BU, but good luck.
Ottawa is currently making their selection right now. And the Ottawa Senators, with the 61st overall pick, have selected Igor Solkov, left winger, 20 years old, 6'4", 235 pounds, right-handed shot. A lot of big players. Lightning back on the clock here now.
I'll be right back.
What did you just say? And we have our pick. So with the 62nd overall pick, the Lightning have selected forward Gage Conclaves. 6 foot, 165-pound forward. So another forward for the Bolts. I'll get you his stats here in just a second.
Sorry about that, everybody. I may have just spilled coffee on my computer.
Gage Conclave, 6 foot, 165 pounds, left-handed shot. Another center, by the way. I can't believe we've selected so many centers.
I mean, the Lightning's philosophy is that you can never have too many centers. Like, you look at their active roster.
Here's his stats.
So many people.
In 60 games, 33 goals and 38 assists, so very good numbers. Plus 32 rating.
So he was a projected third-round pick. I remember him because of his weird name. He was a projected third-round pick, but the fact that you took him at the end of the second isn't going to kill you.
No, I mean, the last pick of the second round. So there you go, folks. We have finished the second round of the NHL Draft.
On to the third round.
Yes, still a long way to go.
Still a long, long way to go. I have a feeling things are going to pick up significantly. They have to. They have to. That took 2.5 hours. I'm excited for these prospects. Like, good for them. Yeah, now it's 2 minutes per pick, by the way. Okay. It has to be. It has to be.
Six foot, 6'5", 33 goals and 30 assists. Those are really, really good numbers from him. I'll pull up some older stats for everybody here in just a second. I need to update the overlay here. There we go.
So it'll be interesting to see which position the Lightning go with in round 3. Considering they have 2 picks in a row.
2 centers already off for the Lightning. I like to see them take a left winger at some point.
Bro, I know. You mentioned that.
We need left wingers.
We need left wingers.
So I'd like to see them go for left.
Justice for the left wingers.
By the way, I think I said conclaves. It's with a G. Conclaves. Gage conclaves.
Boy, if you end up getting a position with the Lightning, have fun pronouncing that name.
Conclaves. Actually, not too bad. So yeah, 33 goals, 38 assists, 71 points last year. The year before that, in 67 games, he had 1 goal, 14 assists, and 15 points. So, much better year this year. When he played in the BC under 18 group, he played in 40 games, 30 goals, 41 assists, and 71 points. So, it looks like he's got the potential to be a very good two-way forward.
Yeah. You don't want to rely on your analysis based on one Twitter account, but Bolt Prospects
right.
is that guy that I go to. when I don't know who we pick, which is most of the time. So I'm just going to pull him up real quick, see what he says. Again, it's not the be-all, end-all, but it's nice to have some stuff, some good ideas. So another forward, he's not ranked by the scouting service according to Bolt Prospects. He's a two-way center, and then they got a reply. They had him at 114 overall, but he's an average skater with good skill and high IQ. That's the thing, is that I look at all of these players, whether it's Finley or whether it's I'm gonna call him Gage. That's his first name, right? I think so. I don't even know. Somebody help me. We're already 3 hours into this. Yeah, Gage. The thing is that, Tampa's big thing is their skating ability. Barb Underhill is their skating coach. She's the best skating coach in the NHL, even though she's sort of an independent contractor. She works with a bunch of teams. But, she works with the Lightning all the time. Why do you think someone like Ryan Boyle became a great skater? Why do you think someone like Braden Point became one of the best skaters in the league? Why do you think Victor Hedman is one of the most smooth skaters in the league? Because they work with Barb Underhill. If we can get Finley, 6'6" man, to be finesse, the sky's the limit, man. Top six potential. I am so excited for him. Same thing with Gage. If we can get him going.
Absolutely. These are two good picks. I like it. I don't love that they're both centers. Obviously, like I mentioned, I want some left wingers, but I can't complain at all. I'd love to know, by the way, everybody in the stream, welcome. Let me know in the comments below your thoughts on our picks. What do you think of our first 2 second-round picks? Love to hear your thoughts on these guys. They definitely got some good potential, so we'll have to wait and see how they all end up developing.
So during commercial break, 2 picks were made. Detroit selected defenseman Donovan Sibrango, and Toronto selected defenseman Tori Imela. So they finally decided to make a draft pick. Toronto did. Good players. Don't really know a ton about them, but both teams are desperate for defensemen in their system, so it doesn't hurt. Speaking of teams that are desperate for defense in their system, can we please select a defenseman? Please.
Yeah, the two, I believe, biggest needs
left wingers and defense.
For the Bolts, are left wingers and defense. Right-handed defensemen specifically.
Man, we need any sort of defenseman. You look at our cupboard, it's completely bad. Who do we have? Who do we have in the system? Nobody. Let me go to the Lightning's draft picks. Come on. Of course, this thing's been trending. Okay, so defenseman in the system. We have Maxwell Crozier for 4th-round pick from last year. Quinn Shemiman from the WHL in the 6th round last year. The year before, Dmitry Simkin. No, don't really love that pick in the 3rd round. Alexander Green, yeah, we signed Alex Green to an entry-level contract a couple weeks ago. He's fine. The year before, Callan Foote, he's going to make the main roster. Nicholas Perebex, I don't think he's with the organization anymore. That's 3 drafts where we've selected 6 defensemen, and only one of them is going to make the team, and only one of them is even signed to the organization. It's just that's the only complaint I have right now. Is we need to draft defensemen high in the draft.
Yeah, there's definitely a need for us there. Obviously, the Lightning also like to make a lot of trades, especially when it comes to defensemen, to acquire some people. But I would love to see some defenseman picks and some left wingers, just because there's not a lot of left wingers. I think we have like 2 or 3 on the team right now that are actually playing for us, which is not. We have a lot more right wingers, that's for sure. But we'll see what they do. But you know, like what the Lightning did with this pick, you know, if you got a good center out there that you want, obviously go for him. Absolutely.
Yep.
So,
the Edmonton Oilers have made qualifying offers to defenseman Ethan Bear and William Legason. The following players will become unrestricted free agents on Friday: Andreas Athanasiou, Matt Bennett, Logan Day, Cameron Hebrig, Ryan Kuffner, Ryan Mantha, Agnes Redman, and Nolan Vesey. So the name in here that I actually want to discuss is Nolan Vesey. They traded a 7th round pick for this guy, and they're not even going to qualify him after 1 season.
interesting.
Like, why would you do that? And the same thing is with Andreas Athanasiou. They traded 2 2nd round picks for him.
Yeah, that one surprises me a little bit. He's been a decent little player for them as well. So,
Gage Conclaves. Very excited. Also, should mention, I mentioned Luke Tuck, and I apologize. Hats off to Drew Camiso, who got drafted by the Blackhawks at 46. BU represent, baby. So back-to-back Boston University picks, which is great to see.
good for them.
That's good for us. Always got to support my boys.
Absolutely.
Let's see.
By the way, guys, if you are joining our stream or the channel for the first time, be sure to leave a like down below. Lets us know you guys are enjoying this kind of content. Helps us out a lot. Also, be sure to subscribe to the channel and ring that bell for notifications so you don't miss out on more content like this. We got a lot of exciting things coming up for you guys in the future. Let us know in the comments down below what you want to see next, what your thoughts are on these draft picks. We'd love to hear from you guys. As we now continue to wait for the Lightning's next pick, which will come in round 3. We have the 85th pick and the 93rd pick in the third round.
94th pick in the 5th or in the 4th.
In the 94th pick. So back-to-back picks coming up here in the 3rd/4th round. And you can see all of that to the right-hand side. If I can point, there we go. I got it listed there. It's I say to the right-hand side, but it's flipped. So I'm pointing to the left.
Okay.
But it looks like I'm pointing on the right on the screen. Always got to remember that. 2 centers. So far, for anybody just joining us, Lightning with the 57th overall pick selected center Jack Finley, 6'6", and over 200 pounds, big guy. So very interesting pick to see. Lightning traded up for that pick as well. They traded the 124th pick this year and the 2021 second round pick. And then at the 62nd overall pick, they selected Gage Conclaves, also a 6-foot center who had 71 points this last season. So a very big centerman who's, kind of like almost a defenseman forward, so to speak, just because of his height. When it does super long reach, he had some goals and assists as well, probably a two-way forward type of guy. And then Gage Conclaves is a pretty nice center as well at 6 foot, and then he can put up the points, another two-way forward as well. So we've been talking about, Lightning probably don't really need centers that much when you look at it position-wise, but these are obviously 2 guys Lightning liked and went up to go grab, and, I don't think you can complain too much about these picks because they're both look like solid guys. The scouting reports on both these guys are good, especially Jack Finley. I think that's who I'm most excited about just because of his size.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be, hopefully, or he's got top 6 potential. So like that, you're looking at a guy who is already massive, already big, and you're saying, well, he's got the potential to be the second line center. Or if Anthony Cirelli and Braden Point are still on your team when this guy develops, the third line center at 6'6". That's incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Love this tweet. Let's see if we can get through the third round in under 2 hours and 10 minutes. Wow, that was how long the second round was. We should, though, because things are going... there are a couple of picks. Red Wings and Toronto both pick defensemen. I think we said that already. But the Minnesota Wild just made their pick. They have selected Damian Hunt, 18-year-old defenseman, 6 foot, 198 pounds. Left-handed shot. That's how crazy. I know I keep saying this, but most defensemen are like 6 foot, 6'2", 3". This guy's 6'6" and a forward. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So very excited for him. By the way,
I'm loving it.
Damian Hunt's stats: no goals, 15 assists, -24 rating in 28 games, which makes sense for a defenseman.
Who were you looking at? Oh.
Damian Hunt for the Wild.
Dude, and just looking at like the growth that Gage Goncalves has gone through since 2018-19, when he had only 15 points in 67 games, and comes back and he dominates.
Listen to this. This is interesting from Joe Smith. Tampa Bay Lightning second round pick Jack Finley said he was pumped. Tampa Bay picked him having been close with their scout. So there you go. That might be some insight on why the scout, Kelowna, I believe, was obviously likes this kid and have a little bit of a relationship. Compares his style, hopes to be like Ryan O'Reilly type, a big two-way center who can play in all situations. Father Jeff, an NHLer, a big influence for him. So there's a little information for you on second round pick Jack Finley. Welcome to the team. Very excited for his future here in Tampa Bay.
Yes.
Also, the Los Angeles Kings have selected right winger Kaspin Simontival, who played in 48 games, 25 goals, and 32 assists, plus 11 rating.
I'm just waiting for another bombshell.
What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's what, Thursday?
Tomorrow is Thursday, yes. Happens to be my busiest day of the week. I love it.
Tomorrow at 10 to 11. Oh, Dallas made their pick. Another defenseman off the board. Ian Moore. 6 foot, 271 pounds, right-handed shot for the Anaheim Ducks. Lots of defensemen right now going off the board. Get this fly out of here. 10 and 11. There we go. So the Vegas Golden Knights are currently on the clock. With the 68th overall pick. Okay. All right. actually, we'll be right back. So, Michael, if you could take over real quick, I'll run and take a quick bathroom break because this has been a very long draft.
So, everybody, thank you so much for joining us for this live stream of the draft. The Lightning have done, I think, pretty well in getting 2 centers off the board, going with Finley and Gonclaves. Again, we've mentioned this over and over, but it bears repeating. The best possible positions that they could look out for the next couple of picks would be defense and left wing. So, just overall, I think that the draft has had a couple of big moves, waiting for a couple of bigger moves. You know, we've seen Nick Bonino get bought out of his contract. We've seen Matt Murray go from the Pittsburgh Penguins to the Ottawa Senators. Very excited to see what's going to happen next. The third round is sort of the last round where something big tends to happen, so that's why I'm waiting for this next big thing to occur. Just overall, I hope the Lightning to understand that they need to get the qualifying offers in the next 2 hours, and at this point 45 minutes, because if they don't, Cirelli, Sergachev, Chernak, and Verhaeghe, as well as the other RFAs, are going to be UFAs, and that's not good. So we just got to see what happens. Hopefully they announce that within the next 2 hours, because I don't want to come back around 4:30. Good overall draft. I think that the Rangers are extremely pleased with how they've been drafting, especially the fact that they got the first overall pick. I think that the Kings have done a fantastic job. I think the Senators have done a fantastic job. There's one team where I look at them and I go, why? It would probably be the Minnesota Wild. And now that I bring that up, and I do apologize, Nick Bonino was traded to the Wild. He was not bought out. Kyle Turris was the one that was bought out, not Nick Bonino. So, Predators have been making moves. They've I guess, been doing well. Steven Santini is also on waivers. The fact that they got Luke Cunnin in the draft or on that trade was good. They would be another team that I would consider a winner. There are no real losers in this draft, except for the Wild. I'm not a fan of the moves that they've made. Maybe the picks that they've made will turn out well, but I'm not a fan of the trades that they have made so far. This offseason is going to be something else. Taylor Hall, Alex Pietrangelo, Jakob Markstrom are all on the board. Torrey Krug's another one that could possibly be available in this free agent frenzy. One big contract that you won't see on the market is Robin Lehner. Lehner was the Vegas Golden Knights starter throughout the playoffs after they got him to the Blackhawks, signed a 5-year, $5 million contract per. So I think that's a great deal for the Golden Knights, and I think they're looking at trading or buying out Marc-Andre Fleury, but we shall see what they decide to do. That is where we are right now. During the commercial break, I don't think any teams made picks, but I will look right now to see the last pick. The last 4 picks were Casper Simon Tyval, excuse me for the mispronunciation, Ian Moore by the Ducks, Luke Cormier by the Vegas Golden Knights, and Alexander Nikishkin by the Carolina Hurricanes. The Detroit Red Wings are now on the clock. It is amazing how much these people are shoving NHL 21 in our face. I can't believe the amount of things I've seen from NHL 21, which most likely I want to buy because of Be a Pro, but I just don't think it's going to happen. There are so many changes to the games that needs to be made, and until those changes are made, why would we buy the game? So once again, if you have any questions, don't be afraid to leave them in the comments down below. We are reading and responding to every single question that we get. This is a long live stream. We're going to continue doing this live stream, but we hope that you guys are having a great time. Cormier was taken earlier by Vegas, and the Detroit Red Wings have now taken their selection, defender Emily Vero. So once they get going with that, we will talk about Emily Vero. Jake, welcome back.
Hello.
We're just talking about Emily Vero, who was just taken by the Detroit Red Wings, but not much has happened because they decided to take a commercial break just for you, buddy.
Great time. I'm actually heating up some food right now because I got hungry, and I figured it's the best time to do it before things start really picking up and we start drafting picks like no tomorrow. The Senators just made their pick.
They did. If John is so happy that we got what's his name? Finley.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Nice.
Both Tampa Bay Draft. This is interesting from John's Twitter account at Sanity saying 123. Both Tampa Bay draft picks compared themselves to Blues players.
Yeah, I saw that.
Finley compared himself to Ryan O'Reilly. Goncalves compared himself to Jaden Schwartz. Really interesting. Just waiting for it to happen. Yeah, so the Senators take at number 71 Levi Marilinen. So Levi Marilinen, a goaltending prospect. That's very interesting because we just talked about earlier how the Senators got Matt Murray. I believe they still have Philip Gustafson in their pipeline. That was from a trade. I think that was from the Derek Brassard trade a couple of years ago. He hasn't really panned out, but still interesting to see what type of moves Senators make, considering that they have one of the worst players in the league. Bold Prospects just retweeted this from Donald Goodrow, or Godrow. I felt that Jack Finley was woefully underrated all year. Not surprised at all to see him land with the Tampa Bay Lightning. Tall and lanky, but it has real pop in his stride, great hands, and a high IQ. When he fills out his frame, look out. And so now the Calgary Flames have made their draft pick at number 72 overall. They have taken defenseman Jeremy Poirier. Poirier, defenseman, 18 years old, 6'1", 196 pounds, and he shoots left. Last year with the St. John's Sea Dogs in the QMJHL, 64 games, 20 goals, and 33 assists. Looks like a good puck mover. so that's always nice to see. Got a quick little wrist shot. I think that this is a great pick from Calgary. You know, they've been long known to have one of the better defensive systems in the NHL. Now they add to it with their guy in defense, Jeremy. He also led in 2019-20 QMJHL defenseman in goals with 20 and shots with 261. Do you know what that means? That means he was shooting at under a 10% clip this season, which is crazy to think about. How many goals he actually scored. It'll be very interesting as the Predators are now on the clock, it looks like, as the draft is starting to pick up, and I love to see that. The Predators have taken with their pick defenseman Luke Prokop, 19 years old, 6'4", 217 pounds, a right-handed defenseman, which are very needed in every NHL system. In Calgary with the Hitmen in the WHL this past season, 6 goals, 19 assists, 59 games played. A great play, a really good player. Fills need more than I think best player available for Nashville, but Nashville has this pipeline of extremely talented defensemen. You look at Ekholm, Yossi, they had PK Subban at one point, Ellis, Fabro. They've got some more players down in the minors. Like, this could be a defensive gem for them in the 3rd round and 73rd overall. For those of you still on the broadcast wondering what the shirt of mine is, it is one of those shirts that they were selling for I guess it was non-profit for the Tampa Bay Lightning. This one is the Victor Hedman with his dog. So, you know, just in case you were wondering, I really wanted the Alex Killorn one, but got the Victor Hedman one instead. Looks really nice, especially with basically Sweden and art and like that. Very happy to be able to wear that on draft day. So better than wearing a jersey, for sure. We are still a ways away from the Lightning's 3rd round pick. Once again, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, please feel free to put them in the comments. We are looking at every single comment. This is good. Like, this is a good thing for the Lightning. This is a good thing for entirety of the NHL. Really happy with how this draft has gone, and hopefully how it will continue to go.
Alright, I'm back.
Hello, Jay.
Let me just shut my door. What'd I miss? For
Nothing
the
really.
75th pick?
Okay. So this is not necessarily lightning related. This is Tampa related. Jake, we may have saved the Rays.
We have what?
From what I'm hearing from the founder of the Draft Network, they say, per source, the city of Tampa will be breaking ground on it. Oh, I lost it. Per source, the city of Tampa will be breaking ground in approximately 2 years on a massive state-of-the-art stadium that will have a retractable roof. And he tagged the Rays and the Bucks in it.
You love to see it.
I hope this is true. He's not verified, but
Never know.
If this is what has happened, I will cry what happens. I love the Rays. The Rays, and I know that Jake is going to be pained by hearing this. The Rays are my number one team. Like, I love the Lightning. I love the fact that we're Stanley Cup champions. I grew up a baseball fan. Like, that's what I did.
Yeah. No. Hey, that's cool, man. Listen, Team Tampa Bay. I'm all for the Rays. And
They didn't say where though. That was the concern.
You look at the Lightning with Jeff Vinnick and all the money he's put into this team and the stadium and the area around it and how much Tampa has grown. The Rays have really struggled over in St. Pete. They need to be in Tampa. So if that's true, that's huge for them. I think that's a really big boost to the city, to the Rays as a franchise. So really good news if that is true. I hope it is, because I would love to see them in Tampa. They almost had that stadium last time, but then it all fell through. So hopefully they made some headway there.
Okay, so my computer has decided every time I hit the space bar to automatically give me a comma sign. I don't understand what's going on. What the heck? Did I just get hacked or something? No, not hacked.
That wouldn't be good.
I really hope this virus or this stream didn't screw it.
We still have some time before. Well, actually, we're getting a little close. Both with the 85th pick and the 93rd pick in the third round. But once we get to the 85th pick, a little bit of rapid fire for the Bolts with 85, 93, and 94. So getting a little bit closer. Currently on the 76th overall pick. Next, we have Edmonton on the clock. Then it's Pittsburgh, Columbus, and then Chicago. And then by that point, the Bolts will be about 5 picks away from being back on the clock. I've already taken 2 centers so far. Jack Finley and Gage Goncalves. Finley being the more talked about, as he is 6'6", insanely big player. Thank you all, by the way, for hanging out with us in this stream. I know it's a long one, a lot going on. But I hope you guys are enjoying. If you are, please be sure to leave a like on the stream. That really helps us out and lets us know that you're enjoying it. Also, be sure to subscribe to the channel and ring the bell so you don't miss out on more content like this.
I think I may have just screwed myself over.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
I spilled coffee on my computer. I thought everything was fine, but all the keys are messed up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Damn it. That's gonna be a fun conversation with my dad.
You know, it's funny. I was watching a video from the hockey guy who was looking at our team, the Stanley Cup champion team, and he was talking about how a lot of our guys are are not big players. We have a lot of, under 6 feet guys. And these last 2 draft picks, both 6 feet and up. One of them being 6'6". So the Lightning going for the size route, which is not something they've done before normally. Our defense has always been over 6 foot, but as for the forward core, no.
Edmonton is trading for number 76 for picks 100 and 126. Surprising.
100
No,
and,
San Jose is getting those picks. Sorry.
100 and 126?
Yeah. For two fourth rounders for a third round.
Interesting. So Edmonton obviously has a guy they would like to jump up and grab here. Or no, excuse me. That was San Jose who acquired the 76 pick.
Okay, so now everything seems to be working on my computer. Which is good. The M is still a problem.
With that pick,
Period.
the San Jose Sharks have selected Daniel Gushnev. That's not right. But left winger for the San Jose Sharks.
Yeah, so it looks like there are only a couple of letters that are a problem. But the space bar is working, which is fantastic. If you missed it earlier, I spilled coffee on my computer like an idiot. So, still working.
Pittsburgh Penguins currently on the clock with the 77th overall pick. Scrolling through Twitter here to see if we have any more rumors going around.
So the only welcome to me desperately trying to, save my life while they're killing me this time. The only things that seem to be a problem, that's a big problem, is the I the I takes an O with it, the K takes an L with it, and the space bar takes the next two keys. Or not the space bar, the period takes the next two keys. Oh, okay. So now it doesn't take the M anymore.
Michael, I do wonder why you brought up that tweet earlier with the Rays and breaking ground. They did add a Go Bucks in there. I wonder what the Bucks have to do with it. If they're maybe joining in and building the stadium?
There's no way. There's no way.
Still a lot of picks to go here in this day 2 of the NHL Draft. We have 2 third-round picks and then a 4th-round pick as well, which is back-to-back with the 3rd-round pick. We have the last 3rd-round pick in the first 4th-round pick. So Lightning will have a lot more players to grab, and we can talk about here very shortly. As we have just reached the 79th overall pick, Chicago now on the clock. This is interesting. Pittsburgh has selected another goaltender with the 77th overall pick for Calle Klang. So after trading Matt Murray, the Pittsburgh Penguins have now selected 2 goaltenders. So obviously Pittsburgh moving in a different direction when it comes to their netminders. Still waiting for that 5 p.m. deadline coming up here for the Lightning to qualify some of the restricted free agents. Still no news on that front. I expect the Lightning to qualify their guys. I'd be surprised if they don't. Guys like Sergachev, Sorelli, those are guys you guaranteed qualify. It'd be crazy not to. So hopefully we get some news on that front soon. I'll be sure to let you know as soon as we find out. And here's what I should do. I should pull up. Let me pull up if there's a NHL draft board.
Jake, I am so disgusted.
What happened?
Because I have found out that the groundbreaking stadium proposal is fake.
Ah. Well, there you have it.
I am also... What the hell?
Of course it was too good to be true.
Yep. Also running into an issue where my backspace button is now turning my audio down.
Man, your computer's having a little bit of a fit.
Man, I never do anything bad to my computer. The one time that something happens,
I cannot find a live draft board, unfortunately.
like the period seems to be back. Like God, this is so frustrating. Apologies to all our viewers. I think you are more inclined to hear something. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Calgary Flames with the 80th overall pick have selected Jake Boltman. Wow, what a name. Man, the Lightning should have taken him. Boltman.
Get him on Doc Talk.
Bolt is literally in the name. Chicago just made their second pick. They made the 79th pick and now picked 81st. And they've selected another left winger, Landon Slaggert. 13 goals, 11 assists in 47 games last year.
If I turn off the live stream, will things go smooth? I think they will. I can just follow along on Jack. Hopefully names to remember.
So, things we're waiting for currently for the Lightning. Obviously, their picks waiting to come up here. And then some qualifying offers for restricted free agents as that deadline is at 5 p.m. today. Also still waiting to hear any news on possible Tyler Johnson or Alex Killorn trades, as Lightning still need to free up some cap space. We did hear that Johnson had given the Lightning a list of teams to work with on potential trades, but we haven't heard any rumors as of late, so unknown if or when that might happen. So Lightning coming up for the picks here soon. They have the 85th pick, and we are currently on 82. So I'm going to go throw this out real quick, and then hopefully by that time we'll be ready to go here for the Lightning's next pick. And hopefully it's a left winger or a defenseman. Oh boy. Let's take a look here. Lightning coming up very soon here. The LA Kings currently on the clock with the 83rd pick. I love this tweet from Bolt's prospects. Calgary denies Tampa Bay the opportunity to draft someone named Boltman, thereby getting full revenge for the 2004 Stanley Cup.
I mean, they're not getting the cup anyway, so it's fine. It's fine. So, Bolt prospects. I like to swing at Finley with no first rounder, give them a chance at top shelf quality versus a depth guy. Floor is high, so risk isn't really much of a risk. At worst, he's a 4C most likely. Now for a defenseman at 62. We now know that 62 defenseman can happen. First response, defenseman at 62. May I suggest Andre Schuster? Lightning legend.
No, you may not suggest.
By the way,
Andre
Andre,
Schuster.
if you're watching this, can you please check your Instagram direct messages? I sent you an interview request.
Ooh, that would be a fun one.
Yeah.
You know who I've messaged multiple times and has never gotten a response back from either is Tyler Johnson.
Has he read it?
I don't think so.
I mean, you could say you could probably see if it's seen.
I don't know. I know I've sent him a message before though. Yeah, they're busy guys. They're busy winning Stanley Cups, so I can't complain too much.
Come on, baby. Where?
So we are on the 84th overall pick here. That means next up are the Tampa Bay Lightning. Let me get my tweet ready.
You're gonna trade it. Just watch. Just watch. You're gonna trade it. Waiting for us to get to like pick number 100.
Okay, the Kings selected at 83 right winger Alex. It looks almost exactly like Lafreniere. So
Yeah.
the Kings have selected Alex Lafreniere's double ganger. Apparently, which how great would it be if he turns out to be better than Alex Lafreniere?
Got it.
We picked the wrong one. I don't think it's actually Lafreniere, but it looks very, very similar. I can say that much. I'm still waiting on New Jersey here with that 84th pick.
By the way, this is the pick that was given to us by San Jose in the Barclay Goodrow League.
All right, for everybody in the chat right now, put your predictions now down below. Who you think the Lightning? What position do you think the Lightning will draft at? And the Tampa Bay Lightning are now on the clock officially with the 85th overall pick. Connor says defenseman for the Lightning. I like that. That would be a nice pick. I'm hoping left wing. Although we did get 2 forwards already, so maybe a defenseman would be a better pick.
The Wild have given their qualifying offers out to Louis Videlpito, Jordan Greenway, Capo Kukanen, and Brandon Nealmy. Greenway and Kakinen probably will make names. The other two are definitely.
Tampa Bay Lightning. Come on, make our pick. Let's see what we get.
From Haley Salvian on from the Athletic. It feels like the Senators acquired Matt Murray 2 weeks ago at this point. It really does.
All right, there's the pick is in. So the Tampa Bay Lightning, with 85th overall pick, selects Maxim Gorshev, a right winger. So not a defenseman, not a left winger.
Why not?
I believe he is Russian, so we love our right wing Russians.
We do. We do very much.
I'm waiting to get some information here.
Maxim Gorshev.
And of course, I think the draft is about to cut to commercial. Yeah, they just cut to commercial as soon as we made a pick.
They're already playing, by the way, the KHL. So he's already playing.
So stats, let's see. So far he's played 10 games, has 1 assist. Last year, he had 36 games played in the KHL for 1 goal, 6 assists. 8 games played in the MHL with 3 goals, 2 assists. I'm trying to find on the full season here. In 2018 to 2019, he played 47 games played, 7 goals, 13 assists, and 20 points. And he is Russian, so.
So the thing with him is, the Lightning have to be pretty confident that he is going to get better. Because I'm not going to lie, I'm not a fan of this pick.
Yeah, initial thoughts, I don't love it. Obviously, I trust our scouting department because their old draft picks speak for themselves, but not a position of need for the Lightning. And there's no stats that jump off the page for me. I'll go ahead and update that on the overlay now. So it won't be long until we have our next pick, Lightning with the 93rd and 94th overall pick here. Right wing Maxim Gorshev.
Again, from Bolts Prospect, skilled winger who was ranked number 50 by Scouting Services. So he was ranked higher than Finley.
Wow, 50, and he was drafted at 85.
They love his toolkit, so I presume he's very skilled. He's a two-way guy. Sure, why not?
Again, I don't like, just as me, I don't like this pick because it's not out of a position of need for us. And he does, again, his stats don't jump off the page. However, he's Russian, so I automatically have a little more trust because we've done very well at drafting Russians. And obviously our scouting department is very good, as I mentioned before. So I don't love the pick, but we'll have to wait and see and how he turns out. And obviously that goes for any of these picks.
Absolutely. Again, daily thing or pick thing. Got to shout out my boy, Dylan Peterson, from Boston University was just selected by St. Louis. Congratulations, man. You deserve it. Jake, if you could do me a favor and try and find, because it looks like Maxim Gorshev played in the World Junior Hockey Championship. Could you find me his stats for that tournament?
Yes, let me take a look. Do you know what was it last year?
20. I don't know what year, but it should be on Elite Prospect.
The WJC, the World Junior Cup, is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Yes.
So yes, he actually did it. He played in it twice. He played in the under 21 and the under 18 the year before.
Okay.
He played 7 games played last year. Did not have any points. Was a +1. And then in the under 18, he had in 7 games played 3 goals, 1 assist for 4 points, and was a +2.
Okay. I don't hate that.
No, so he
Like,
made a little bit of an
obviously
impact.
Obviously, he jumped up and he wasn't ready, but I don't hate that.
He's had some good, when he was younger in the 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019 years, he had 33 points, 20 points. And then he's been bouncing around a lot. If you look at where he's played, he hasn't played a considerable amount of games. I mean, he played 36 in the KHL last year, 47 in the MHL before that, but played with Russia a lot for a couple of times. So you got to keep that into consideration as well. So he hasn't played like a full season with anybody.
Tell someone a picture of him.
If you go to Elite Prospects, there's a picture.
No, I'm looking for like a regular like size.
Oh,
Sure
I see.
they've got the
I see what
long
you're saying, yeah.
picture.
This is from Elliot Friedman. Word is Columbus and Max Domi are making process on a contract extension.
I hope so.
Who they just traded for.
They didn't trade Josh Anderson just for a third-round pick. I am surprised to see Columbus be one of those teams that was like, yeah, we'll take on extra. Because, like, when I think of Columbus, I think back to the David Clarkson, Nathan Horton deal with Toronto. And the reason they traded away Nathan Horton was because Horton couldn't play anymore. And they couldn't insure, like, his contract didn't have any insurance. So what they did was they traded it to Toronto. They couldn't pay the insurance. They traded it to Toronto in exchange for David Clarkson, who could still play. And then David Clarkson ended up getting hurt. Anyways, but, like, I'm surprised because, like, a couple years ago, they weren't in the position to play anyone. So, you know, in this COVID era, I am surprised that they're willing to pay some.
Bolt's coming up here in just a couple more picks. Currently on the 90th overall pick. So in 3 picks, the Lightning will be back on the clock once again.
What are the odds they take defenseman?
I would like to think high. But so far from what I've seen from this draft, I don't know. I mean, 2 centers and a right winger, but I hope that this is either a defenseman or a left winger here.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I understand that they signed, I think his name is Simkin, something like that. I apologize for the name mispronunciation, but I understand they signed him. He was one of the prospects. I understand they signed Green. He was one of the prospects. I understand they signed Sean Day. He was the Rangers prospect and, got let go by the Rangers. You still need more prospects, guys. You still need more defensive prospects.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, they are going to have back-to-back picks here, folks, with the 93rd and 94th pick, last pick of the third round and first pick of the fourth round.
By the way, guys, if you haven't seen the piece that Brian Burns wrote for the Tampa Bay Lightning site on the boat party, he was on a boat with, I believe it was Lauren, Joseph, and Johnson, and Sorelli. I don't know the exact people, but it is incredible. Brian Burns has always been a fantastic beat writer for the Lightning, but it really gives you a sense of what the celebration was like. And Brian's always tried to be a pretty even keel, non-biased reporter, but let loose on this one, and I appreciate that.
Vegas now on the clock with the 91st pick, so we're inching a little bit closer here. By the way, that 94th overall pick came from Detroit.
Adam Ernie deal. Here in Las Vegas, this is from Elliot Friedman. Here in Las Vegas, signs Chandler Stevenson to a 4-year contract extension worth $11 million.
Wow.
So that is, help me out.
4 million?
4 point. No, that's not.
Or it's just over 3, I think.
3.2. No.
But you said 11 million for 4 years?
Yes. So that's like 3.4, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 3 point something.
No, 2.75.
2.75. We suck at math.
Yes, we do. That's why I'm in communications, everybody.
Yep. Same here.
So that's actually a pretty good contract for Vegas, because he was really good for them. If I remember correctly, I gotta. Maxine. I believe that's the second Maxine that we have on.
So, fun Tyler Johnson news. Not the Tyler Johnson of the Tampa Bay Lightning, unfortunately, but looks like the Bucks rookie Tyler Johnson is going to get a go tomorrow.
Yes.
So, Team Tampa Bay, Tyler Johnson. So, the Lightning are now officially on the clock here with the 94th or 93rd overall pick, excuse me. Remember, we do have back-to-back picks.
So, the other Maxine is Maxim Kajokovic. I really hope you don't hear that. Who is one of the Lightning's best prospects. So that's good.
Really hoping we get a defenseman or a left winger here, as we await the 93rd overall pick, and then right back on the clock for 94.
Let's see it. Let's go.
see what we get. Currently on commercial, of course, during the Lightning's pick, so won't be able to see any stats that they throw out. And we have our pick, and it is a defenseman. It is defenseman Jack Thompson.
Love to see it. Jack Thompson, welcome to the Lightning.
So there you go, Lightning drafting a defenseman. I'm pulling up some stats for you real quick. Jack Thompson, welcome to the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Welcome to the team. Welcome to our club.
So last year in the OHL, he had 63 games played, 13 goals, 19 assists for a total of 32 points.
And how many games?
63.
Pretty good for a defenseman, I would say.
Yeah, for a defenseman, I like those stats. I'm not sure. I'll tell you his height here in a minute.
6'8".
If only.
The tallest boy in the world.
That's what I say. 13 goals, 19 assists, correct?
Yeah.
Defenseman. Check. Thompson. So maybe a left winger now? As we wait for.
Watch them take a goalie. I really hope they don't. Like, unless it's a 7th round flyer.
Trying to go quick here before they make that next. It is into the 4th round officially now.
That went significantly faster. So thank you, NHL.
He's a right-handed defenseman, by the way, too. So I
Love
like that
to
pick.
see it.
I like that pick by the Lightning. We were talking about earlier how we need some right-handed defensemen, and they take him. While we wait for this next pick here, let's see he's 18 years old. He is 6'1" at 172 pounds. Right-handed shot. So a good pick from the Lightning there with the last 3rd round pick, as they pick up a right-handed defenseman, which is a position of need for the Lightning. Now maybe we'll see a left winger.
Or a left-handed defenseman.
First OHL pick for Tampa since Radish and Kachuk, according to Twitter.
Really? Wow, that is surprising. Not because, the OHL has no talent. The OHL has a tremendous amount. Which is why I'm surprised that we have shied away from them. We've gone, Swedish Elite League, KHL, all those other leagues around.
Now reason
the world.
my thing froze again, so we might have a trade here.
Yes.
I think the Rangers have traded for the pick.
Yes.
I haven't gotten an official announcement yet.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Friedman, but why does it say on the stream that
the Rangers just came up? No, okay, it's Philly. The pick has been traded to the Philadelphia Flyers.
Along with Alex Killorn or Tyler Johnson or a 1st round pick.
No official word here on
Lightning make the trade.
the trade.
What is the trade? Come on, Friedman. Picked 116 and 147 from Philadelphia in exchange for the 94th overall pick.
116 and what?
147.
147. All right, so picking up some extra picks.
I like that.
We have traded a knife.
Like, think about it. We got Ernie. We traded Adam Ernie for for a fourth round pick and a fifth round pick.
We traded 94th overall pick to the Philadelphia Flyers in exchange for the 116th, 147th overall picks. Oh. All right, so there you go. Lightning have traded their fourth round pick. So let's go ahead and update this. So round 4 is gone. What rounds are those picks in? Do you know?
Judging my numbers, I would assume the fourth round and the fifth round. 116 should be the fourth round. 147 should be the fifth. So we now have a fifth round pick.
That is correct. Which it was what, 147?
Yes, 147.
Of course, this is going to completely screw up my overlay. I have to make it a little bit smaller. There we go.
First response. When I said we needed to trade, I did not expect this.
I don't mind this trade at all.
Why do I think that something is cooking?
Because you're wanting to trade. You're ready for it. You're hoping it. So you're thinking it.
Like give me what I want. Give me a trade.
By the way, with that 94th overall pick, the Philadelphia Flyers selected Zaid Winsum, right winger.
Sure, that's a person. I totally believe you. He's a right winger.
Really is Zaid. Zaid Winsdom. There you go. I am most happy, though, we did draft the defenseman, so that is good news for Lightning fans, as that was a need. So now as we wait for the 116th overall pick, wait to see if we get some more Lightning news. I mean, there's got to be something, at least with the qualifying offers, which that deadline is at 5 p.m., by the way.
Yeah, we're getting to a point where I'm getting concerned with the qualifying offers.
I mean, there's no way they don't qualify Sergachev and Cirelli unless they already have a deal done and they announce the deal before the deadline.
I doubt it, too, because,
that's the only reason I can think that they wouldn't announce those qualifying offers, unless they're just, figuring out logistics at this point. Because,
no, but they still need to do it for Verhaeghe and Chernak.
Right. And, even if you're not going to sign those people, you still want to give them a qualifying offer because then you get draft picks for them if it's a high enough salary, which it more than likely would be for guys like Sergachev and Cirelli. which obviously I hope we just re-sign those guys. But we did talk about on our unrestricted free agent / restricted free agent show that Cirelli is a guy that maybe, if the position, if it kind of, we get put in a position where somebody offer sheets him and we just can't sign him, you take the draft picks for a guy like him. Because you do have the center depth, which we've drafted even more centers in this draft as well. So,
unfortunately, I really hope we don't. But
no, yeah, absolutely. I do not want that to happen. But I'm saying, in the theoretical scenario that it does, you want him qualified for sure. So there's no reason for them not to do it. I'm now seeing the New York Rangers have qualified Ryan Strome.
Yep.
So some more qualifying news, not for the Lightning though.
Come on, maybe.
Fun fact, Jack Thompson, for his OHL team, his uniform colors were blue and white. So he fits right in.
Yeah, the Sudbury Wolves.
Fits right in with those blue colors. Blue and white. We have officially been streaming for 4 hours.
I'm not gonna lie, it feels like it.
It's been a long one.
It's been a long one. Thank you to everybody who has gotten this far.
Yeah, we appreciate all of you guys. I know I say, asking you guys to leave likes on the videos and subscribe to the channel all the time, which, by the way, please do if you are enjoying the stream. But we do really appreciate all of your guys' support as we continue to put out some content for you. Let me know, though, if there's something you guys want to see specifically in the near future. Let us know. We'd love to check that out and possibly put some different content out for you guys. I'd love to know what your favorite series are as well, if you do have one. I promise you, though, we got 2 exciting interviews coming very soon. Hopefully this weekend. The first one will be out, and the second one not too long after. But you know how it is with scheduling with people.
Shift the eyes.
Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Bay_Bolts for maybe some clues onto who it could be. Come on, give me some news to talk about. Elliot Friedman, loved everything about this William Cully interview. Fantastic. Except for the part where he said Revenge of the Sith is the best movie in the franchise. That's funny. That is the Rangers draft pick, by the way, who's currently being interviewed on NHL Network. He's getting a lot of attention for his comments on Star Wars.
As he should, because he's being clean.
Montreal and the Sharks have made a move, pick 98 to San Jose. So San Jose once again trading up for the 98th overall pick. And Montreal trading down.
Can we get to a point where we start talking about players that have been traded? Pick trading is great, but player
no more
trading.
pick trading.
More player trading.
Give me that Tyler Johnson trade. Where is it? I love Johnson, but it's time.
Johnson, Cologne, anybody. It doesn't even have to be the Lightning. Anybody.
We did get a lot of news.
We started off with a bang. We had Matt Murray going to Ottawa.
which I still love that move for Ottawa, by the way. And Pittsburgh, interestingly enough, drafted 2 goaltenders in this draft after making that trade.
Interesting that they're drafting for the future when Crosby and Malkin are not getting any. You know,
How many years do you give Alex Lafreniere until he comes over to the Lightning in a trade?
well, it's usually not in their entry level deals. I would give it 6. You know,
6?
Capo Caco and Alex Lafreniere are going to make great 10-day Lightning. They're gonna be great. Great. I can't wait. Gonna be. Okay, Jake. So I just updated my phone. How do you do the widget thing?
The what?
You have an iPhone, right?
Correct.
So it looks like all of these things, like widgets, are this new thing for the new update. Like, how do you do that?
If you go to, like, if you go and hold to edit your phone,
Yeah.
just hit edit home screen,
Okay.
and then hit that plus button in the top left, and you can
Okay.
add widgets.
Yeah, but what if I want to do it for apps that aren't on?
I don't know. They have those basic ones, and then I don't know if I don't think every app has a widget.
That's dumb.
It's probably because the third party has to go in and create their own widget, and many.
Ooh, I don't like that.
I haven't done it yet.
I'm gonna keep my opinions. Oh, now I have the translate app on my phone for some reason.
Currently on the 100th overall pick. Officially hit the 100th spot. So 16 more picks before the Lightning come back up. They did trade down last time.
Acting a Fullerman on Twitter because of all the comparables that have been done. He's 4'11". He's never had an assist. He can only skate diagonally like a chess bishop. NHL comparable Evgeny Malkin, projected third round play. It's the best accounting for when it comes to cracking jokes about how terrible he is.
You know, I just realized I have a Tyler Johnson bobblehead, actually.
some info about the qualifying offers, please?
Give us something. I do wonder why the Lightning are waiting on that announcement, or what the deal is there. It could be some legal stuff, just waiting to send the information in, it could be because they just want to give us Lightning fans heart attacks and make us wait until the last minute for information. But again, as we mentioned before, there's no reason that there shouldn't be any qualifying offers made. So I'd be surprised if there's no qualifying offers made by that 5 p.m. deadline. I need to stand up. We're going to bring over the Tyler Johnson bobblehead to summon a Tyler Johnson trade. Oh, I lost his stick.
Did you hear the trade, or was I?
Huh?
Did you hear the trade I was saying, or was I?
No, I didn't hear it.
The Montreal Canadiens traded pick number 98 to the San Jose Sharks in exchange for a third-round pick in 2021.
Oh, yeah.
They moved up around. That's all they moved up around. They might have moved up 30 picks. The Sharks suck.
Come on, Johnson. Currently, we have the Nashville Predators on the clock with the 101st pick. We need to speed things around here this fourth round. It's taking a little too long. We've moved about one pick in the last 10 minutes. Things continue to be pretty slow moving.
I'm gonna need them to hurry up before 7 p.m. because the Rays game's on tonight.
They play again today?
They play every day.
Well, they always have that one day off.
Nope, not here. You can thank Rob Manfred for that one. I'm gonna send you a video. This was retweeted by Freeman. This is from the Lincoln Stars. The moment that Jake Boltman, of course, found out that he was the newest member of the Calgary. So I'm gonna send this over to Jake. It's basically his entire team just destroying him in the pile. I'm so happy that he got drafted.
Come on, guys. I don't care about Max Domi being close on a contract extension. Give me some other news. I don't care if it's even just a rumor. I want to know. Give me the speculation on some player trades. But Max Domi does sound like he is close to a deal. So Bolts still with pick 116, 147, 157, 186, and number 217 left in this draft so far. A quick recap for anybody who may be just joining. With the 57th overall pick, the Lightning selected center Jack Finley, which the big news on him, he was 6'6" and over 200 pounds. So a big center for the Lightning. The 57th overall pick, which they traded up to get, by the way. They traded the 114th pick, I believe, and the second round next year in 2021. And then with the 62nd overall pick in the second round, Lightning selected center Gage Goncalves. So another 6-foot center. Had some decent points as well for him. Then in the third round, the Lightning, with the 85th overall pick, selected right winger Maximum Gorshev, a Russian, which surprised us a little bit considering the Lightning really don't need right wingers, but he is Russian. So, as we all know, the Lightning have had very good success with right wing Russians, Nikita Kucherov. And then with the 93rd overall pick, the Lightning selected defenseman Jack Thompson. This is one of my favorite picks so far of the draft, just because we need defensemen, and he was a right-handed defenseman as well. So good to see the Bolts picking up some positions of need, and he's put up some pretty good points in the season last year as well. So pretty good draft so far for the Bolts. I like what I've seen. I like some of the centers picks. I like the defenseman pick. I'm not sure about Gorshev, but you can't judge this early, as you need to wait, at least 3 years until you can make a judgment call on whether a draft pick was a bust or even a gem, potentially. So here's your quick recap of the draft so far, as we are over 4 hours into this one, and still about we're halfway through at this point? Not even. This has been long. I'm going to need some sugar in a minute. Oh. Hey, at least we didn't have a first round pick and have to sit around for another 2 hours just for us to make a pick, one of the last picks in the draft.
Or just wait all the way until it got traded.
That I don't remember what draft it was, but the Lightning had a later first round pick, and as a fan, I waited and wanting to see the Lightning would draft in the first round, and then we got to the pick. I was like, all right, here we go, and they traded the pick, and I was not happy. After waiting all that time. Another goaltender just went off the board. New York Rangers have selected Dylan Garand, 18 years old, 6 foot, 173 pounds, left-handed glove. He had a 28-10-3 record with a 2.21 goals against average, a 921 save percentage, and 4 shutouts. So pretty good numbers.
Wow.
Obviously.
Jack Thompson, the final pick in round 3, taken at 93 overall by the Bolts, said he compares his game to Tyson Barrie. Quote, he's relied on late in games, which is what I want to try to do as well. Well, the thing is, Jack, I hope you're better defensively than Tyson Barrie. He's terrible.
He's just comparing his game. His skill level is obviously much higher than Tyson Barrie.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be the next Matt Barzell.
I've seen a lot of people on Twitter talking about how it's kind of weird to be older than the draft picks. I thought was kind of funny.
Welcome to my world, Jake.
Hey, I'm 22. These kids are 18. So I'm 20.
I'm 19. This is the first time that this has happened to me.
Oh, boy. It was a fast news day when we first started the show, and then things have slowed down a lot. These last couple of picks have taken forever.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at the 105th pick currently. Florida is on the clock, and I think it's been like 15 minutes.
I got 3 likes on my account from a defenseman that plays in a Swedish hockey league. That's cool.
Look at you, you're famous.
I know. Come on, everybody. Let's go faster. A race. I'm playing in a couple of minutes. And I also need to figure out what's going on with my computer.
This isn't hockey related or sports related in any way, but I just have to talk about this because it's funny to me. Somebody tweeted Travis Scott and said, "Hey Travis, I lost my PS5. Can you hook it up?" And Travis Scott responded, "That I can make happen." This man is buying someone who lost a PS5. How do you lose a PS5?
I don't know, maybe he moved houses.
That's how slow of a news day it is right now. I'm talking about Travis Scott buying people PS5s. By the way, if you're wondering where the Stanley Cup is right now, seeing a tweet just now from Thunderbug, he brought the cup to the Tampa Bay Lightning, to the Tampa Convention Center. Cup has been making its round. It was with Steven Stamkos just a few days ago. I think Sergachev was out driving around with it as well. So fun to see what all the players and staff members are doing with their day with the cup.
Yeah, man. It was weird seeing Steven Stamkos raise the cup in his backyard where nobody else is. But, yeah.
Beautiful backyard, though, to say the least, with the sunset, too, coming down.
He's got a little golf course, too, like a minute putting thing.
Davis Island is where over here he lives, and that's a crazy place, Davis Island.
Been teaching his son.
Just wait till we draft his son in the first round. Steven Stamkos Part 2. Or Stamkos Part 2. I don't even know what his first name is, actually.
I don't either.
Looks like we're picking up a little bit of speed again here. We're now on the 108th pick. Pittsburgh Penguins are on the clock. The NHL is really pushing NHL 21, it seems like.
Too much. Too much.
Okay, so we have some news on the Max Domi front. It sounds like the AAV should be around $5 million per.
Good deal.
I do like that deal.
Very good deal.
I don't know how many years, and that's not 100% verified, but we're hearing $5 million per for Max Domi.
Waiting for that Elliott.
Waiting for that verified checkmark tweet before.
Yep.
But it is fun to talk about rumors and speculation, even when it's not true. And if that's true, we could be seeing that come out in just a couple minutes here. We had two more goaltenders come off the list here. Toronto and Detroit both taking some goalies. Pittsburgh took, I can't even pronounce these names. Holy cow. 109th pick. So we're getting a little bit closer here to the 116th overall pick that the Lightning acquired. So soon we'll be back on the clock. You know, I just realized something. I need to pin the tweet. I want to pin this.
The Carolina Hurricanes have extended qualifying offers to Hayden Fleury and Warren Foegele.
More qualifying offer news, but not the ones we're looking for.
We are coming up on an hour 15 until the qualifying offer deadline, JBB. All you have to do is send out the tweet, JBB.
Send a text message to the Twitter guy. Let him know. My stream froze again. They're currently talking about Henrik Lundqvist right now, who, by the way, the latest rumors suggest that he's going to be signing with the Washington Capitals, who haven't moved on from Holtby yet, correct?
No, Holtby's going to be a free agent.
That's right, he's going to be a free agent. So interesting to see where Holtby ends up going.
See, that's the thing, is that Lundqvist said, I want to go to a contender that I'm going to play like 60% of the games at. The Capitals are the perfect choice. Like, he might not play 60% exactly, but they're a contender. And
yeah, they're definitely a contender.
And Samsonov isn't going to play every game.
No.
He's going to be the starter, I think. He's not going to play every game.
Yeah, Lundqvist would get a decent amount of starts, I think, in Washington. There might be, I'm trying to think of who else might be a better fit. It'll be interesting how he does in a change of scenery. We've seen him in that New York Rangers jersey for so long.
So not only did the Carolina Hurricanes give Warren Foegele and Hayden Fleury qualifying offers, Clark Bishop, Steven Lorenz, Spencer Smallman, I love that name, Gustav Forsling, Oliver Kasky, and Roland McCall. So, I mean, Clark Bishop is like the only other one I recognize. Well, Gustav Forsling too. But.
Seeing a tweet on Twitter right now. It says, even if you don't care about the NBA, we should all tune in to at least 15 minutes of what could be the last game in the bubble just to salute them for pulling it off. Still the greatest invention since the iPhone. And somebody quoted that tweet and said the NHL and WNBA would like a word, which is true because the NHL did it first.
NHL did it best because there wasn't any problem.
I don't think has NBA had any positive cases? I don't think they have.
No, but they did have that one guy that invited
that
all
let
these
somebody,
people
yeah,
over,
the people
and then
let
got
in.
kicked out of the bubble.
NHL did a very excellent job with that bubble. Speaking of that, the NHL is weird to me because they do a lot of things very well. Like when it comes to this virtual draft, I thought they've done a good job. When it comes to the bubble, they've done an excellent job. When it comes to picking national anthem singers, they actually try and do a good job. But when it comes to other important things, they fail miserably. Like picking NBC as your broadcast partner. Or saying that games start at 8 o'clock when they actually start at 8:30.
Are you ready for this? This is from Jay Press. This is a two-part.
Let's hear it.
He's big. He's mean. He's got size. He plays big. He's a man. He cannot complete a pass. And as we learned with the Lightning, that's the kind of player you need in today's NHL. Part 2. Would love to hear what these guys would say about Yanni Gourde or Blake Coleman if they were prospects on the board here.
Very true.
Like, don't get me wrong. We've talked a lot about Finley's size, but he's 6'6".
He's huge.
Like, if you're talking about a guy that's like 6'1" and you're like, oh, he's big, he plays big. Come on, man. Really?
At 6'6", yeah.
6'6", and he plays like a monster. All he's got to do is fill out. All he's got to do is gain weight. Just
and he's already over 200 pounds.
Yeah, but
so,
he's 6'6", you probably want to be around, like, what, 220?
Probably. I don't know.
Listen, if this man wants to transform into Dustin Bufflin, just
I'm not complaining.
Mean, cranking heads into the boards, scoring goals, playing both forward and defense, I don't care.
That'd be great.
It would be a fantastic. Where are we right now?
Pick-wise?
Yeah.
111.
This draft is moving so slow.
So slow. It's weird. It seems like it speeds up, then it slows down, then it speeds up again, then it slows back down. They're definitely taking their time.
So the rumor from Max Domi is 2 times 5.
2 times 5. Okay. So a bridge deal then?
Yeah.
Kind of.
That's not bad.
No, I think Domi's a good player. And for the points he puts up, $5 million isn't too bad. You look at guys like Andre Palat, Tyler Johnson, I think that's a fair deal. I think if you're the Canadians, you'd rather it, or not Canadians, excuse me, who do you get traded to? Michael, help me out here.
Blue Jackets.
The Blue Jackets. I think you'd want it to be maybe 3 years, but 2-year deal isn't bad. I don't know what their cap situation is in 2 years either, so. Looks like Arizona is now announcing their draft pick at 111. That 114 pick is coming up here, which the Lightning originally did have, which now went to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Here's a tweet from Gage Goncalves in response to the Tampa Bay Lightning announcing that they've drafted him. Very honored to be a part of such an amazing organization. Excited to see what the future holds. Welcome to the team, Gage. Glad to have you. As we inch closer and closer to the 116th draft pick, Michael, what position would you like to see the Lightning go? I'd like to see a left winger get taken here.
I'd like to see a left defenseman.
Left defenseman, all right.
Load up on defense, baby.
I would not mind another defenseman as well, so. Currently at 112. So next couple of picks are Kings are on the clock now. Then we got Vancouver, Columbus, and Carolina. Wait, what pick did we have?
You said 116, right?
That's what I thought. Is that wrong?
Let me look.
Because NHL is showing Philly at 116.
We had 124. We traded away.
Unless they haven't updated it.
Yeah, 116 and 147.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it was Philly's pick, correct?
Uh-huh.
All right. The NHL Network has not updated the graphic because
Almost as good as NBC, guys.
they have Philadelphia at 116. It's like, wait a minute, that's not right. Because it's actually us on the clock at 116. 3 more picks to go, though. So the Lightning are back on the clock. Come on, NHL Network. Update the graphic. You can do it. I believe in you.
Hey, if I leave and come back, is that going to screw up the overlay? Like if I leave the Zoom meeting?
Yeah, well, a little bit. What do you need to do?
I just need to shut my computer down for...
Yeah, it's fine. Just do it and then just jump back into the Zoom and then it'll be fine. I can try to put something up over top of your thing anyway for right now.
I will make you the host because I'm the host right now.
Oh yeah, don't let it close. I'll just do this. Look, boom. Okay, there. Now I won't mess it up.
Why can't that make you the host? Why is my computer doing this to me? I don't understand. What the fuck?
We have Columbus's pick and then Carolina's pick, and then the Lightning will be back on the clock here. And there you go. Columbus has made their pick, so Carolina's now on the clock. That means next up is the Tampa Bay Lightning with the 116th overall pick. And I see Michael froze on me there. I don't know where he is, but I hope everything is going okay. Oh, just went out. Hopefully Michael will be joining us back soon. I had to restart his computer there. Technical difficulties. Thank you again to everybody who's joined in for this live stream. I know it's been a long one. We appreciate your guys' viewership. Really does mean a lot to us. Also, be sure to leave a like down on this stream if you are enjoying it. Also, be sure to subscribe if you haven't. Ring that bell so you don't miss out on more content like this. Got a lot of exciting things coming your way very soon, so you don't want to miss out on that. As we wait and we get closer and closer here to the next pick, Carolina's still on the clock at 1:15. Bolts up next at 116, although NHL Network still shows that it's Philadelphia's pick, which is not the case because it was traded. But we're getting very, very close here. Still no news yet on the restricted free agent front, which the deadline for qualifying offers is getting closer and closer, actually in about an hour. And the Tampa Bay Lightning are officially on the clock here with the 116th overall pick. Let's see who the Lightning will go grab. Hoping for a left winger personally, although a defenseman wouldn't be bad either. So this sounded like a 2-year deal at around $5 million for Max Domi, by the way, now seeing that. And I think we have our pick. Looks like another defenseman. So it looks like with the 116th overall pick, the Lightning have select Enon Powell. Let's take a look and see some info on him. Another right-handed defenseman. And I love that when the first thing I search is, when I search his name, instead I come up, Hidden Gem. So it looks like a lot of people might actually like this kid. He's a USA American, so 18 years old. He's 5'11", 170 pounds, right-handed shot. Last year played in, it's a Boston, he played for Boston College, so Michael will be happy about that when he gets back in. 19 games played, 5 goals, 6 assists, 11 points. Not bad at all for a defenseman. Yep, and the Lightning have officially, NHL Network just fixed that graphic issue, so. Another good pick from the Bolts. So he played last year both in the USDP and the USHL. Okay, Google. What's 43 plus 19?
The answer is 62.
I'm getting stats for so 62 games played, and he had 11 goals. And 14 assists. Pretty similar to the last defenseman they selected. update that on the overlay for you all. So that means Lightning's next pick will be in the 5th round at pick number 147. That I traded for that pick just recently. They have a 5th round pick coming into tonight. So good picks from the Lightning so far. They've gotten two centers, a right winger, and 2 defensemen. I like the center picks earlier that we kind of talked about, especially Finley's a 6'6" center. And then also their other center they picked, Gage, was also over 6 feet. And then the right wing pick, not my favorite, but we'll see how he turns out. It is a Russian, so can't go too wrong with that. Lightning have had very good success with their Russians. And then 2 right-handed defensemen, which is something we talked about we kind of needed, which is good to see. So hopefully we can get a left winger here soon. I think it's the only other thing I'd like to see the Lightning pick up in this draft. Oilers announced they have signed Jesse Puljujarvi to a 2-year contract. So it looks like Edmonton making some signings here. That's not official yet, though. Again, not official. Also, per Pierre LeBrun, Ducks could be showing some interest in Shattenkirk. So Shattenkirk is one of the unrestricted free agents for the Lightning, and maybe headed to the Ducks potentially, unless the Lightning are able to re-sign him. So interesting to see how that plays out. Let me know in the comments down below what you guys think of the picks so far for the Lightning. If you had to rate their picks out of 10 so far, what do you give them? 10 being the best. So NHL Network now talking about Ian Powell for the Lightning. See, 43 games, 6 goals, 8 assists. I believe that was when he played with in 2 different leagues. Yeah, that was with the USDP, U.S. National Team Under 18. But he also played with the juniors as well in the USHL. So here's the scouting report. Elite skater with great edges. Stick skills are excellent. So that's the scouting report. So we're nearing the end of the 4th round here as we wait now for the Bolts' next pick in round number 5, which is pick 147. Still waiting on some news regarding the Lightning for restricted free agents. quick update for you from Michael. He's unfortunately have to take his computer to the IT department, so that sucks for him, spilling coffee on that. That is never fun. So hopefully he'll be able to get that fixed. But you guys will get to hang out with me for the time being as we continue here on the rounds 2 through 7 for the NHL Draft. Again, if you guys have any questions you'd like me to answer, feel free to drop them in the comments below as we wait for the next pick for the Lightning. Also, let me know what you think of the quality of the stream as well. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, if it could be made better, if anybody's too quiet or anything like that. It's only our third time streaming, so still relatively new to it. YouTube is telling me to change something, but unfortunately I can't change it without ending the stream, which I don't want to do right this second. So, from Bolt's prospects, Ian Powell's grades: hockey sense 7 out of 9, compete 6 out of 9, skill 6 out of 9, skating 6 out of 9, and miscellaneous 5 out of 9. So not bad, especially for a fourth round pick. Which, these drafts, you can talk about if you think the kid's a good pick or a bad pick or whatever it may be. But the reality is you can't say until 4 or 5 years, well, 3 or 4 years after the pick has been made to really tell if it was a good pick or not. Because, some of the, we've seen, take Andre Palat, for example, drafted in the 7th round. Nobody, when we first picked him up, nobody batted an eye or said that was a great pick, that was a bad, you couldn't tell. You look at it now, Andre Palat was a fantastic pick. He probably would have gone much higher in the draft. But it's too hard to tell until they actually get some NHL playing time. Whew. Some more rumblings on Pula Harvey, $900K in year 1 and 1.45 in year 2 is the rumored contract for him in Edmonton. So we have 4:12, so under an hour to go until the deadline for qualifying offers to restricted free agents. Still have not seen anything for the Lightning. We are 4 subscribers away, guys, from hitting 200, which is a pretty awesome milestone to potentially hit here. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already and ring the bell. Leave a like on the stream if you guys are enjoying this. Maybe we'll do some more coverage like this in the future. Now, it won't be this long, always, though. This is the one exception. Big interviews coming soon. Very, very. Hopefully this weekend, depending on how people are able to get back to me. That's just how that stuff goes. Just saw the Stars make a pick. I haven't seen them on the board in a while. Obviously, the Stanley Cup runner-ups. See if they can make some additions to potentially get back there this year. To pick 124 here as we close in on the end of round 4. Still waiting for that 5th round pick. Woo! I need some sugar. Yes, Gage, very long stream. And we still, actually, we're almost at 5 hours. And we still have all of the 5th, 6th, and 7th round to go. So, it's going to be a long one. But, if everybody does enjoy this content, it's all worth it. Have some fun doing it. So, we're on the last pick of the 4th round right now. Montreal Canadiens on the clock with the 124th overall pick. And then the Lightning will be selecting 147th overall in the 5th round. Lightning still with 4 picks left in this draft. Still no news on any trades or signings, which is a little bit surprising. If the Lightning are going to trade, they might be waiting until a little closer to free agency. Obviously, sounds like they don't have a deal set anywhere. But we do expect to hear some restricted free agent qualifying news here very soon. Cannot be much longer. Because deadline is at 5 p.m., so we could see it right at 5 as well, though. Montreal Canadiens have officially made their selection, so we are now into the 5th round, which the Lightning did not have a pick coming into the 5th round. So, but they will have one now after a couple of trades later. Again, let me know, guys, down in the comments down below who you want to see the Lightning take. Let me know maybe your favorite videos that you guys seen on the channel, what you want to see in the future. Anything you guys want to ask at all, let me know. Be happy to, we can chat about that for a little while until we get to the pick, because at this rate it could be a while, because this has been an extremely long draft. Also, Gage, if you're still out there, how do you feel about having another Gage on the Tampa Bay Lightning? Whew. Let's check for some more news. Michael should be back with us in a little bit, hopefully. Well, if he's able to get his computer situation all fixed up. Oh, I just opened up photos. So it looks like it's official for the Domi deal. 2 years at 5.3 per for Domi in Columbus. Good deal. I like that. Max Domi's a really good player. He puts up a good amount of points, and 2 years is basically a bridge deal for Domi. So good trade, good pickup for Columbus. And the cap hit on Paul Harvey's deal, 2-year deal, is $1.175 million. Not a bad signing there either. Relatively cheaper deal. $5 million isn't cheap, but I think for Domi's capabilities, it's not a bad deal. Now, if he has an off season again, then that could be an issue. But if he's able to put up the points that he's capable of, then I like that signing at $5.3 million. I still can't believe that Max Domi trade. So Columbus, they traded similar players, Columbus and in Montreal, but I think Max Domi is just a much better player. And they even added a third-round pick in there, too. It wasn't that Montreal was getting that third-round pick. They even had to give him another third-round pick for Domi, which, if you ask me, is too much. You don't want to be sending Domi in a third for a player that's supposedly not as good. But then again, going back to the draft picks, you have to wait a couple of years to even tell if these picks are worth it or not. Sounds like, too, this deal will make Domi an unrestricted free agent next time his contract is up, so 2 years from now. Now, I'll ask you guys this. Let me know in the comments down below, what Stanley Cup merch did you guys pick up after the team won? Are you planning on picking up any more merch? I know myself, I grabbed a whole bunch. I got a hat here on now. I grabbed the locker room t-shirt, too. I got a sweatshirt. Got a flag on the way, too, as well. A couple of shirts. So I don't know if you guys are like me, but I was all over that Stanley Cup merch. These things don't come often, so you got to make sure you can remember this moment. I'd also love to hear if you guys think we can repeat next year. What are the chances that we are able to get back in the playoffs? I think we get back in the playoffs pretty easily. But depending on who we're able to sign, how many people we're able to keep, all that good stuff in this offseason, well, we'll see if we still have what we need to win it all. We should. But, guys like Coleman and Goodrow were really good additions. If we can add a couple more guys like that as replacements for Johnson, if ABB can step up this year and play really well, that would be huge for us. It'd be a great replacement for Johnson. So, will be a interesting season/off season coming up. Domi will make $4.6 million next season and $6 million in 2021 to 2022. So a little bit of pay upgrade the next year makes sense. Full battery getting a little low here. Look at this tweet. Red Wings are that person in your fantasy league who let the clock run out on every single pick. I have other things to do today. Couldn't agree more. As we continue here on day 2 of the NHL Draft. Rounds 2 through 7, currently in round number 5. Waiting and waiting on the Detroit Red Wings to make their pick. So 4:24, so we're about 35 minutes away from the deadline on those qualifying offers. Still no news from the Lightning, which is odd to me. Now, they're obviously just kind of waiting. I don't know if it could be just a legal thing or something like that, but still have not made that announcement quite yet. We do expect a lot of players to get those qualifying offers. I mean, there's almost no reason, as I mentioned before, to not give those qualifying offers. Looks like, so the reason that Detroit Red Wings took so long is the Vegas Golden Knights have traded up to 125, and they have selected goaltender Jasper Wickman. So we're finally on to the 126th pick after about 20 minutes. The Bolts will not be drafting for another about 20 picks. 21 picks to be exact. Come on, give us some news on the Lightning front. I'd love to see something. Still no new news yet. I guess while we wait, we can take more of a look at the Tampa Bay Lightning's draft pick so far. So, again, the Lightning have selected in round number 2. They traded up to the 57th overall pick to select center Jack Finley. And the big thing with him, again, that's at 6'6". I mean, that very big player. You don't see many 6'2", 6'3" players. It is even as defensemen, but 6'6" is just absolutely massive. So really excited to see how he turns out. You know, he could turn into a really good player, especially if he kind of embraces that physical role which the Lightning have needed, and we saw this year with, you know, Goodrow and Coleman, guys like that. Paquette really helped the Lightning put them over the edge. They had the offensive firing power, which Finley can do as well. So a great pick from them there. And then at 62, they took center Gage Goncalves, pretty decent little center as well. He is also 6 foot, so continuing that theme with big forwards, which is something the Lightning don't have. The Hockey Guy did a video on their roster, and all the Lightning defensemen were 6 foot or bigger, taller. But I don't remember there were any forwards that were 6 foot or taller. And now they've drafted 2 guys that are 6 foot taller, one being 6'6". So exciting to see how those guys turn out. We really don't need centers that much, but Lightning did trade up to get Jack Finley as well. So obviously the scouting department sees something in him that we may not know about. So excited about those 2 picks. I like them. Can't complain about that. And then in the 3rd round, at the 85th overall pick, the Lightning selected right wing Maxim Gorshev, who is a Russian. I didn't love this pick because I don't think we really need right wingers right now. He had decent stats, but he is a Russian, so we've had success with Russians many a times before. But then with the 93rd overall pick, this one I like a lot. Defenseman Jack Thompson, right-handed defenseman, which is something we need. We do not have a ton of right-handed defensemen in the draft prospect. So a good pick from them there. Thompson puts up pretty good numbers as well. And then 116th overall pick in the 4th round, the Lightning selected Enan Powell, another right-handed defenseman. Same thing as Jack Thompson. Put up decent numbers as a defenseman. And being a right-handed defenseman, it's something the Lightning need. It's always good to kind of build up at a certain position and make sure you have depth for each one. So if a need does arise, you can, if you're relying on one player, if you have one right-handed defenseman and he doesn't turn out to be what you expect him to do, then, who else are you going to go get? You got to go out and trade for somebody potentially. So it's always good to have a couple players at each position just so, if at least one of them turns out to be a good player, it'll really benefit your team down the road. So I like those picks. I've liked everything Lightning have done so far. I don't know about the right winger pick at 85, Maxim Gorshev, but we have to wait and see how this kid develops, how he plays. We don't know. But those are my early draft thoughts for you guys. We wait for the 147th overall pick at round 5 to see what the Lightning will do. Let's see if currently on the 130th overall pick, Devils are now on the clock as we inch a little bit closer and closer to the Lightning's next pick. Excuse me, I am getting tired. This has been a very long stream. I hope you guys are enjoying. Please leave a like down below if you guys are enjoying the stream. Means a lot to me, helps us out a ton, lets us know that you guys are enjoying the content. Also, there's been like one person in here the entire time, so whoever that is, thank you. We could see some potentially, trades come in after the draft as well. We're just under 30 minutes here until that 5 o'clock deadline for the qualifying offers. Still no news on the Lightning's end on those qualifying offers. Of course, we'll be sure to let you guys know right away as soon as we find out if anything does pop up. But still no official news on that front. Really each team should have like a minute to make their picks at this point. Because it is taking some time. Michael should be joining us back here in just a minute. Hopefully we can get back in okay. Don't forget, if you guys have any questions at all, anything you'd like us to chat about, make sure you leave it down in the comments below. Let me know what your favorite Lightning moment is. Let me know what your favorite moment from the playoffs this year, maybe. Did you pick up your Stanley Cup Champions hat and t-shirt? Love to know. We'll talk anything about the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Carolina Hurricanes have extended qualifying offers to 8 restricted free agents, including defenseman Andy Fleury and forward Warren Foegele. So Carolina announcing their restricted free agents have received qualifying offers. Again, still no news on the Lightning's front. It looks like my stream might have frozen here again. New Jersey's still on the clock right now. Michael, you there?
Hey, everybody. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I no longer have a laptop for the foreseeable future, so that sucks.
Ugh. What was the official? What did they say about it?
They didn't. They're going to get back to me tonight because they close at 7. Hopefully, they get back to me by tonight. You know, things are going so well. I've had the thing for like 4 years, and one thing happens to it, and the entire thing comes crashing down.
That is
my dad said potential early birthday present, and I was like, maybe.
There you go.
But you know, let's see how much it actually costs.
That is true.
Any questions or big news from the last however long I've missed?
So, I know you sent me the tweet. I saw that Domi has signed at 2 years, $5.3 million per. I don't know if you saw, but the one of the Lightning draft picks, Enan Powell, as soon as you had left, he is from Boston College. Or he's playing with Boston College this year, I believe. So
I'm going to have to root for him. But...
another Boston College alum for you.
No, Boston College is different than Boston University.
Oh.
Yeah, they're our rivals.
Okay, well, that's even better then. Yeah, I think it was Boston College, I believe. I could be wrong.
Yeah, Boston College.
Boston College.
Disgusting.
Well, now you can't be too mad if he scores for us. Let's see what else. I mean, on that, nothing much new. Carolina did announce their qualifying offers to 6 of their players. Still nothing on the Lightning front as we approach that deadline.
Yep, we went over that. We are, by the way, a little bit more than 20 minutes away from that deadline. If they could please announce the qualifying offers.
Also, Jesse Puljujärvi, he got a 2-year deal at 1.75, I think it was.
I saw that. You know, that's really interesting because I thought between him and the Oilers. I guess not. You know, good for him.
Yeah, like it's a cheap deal, so not bad. Also, Camden in the chat says my favorite. I did ask earlier what any of the Bolts fans' memories were. Camden says my favorite was when we were down 2-4 against Columbus and scored 2 goals in like 7 minutes, and we went on to win the series, or in OT. She says, yes, that was a very fun memory.
One of the worst games the Lightning played in that finals in that playoffs, and they still won.
Hey, at the end of that's what you got to do is you got to win those tough games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those bad games. That's what you got to do. You got to overcome those bad ones. Which, by the way, I'm looking at your picture for when you're on pause. Who is that you're with? Is that Yanni Gourde? I see a 3 there.
That's Yanni Gourde, who's like 5'7".
That's crazy. No beard. He looks very different without a beard.
No beard, no long hair. That is, by the way, that picture was taken the day before he signed his contract extension.
Wow. So you're good luck then.
I guess
Apparently.
So. We had just lost to the Predators. We were a part of the season ticket member, thing where they were like, "Hey, come get a picture with a player."
Yeah.
And that player was Yanni Gourde. Yeah. So all
Awesome.
good. I've also done it with Eric Karanak. Really, really tall guy. I mean, I'm not surprised by saying that, but he's a really tall guy.
I bet. I think I did that once with a player. I honestly don't remember who it was, though, but I have a picture in that same kind of spot where they set up that little thing for... I don't remember how I got in, but I did. So, we finally got past the 130th overall pick. It's been right back to the slow as molasses
Yeah.
again.
Cool.
The last 3 picks have been sitting here for 20 minutes. Waiting on these picks. We broke 5 hours, by the way, on the stream. 5 hours and 20 minutes now.
It's all Yzerman's fault. Like, Yzerman purposely does this stuff.
Yeah,
so annoying.
He does take a very, very long time, which is not nice. And we still have 2 more rounds after this.
Yeah, we do. Thanks, Izzy.
By the way, too, the NHL, or I think we talked about this, the NHL Network finally did change that graphic until, like, after we had drafted the pick. So they finally realized they made a mistake.
I doubt it. I doubt that they realized they made a mistake. They're probably like, oh, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Here's something interesting. The Ducks take a Russian player in the draft. First one since Igor Bobkov in 2009.
Sure.
So the Ducks are not big on Russian players, it would seem, and they finally picked one up here in 2020.
I mean, you have you heard of a Russian Ducks player before?
No, I really haven't.
I can't say I have either. So that probably is why. Like, even back in their history, I can't say that I've heard of one. I mean, is John Sebastian Jaguar's not Russian, is he?
I'm not sure.
I don't believe
I'd have
so.
to look.
Yeman Powell, right-handed defenseman, right?
Yes, both defensemen we picked up were both right-handed defensemen.
Hey, a rare commodity. I'll take it.
Yeah, he's similar to the defenseman we took earlier, which was Jack Thompson. Both of those guys, right-handed defensemen, put up similar stats. So decent players there. Can't complain about that. I still would like to see another left winger. I think we could do for that, but we...
from Elliott Freeman, Nick Cousins will be a UFA now.
Oh,
he will not get qualified. He will not get qualified.
That was the thing with Domi. He is going to be an unrestricted free agent in 2 years when his contract goes up. He will not be a restricted free agent anymore because of that contract signing with the Columbus Blue Jackets. Currently at 135, so still have about, 13 picks to the Lightning?
Something like that.
come up
Something like
again?
that. I don't know.
Or 147, I believe, is our next pick. So, tell you what, I need to go get some sugar or something to wake me up because I am exhausted.
My audio will be on, everybody. So I'm still working on some stuff video wise, and again, I apologize for this.
It's all right. It's been a long stream, so
This situation
everything
that I'm
right.
in, I'm just so angry.
it's an unfortunate one. It's never fun when technology breaks.
Yeah. Jake, if you want to get your stuff, I'll take over.
I actually might go run and grab something because I'm kind of hungry. What time is it? 4:45. What are we at? 1:36. I'll wait a little bit. I'm just waiting for that news, man. I mean, we're at 4:45, so 15 minutes now. Has there been any other teams that haven't announced their qualifying agents or offers either? Or are we the
Probably,
only
but I
ones?
can't. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. Like, JBB knows how to qualify, right? Like he did it last year.
Did he forget to send in the paperwork? Did he forget to tell somebody?
I don't know, man. Like,
Because there's zero reason to not qualify anybody. There's no reason not to. So,
man,
I don't know.
I don't even know. I don't even know. It's not good.
Dallas Stars put out a tweet 13 minutes ago that said, "Don't sleep on the 5th round," and proceeded to tweet all their draft picks from the 5th round. You had those 5th round draft picks help you out this year.
Wow, Jake.
That was me.
If I believe correctly, Jamie Benn was a 5th round pick.
That is correct. He is one of
Because
the ones pictured.
I know that because I did a trade tree on Jamie Benn. You know who originally held that pick?
Who's that?
The Boston Bruins.
Wow. Interesting.
So the Boston Bruins inadvertently have given the Dallas Stars both Jamie Benn and Tyler Seguin.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, it is true, though, what the Stars say, is you really can't sleep on these later round picks. You know, they really can turn into superstars. Any of these guys can, really. The first round.
Did I respond to them with the video of Andre Palat?
Yeah, don't sleep on the 7th round either. Or the 2nd round. Or the 4th
Dallas
round.
Dallas is a good team. They'll eventually make it back to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, I think they will, too.
And when they do, Mikhail Shaligan will dominate them just like every other 7th round pick.
I do like the Stars. I think they're a good team. They've got some good people. They need a couple extra pieces, though, to try to get over that hump.
The thing is that they're a terrible they're a terrible regular season team. They're a great, but I guess that's that. They're
Still no news for the Lightning. Let's see what's this. Currently on the 136th pick, as we continue to inch a little bit closer to that next Lightning pick. Here's a comment from Kalorn on what he learned about his teammates in the bubble. I think what caught me by surprise were guys that played video games. Ryan McDonough, I never heard him talk about video games, and once he got away from his family, he was playing video games all day long. Interesting little comment there from them, which makes sense. Honestly, I think that's what I would do in the bubble if I had nothing else to do, is just go play some video games. They're a great time killer when you have nothing else to do. I wonder what games he was playing. I think he's a Call of Duty guy, maybe? I feel like he's a Call of Duty guy.
Probably. Either that or he does what every person, like every NHL player does, and he he plays as himself.
That's a strong possibility too. Make sure he plays GM mode and gives himself a nice $10 million contract.
Yep. Why not? Why not?
I do.
It's just
thoroughly enjoy those GM modes a lot. I think they're a lot of fun to do, messing around with who you think could sign. One guy I always picked up as a Lightning couple years. I don't remember what year I was playing, but it was Cam Atkinson. I always went and traded for Cam Atkinson.
Really?
Yeah, because it was during the time we kind of needed a bottom six guy. He was relatively cheap and always put up decent amount of points every year. So I would often go trade for Cam Atkinson in my GM mode.
You know who I would always trade for? I'm back in video game, by the way.
Nice.
You know who I would always trade for is Connor McDavid.
Connor McDavid. There you go.
Well, here's the thing, is that it's so weird doing it on the phone now. I would pick a rebuilding team, like the Blackhawks or the Kings, because EA does this thing where they still give dumb players absurd value. So I would take Drew Doughty, who has the same value as Connor McDavid, and I would swap and I would add a third round pick, and then that would be it.
There's you think that's crazy. There's some guys in the NFL games that you could trade for 7th round picks and pick them up. I mean, they're 90 overall guys. It's just ridiculous. But
yeah,
that's the way it
I
goes.
think of another player that I would always try and trade for or sign in those games was Anthony Duclair. That dude he has insane speed. He has an insane shot. Yeah, his defense is not that good, but at the end of the day, you don't play EA and look for defense.
The thing I always hated about those NHL GM games, as we're on the 137th overall pick, by the way, just as an update, was the contract negotiations, because you get a guy that there was no really way to negotiate contracts, because they'd be like, I want $4.5 million, and you could never offer below that because they would just reject it. You could either give them what they wanted, or and even sometimes then they'd be like, nah, I want more. There's no way to negotiate contracts. No way. You could never get them for under.
Yeah, you can never give them for. Well, if they all ask for too much, you just trade them, because those are the types of guys that usually have at least a decent amount of value. I remember I was playing as the Canucks one year, and the Canucks are a really good team because they've got Besser, Hughes, Pettersson. At the time, they had Miller. Demko was highly rated, and the Besser asked after a 50-point season, he asked for $11 million. And I was like, okay, bye.
Bye. You can't ask those guys to take a bridge deal too if you wanted to. You got to give them exactly what they want. No negotiation tactics.
Well, you know what I would do is I would take over the Lightning, or I would take over a team and I would trade for a bunch of Lightning prospects. And as soon as their entry-level contract ended, I'd sign them to 8-year deals like that, because they would have elite potential, but they haven't realized it yet, so they're asking for nothing.
Cheap deals, yeah.
So I would sign them to 8 years at 1.5.
Could you imagine if that was the way it really was? Just a bunch of guys, 8 years, $1.5 million, turns into superstars. That's great.
ABB, what time is it?
I think I remember that Jacob Chichurin, when he was first a young draft pick, he would always turn into a 99 overall in the game.
Wait, who?
Jacob, what's his last name? Chichurin?
Oh, you're talking about the Bruins guy.
No, he drafted by the Coyotes, I think.
Oh, Chikrin.
Yeah,
Chikrin.
Chikrin.
Okay.
He turned into a 99 overall when you drafted
That's crazy.
him. A 99 overall. That was rare.
Can they make an announcement, please?
Oh, yeah, it's 5 minutes. We've got to see it. I'm going to be shocked and almost a little concerned if we don't see anything coming out from them here. Still no news. On that qualifying free agents. And for anybody who may not know that might be watching this, so there's two different types of free agents in hockey. There's the unrestricted free agent and the restricted free agent. When you're a restricted free agent, if your team gives you a qualifying offer, that means that if a team wants to sign you, let's take Anthony Cirelli, for example. He's a restricted free agent, so if the Lightning offer him a qualifying offer, then that means during free agency, if a team wants to sign Anthony Cirelli, and they say, well, they go to him and they say, we'll give you $3 million for 3 years, let's just say, as a random example. And that Cirelli can accept that deal, but then the Lightning are given the opportunity to match that deal, and he would automatically come back to the Bolts. Unrestricted free agents is completely different. For an unrestricted free agent, they can accept any deal they want and go to that team. So basically, with restricted free agency, it gives the team who had the player before an opportunity to match that offer. Now, the other thing, too, is depending on how much money the player is offered, there can also be draft picks involved. And what I mean by that is, again, going back to the Cirelli example, if they offer Cirelli $3 million and the Lightning say, all right, we can't match that, we don't want to match it, then he would go to the team, except the team would also have to give up a certain number of draft picks. The higher the money, the higher the draft picks. So you can get, I think for those higher, like $8 million deals even, you give up like your first round pick for the next 4 years or something crazy like that, or a first rounder and then 2 second rounders or something like that. So restricted free agency is actually really nice for the team that has that player, because worst case scenario, you end up getting draft picks for your players that you lose. So that's what restricted free agency is all about, and that's why we're talking about this, because all these teams have to do is give them a qualifying offer, which is usually like a year, and it's a really cheap deal, which players can take if they want to at the end of the day, if there's no one come on a deal. But it's basically like a safety net, I think is the best way to explain it. And we are now 2 minutes away from that deadline, and I still haven't seen any news. You're muted, by the way. I don't know if you did it on purpose or not.
Now, okay, did you hear anything I said?
No.
Okay. So that's what I would do in NHL, by the way, is I would wait on like a bunch of my players, but I knew that other teams couldn't offer sheet them. So I would wait and give them a qualifying offer and just let them accept the qualifying offer.
Yes.
Keep them for another year.
On a super cheap deal.
If I'm not mistaken, if you sign either a 1-year deal or a qualifying offer, you cannot be re-signed for the next year until like December.
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure on the details of that, but yes, I do believe that's the case. So we're up to 138th pick here. We're getting a little bit closer. So the Lightning's 5th round pick. And we are now 1 minute away from that 5 p.m. deadline. So we should see some news on some qualifying offers for the Lightning any second now. I hope.
Come on, Bolts.
And then after we make our 147th overall pick, I'm going to go get some sugar because I'm tired.
I will entertain our friends.
Which, by the way, to anybody who's still sticking around with us in this almost 6th hour now, thank you. We appreciate it.
We appreciate you.
It's been a long one, but it's been fun. I like what the Lightning I was talking about this while you were gone, Michael. I like what the Lightning have done with this draft. The one pick I don't know about yet, which obviously because it's always too early to talk about whether draft picks were bust or gems. The right wing pick, though, the 3rd round pick, what was his name? Maximum Gorshev is the only one I don't know about, but other than that, I do like what they've done.
Trade announced, by my monotone voice, you can tell it's not that exciting. The Toronto Maple Leafs acquire pick number 137 to the Florida Panthers, 153, so another a 5th round pick, and 212, a 7th round pick.
And with that pick, they selected Dmitry Ovechkinov, maybe, center, at 137. So it is 5:01. We officially hit that 5 p.m. deadline. The Canucks have extended qualifying offers to 7 players. So we should get that tweet any second now.
Officially, Vancouver does not qualify Troy Stetcher. That's interesting. He was supposed to be one of their big guys, too. Like one of their big pieces for the rebuild. It just never happened. And then they selected, I think when they selected Quinn Hughes, that was officially like the nail in the coffin.
So currently, the Lightning have not officially qualified anybody.
Neither has Toronto.
Okay.
So
I'm assuming they have. It's just paperwork stuff. It just hasn't been officially announced. But
can they please just announce it so that I can stop stressing out about this stuff?
They got the Bolts fans stressing, so they need to come over here and just do it.
Like everybody was like when I said like, hey, can the Lightning do something? Everybody like messaged me. They're like, you guys just want a cup. Can you relax? I want another one. Like
I want it again. I want to go back to back.
Exactly.
And hey, listen, we haven't been able to live out our normal Stanley Cup championship success. You know, normally you have like a couple of weeks, or even a month. But literally like 2 days after we won the cup, they're like, all right, let's talk about the Lightning cap crunch situation. I'm like,
no, it wasn't. Let's talk about it. It's hey, Julian Breezeball literally does not care about the cup because he wants another one. He took one night to celebrate. It was the night that we won.
Right, which is not normal. So,
hey, I'm
ready
all
for a back-to-back run. We still have a
very
good team. Very, very good team.
Julian Breezeball is the greatest Lightning general manager of all time, guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Come on.
But one thing he is not good at is announcing the qualifying offers.
Yep.
Apparently.
What was I going to say? Oh, hot take for this upcoming season. Go for it.
Hot take.
It could be any team, any player.
Hot take. ABB, 20 goal scorer.
Interesting. Okay.
There's my hot. That actually might not even be a hot. I'm more saying that because I don't know if he's even going to play next year. I think he will. He's probably going to be like a fourth line guy, but I think he has a good year next year.
I think you want this isn't my bold prediction. You want my prediction for ABB?
Yeah, let's hear it.
He's going to go into the top 6.
I would love that.
It's gonna be Palat, Point, Kucherov, and then your second line is Sorelli or Stamkos, Sorelli, Barry, Brulette.
That would work. If that's the case, I bet he scores 30 goals. If he gets
Toronto
top 6
does
goals.
not qualify. Jeremy Bracco, wow. He was like the leading scorer in the AHL a couple years ago.
Interesting.
Hey, I know a good rehabilitation project that we can take on.
Yeah.
My bold prediction, Winnipeg fans, y'all are going to like this one. I think Patrick Laine is going to score 50 goals.
That's a strong possibility.
I mean, he's never even come close. But
Been playing really
this
well
dude,
lately, though.
this dude playing with Mark Scheifele, who's in my opinion a top 10 center, easy 50 goals, easily. Also, he just needs to work on that wrist shot. Mark Jankowski was not tendered a qualifying offer by the Flames.
We're really going to be the last team to make our announcement on these qualifying offers. It would seem like. And we will update you guys as soon as we see that. Also, we are currently on the 138th overall pick in the draft, so about 8 picks away, or 139, excuse me, 8 picks away from the next Tampa Bay Lightning pick at 147.
Detroit does not qualify Madison Bowie. That's so weird. Why would you? He's a top 4 potential in NHL like every single time.
Obviously, contract negotiations did not go well, I would assume. But even still, though.
Yeah, but you don't even need a contract negotiation for a qualifier.
Right, just qualify him. I mean, I don't know. There's something, obviously, that we don't know behind the scenes that causes that. And also, still no news on the Lightning. But it seems like all those official are coming in now, so we should get it any minute now. We are also on the 140th overall pick. Hurricanes are currently on the clock.
Can they announce the pick, please? Or not the pick, the information we want to hear.
Yes, the qualifying offers. We just want to know who is more than likely safe for this team as we continue to wait, which it's now 5:08, so 8 minutes after that deadline. So, from NHL rumors, take this with a grain of salt. This is not.
Oh, I just saw this too.
Yeah, this is not a verified account, but is working on a Tyler Johnson deal. I know his list is reported to have upwards of 6 teams, but I'm led to believe there's 3 serious suitors in talks with Tampa currently. So more rumors on the Tyler Johnson front. Again, take that with a grain of salt. I actually don't know how accurate that account is.
Hey, this guy has over 30,000 followers.
He's got to be somewhat good.
Yeah. He was also apparently the first one to break the Jesse Puljujarvi contract. Wow.
There you go.
Okay.
So maybe we should give this guy a follow, keep our eye on him. Maybe he'll give us some interesting information. But, so, rumors still out there on the Tyler Johnson deal. It was reported earlier. Johnson has been a great player for the Tampa Bay Lightning, but I think he's one of the best options to go out because of his contract at $5 million per year. I love Johnson, but if we're going to free up cap space, I mean, we know we're going to lose a guy or two. And we got a couple of guys that come up and replace, like ABB. Maybe we even signed a depth free agent. But if the Lightning want a chance at another Stanley Cup, I think your centers are the most replaceable people. Again, like, ABB replacing Johnson, and then sign a couple more depth guys. And if you keep most of the team with you, there's no reason the Lightning should be right back where they were this year.
Well, Johnson's not even a center. Like, he is a center. He's a natural center, and he's better.
Right, he played the wing a lot, though.
But he played the wing most of the year. Like, even on the fourth line, I remember it was him, Paquette, and Maroon.
Mm-hmm.
Paquette was the center.
But wouldn't you agree the statement, like, if we bring most of our guys back, we should be right back there in the finals? I mean, losing one guy isn't going to knock us out of contention, I don't think. And with some of the up-and-comers, too.
This has been the case for, like, 5 years now, though.
That's true. That is true. So we'll see. We'll see what the Lightning are able to do. I think we're going to be. There's no reason me to believe we're not going to be good this upcoming year. But it also depends a little bit on who ends up coming back. I like to think most people come back. We only lose one or two guys. There's something else. While you were gone, there were some rumors saying that the Ducks have been showing some interest in Kevin Shattenkirk.
Have fun.
Not sure how for sure that is. Oh, yeah, also Cal Foote. Cal Foote's another guy that we could potentially have come up and play. We've been waiting on him for a little while, so maybe he gets his shot.
I'm a Cal Foote fan. I like Cal Foote. I was about to say I like feet, but no. Can't say that on the internet. I am just waiting for these qualifying offers.
Also, it looks like the Hurricanes have made a trade as they're still on the clock at the 140th overall pick. It sounds like it's because there's a trade for them, so we'll update you on the official trade details when we hear it. Still currently no news, but closing in. Oh, yeah, okay, so it went to the Kings, so that we did have a trade. Hurricanes have traded the 140th overall pick to the Los Angeles Kings. I'm not sure on the return as of this moment.
What are the odds that it's for, like, a, I don't know, third-line guy, fourth-line guy?
I'm going to guess...
Can we see a player trade?
I'm going to guess low just because we haven't seen any of that. It's also mostly been picks been moving around, but...
Tyler, three-way deal, Tyler Johnson going to one of those teams.
I am wondering, who Tyler Johnson could have put on his list.
So from Sarah Sivian, Canes trade their 140th overall pick to LA for pick 159 and the Kings' 7th-round pick in 2021.
So there you go. They dropped down a couple of spots and also add in a 7th. Reminds me of a certain trade for Braden Point.
I don't think so. Not quite.
Well, yeah, not exactly, but. Reminder on qualifying offers, and it's not saying it's going to be the case in this extraordinary year, but teams can sometimes do re-sign players who were not qualified before they hit UFA. That is true, but you'd still like to expect to give those guys qualifying offers.
But giving them qualifying offers guarantees that you are still able to sign them after October 9th.
Right. I love this tweet. Dear NHL, can we speed things up? Yes, I agree. We have been. I love streaming and I love hanging out with everybody here on the Bay Bolts YouTube channel. But we've been streaming for almost 6 hours now.
Yep.
I need to go
you've taken one break, and I have taken 2.
I've taken one break. I need to go make a hot chocolate after we hit our 147th pick and get this stupid news. But again, too, also hello to everybody that may have just joined in or may be coming back. We appreciate you guys watching. Please do leave a like on the stream. If you guys are enjoying it, helps us out a lot. Lets us know that you guys are enjoying this content. Also, be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed yet. Ring that bell for notifications so you don't miss out on more content like this. As we mentioned before, we got some exciting things coming your way. Lots of big interviews. Hopefully, first one comes out this weekend, and then the second one later this week. Although we'll keep you updated on that because you know how things are with scheduling people. Sometimes that takes a long time because sometimes people don't like to respond to emails. But I digress. As we still, I can't believe only the Lightning could make me wait 15 minutes after the deadline to know who we qualified.
Wasn't the McDonough and Miller trade done like an hour and a half?
Yeah, after the deadline? Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure even when the Lightning signed Steven Stamkos, it was right down to the wire too on that 8-year extension.
No, that was a couple days before July 1st.
Oh, was it? Okay, well, I'm wrong there.
Yeah.
The Lightning have done this before, where they've announced deals like after the McDonough, JT Miller one. It comes to mind. So
I am not surprised. I'll say that much.
I keep seeing these list of players pop up on Twitter, and I go, no, this isn't Lightning related. Never mind.
I mean, I've got Burns, Smith, Chelios, and Erlinson notifications on, just to make sure.
Keep waiting on the Lightning to announce qualifying offers to the restricted free agents. We really appreciate it.
Oh, the Sabres just did it. They gave qualifying offers to Casey Middlestat, Victor Olofsson, Sam Reinhart, Brandon Montour, Lawrence Palut, and Linus Ullmark. All of those players I actually quite like. So
Yeah, I think good qualifying offers from the Sabres to be expected. But once again, still no news. You're 17 minutes after the deadline. So we can only assume that we're just kind of waiting for paperwork to finish up and waiting for that announcement to become official. As I realized my phone turned off. I'm going to pull up the draft again, so we don't miss the pick. We should be inching
Specifically
closer.
for you, they're going to wait.
Seriously. You know what? After this pick, I need to go make my hot chocolate because that's when they'll announce it as soon as I leave.
Yep.
We are at the 145th
Absolutely.
pick, by the way, so we are now 2 picks away from the Lightning being back on the clock.
There we go. Back on the video.
Bolts Prospects tweeted, there's no way they intend the draft to go this long. Oh, I think they do, Bolt Prospect. I think they do.
Oh, I think they knew. That's like saying, oh, the NFL, there's no way that they thought that the third day of the draft would last the entire day. Because it does, even though they
feel like,
only have like 4 rounds.
I feel like what's the NFL's owner's name? Why am I blanking on his name?
Who are you looking for?
The NFL owner's name.
There are tons of owners. You mean the commissioner?
The commissioner, yeah.
Roger Goodell.
Yeah, Goodell. I feel like Goodell, after that third round, where he's just sitting in his chair like, we still doing
Yeah,
this?
He was just eating M&M.
Can I go home now?
He is
Even though he was already home. Like, can I go to bed now?
Qualifying offer by the state.
So Blues are currently on the clock with 146 overall pick. That means we are up next with 147. I hope with this pick they announce all the qualifying offers as well. They still are giving teams over 2 minutes to make these picks in the 5th round. Why?
Hearing Jack Finley has grown 2 inches and added 15 pounds of muscle since he was drafted in the 2nd round. That's funny.
We currently have the NHL Network team doing, I don't even know what they're doing.
Hits.
Head,
Something like
shoulders,
that.
knees, and toes, I think. I think they just did
well,
head,
it's
shoulders,
better
knees,
than-
and toes to warm up.
It's better than the ESPN draft draft experts who brought up somebody's family on every single pick
every single
about how,
time.
like their family was dead.
Like, I love the story, I love the newsline, but don't continuously depress me.
It
I
was
mean,
so depressing.
It really was. I love the story. I love that the kid is, beating adversity, but I mean, all right, that's enough now also. It's brutal. I'm still waiting on the St. Louis Blues. Let me know in the comments down below for anybody watching right now, what position do you think the Lightning are going to pick? We're going to get another defenseman, left winger, goaltender maybe?
They picked goaltender and I quit. They have goaltending prospects. They don't need goaltending prospects.
It's true. I don't think they'll pick a goaltender, but you never know.
Like, I know I'm a bit of a hypocrite because when we pick 2 centers, I'm like, hey, you can never have enough centers. You have too many goaltenders.
You can never have too many centers. But you can have enough goaltenders. Although I don't love the center position pick either, but I love the 2 centers that they pick, so I'm not going to complain. As we continue to wait for the Blues to make their pick so the Lightning can head up on the clock. Which, remember, too, again, as I mentioned before, the Lightning did not have this 5th round pick coming in tonight. But after a couple of trades, TH says, hey, guys. Hey, TH, how you doing, my friend? Hope all is well.
Interesting that Matthew Spencer was not given a qualifying offer. A lot of people from the Sabres, a lot of people thought that he would be at least an NHL caliber player when he got traded away from the Lightning. I guess things just didn't work out.
It would seem that way. But I guess that means it's good for the Lightning. And they moved on from him and obviously didn't work out for some other guys. Or other teams, rather.
Ontario's Minister of Sport, this is 20 minutes ago, has announced that the OHL must remove all physical contact, including body checking and fighting, if it wants to host a 2020-2021 season.
Okay, well, that's just ridiculous. So, no.
I understand if you want from the game, I'm not a fan of seeing people get, rained every single game. I think that has slowly brought its way out of the game. But to say that, checking is not a thing anymore, doesn't make sense to me.
You can't. That's such a huge part of the game. I mean, just basic checking. I mean, that completely changes the game. Imagine having players to get used to that, too. They'd be constantly getting penalties for that because they'd accidentally check a guy.
Penalties, suspensions.
That's even worse.
Exactly.
You just can't. That's something you can't just take out of the game. I understand COVID, but listen, hopefully by the time we get to the start of the season, we don't have to worry about that. Which, by the way, the Blues are still on the clock. If they could hurry up and make their pick, I'd appreciate it.
Are we about to trade up one spot again?
Maybe.
Braden Point 2.0.
Here's the actual Braden Point comparison. Usually when these things take this long, it does mean there's a potential trade. Although I have not seen anything announced. Also, as of 6 minutes ago, the Sharks have given their qualifying offers to 3 players.
Oh, that's nice. Are we like the only team left?
I seriously think we might be the only team left.
Tampa Bay, can you send the tweet?
Okay, so there was a trade for that pick. Minnesota is the one that acquired the pick, and now the Lightning are officially on the clock with the 147th overall pick. Here we go.
This is retweeted by Greg Wyshynski of ESPN, hockey analyst. Been told the Vegas Golden Knights made a call to the New York Rangers to acquire about Tony DeAngelo as a backup plan in the event that they cannot sign Alex Pietrangelo.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, Michael, I'm not reacting to what you just said, but somebody changed their name to Tampa Bay Lightning, and I had to do a double take on this because I was like, wait a minute, did I read that right? Somebody tried to fake the account and said from the KHL, we've selected prospect Vladimir Putin with the 447th overall pick. That is, in fact, not true because that is not the Tampa Bay Lightning account. Luckily, I did not fall for that. Almost did. I was like, wait a minute.
This is why, people are lazy when they don't read the handles. But you also need to have, tweet notifications on, just to make sure.
It's very true. I read it and I was like, wait, Putin? Did we draft a guy named Putin? And then I read it again. I'm like, wait, this is Vladimir Putin. And then I looked at the thing. Oh, there's no verified thing. Never mind.
Tampa Bay Lightning now on the. By the way, this is from Eric Erlinson. Tampa Bay Lightning are now on the clock at pick number 147 after nearly 90 minutes after making their last pick.
All right, we have the pick. The Lightning have selected. Oh, I love it. Left winger, Jaden Drenew. I probably butchered that last name, but the Lightning have selected a left winger, Jaden Drenew. Another good pick position-wise from the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Yeah.
And
so,
I will Google him real quick, and I'll get some stats up for
going
you.
to a hockey DB real quick. Has played 3 years in the WHL. Last year had 19 goals, 51 assists, 70 points in 61 games.
Wow. Impressive.
Impressive. He is a bit what they call an overager, so he's 19 coming into this draft.
Yeah, I saw 20-year-olds get drafted.
Take a flyer. Who cares? Like, if he does well, great. If he doesn't, it's not the worst thing in the world.
What was his stats?
19 goals, 50 assists for... no. Hold on.
No?
19 goals, 51 assists, 70 points in 61 games. Good for him.
61 games?
61, yes.
I like that pick a lot. I'm very happy with that.
I know you are. You've been talking about left wingers this entire draft.
I have. I've been waiting for the left wing pick, and there it is. With 19 goals and 51 assists. That's a playmaker type, I think, when I see that. So, and in 61 games, over a point per game.
Yeah. Good to get talent on the team. That's the biggest thing.
I do not know how to say his last name though. And I will now update our overlay.
Drew? Is it just Drew?
It might be. I have honestly no idea. Where's he from?
His team?
No, like is he
Winterhawks,
Russian? Is he Russian,
WH.
Swedish? Like nationality.
White City, I believe that's Saskatchewan.
Oh, he's Canadian.
Uh,
No, or is this a different player I'm looking at here?
yeah, Saskatchewan, Canada. So he's Canadian. You're right.
No, I'm right. Okay, yeah, he's Canadian. Canadian hockey-born player. And there you go, Lightning with a left wing. This has been a great draft, honestly, so far. By the way, the Lightning will be back up in 10 picks as they have the 157th pick.
So like 500 hours is what you're saying.
Seriously. I'll be right back. I'm going to go start my hot chocolate because I need to wake myself up with a hot drink. So I'll be right back as we wait for this next pick. This is when they're going to announce the qualifying offers. Watch.
All right, everybody. Hello. I apologize once again for the inconvenience of my laptops deciding that they hate me. But this has been a good draft so far. You know, we're looking at the fact that the Lightning have done what they needed to in terms of both positional depth and their, taking the best player available as well. This draft has taken way too long. We're still waiting on the qualifying offers. And if I'm honest, I only want to see 4 people get qualifying, or 5 people get qualifying offers, excuse me. Alexander Volkov, Carter Verhaeghe, Mitchell Stevens got his offer, his contract today. So did Jamel Smith. Those are sort of the bottom guys. The big 3, of course, are Eric Chernak, Mikhail Sergachev, and Anthony Cirelli. We talked before, and hopefully you get you have an opportunity to go see the video where we talk about the UFAs and the RFAs that we'd like to see back on the team next year. Again, I'm not a huge fan of Ben Thomas, not a huge fan of Devontae Stevens. I don't think either of those guys are going to get qualifying offers. But again, we have to wait and see on that. If you guys have any questions, I can't see the chat, but make sure to leave them for Jake, and he will help you guys out and read them aloud once he gets back. I know you just saw him there, but he's taking a bit of a break right now. So, the Lightning have a pick in just 10 picks at 157. Some really quality organizational depth, I think, in this draft. I'm gonna take off my video for a second. Apologies for that, and I'm going to read you who the Lightning have taken so far. I think they've done a very good job so far. So the first player that they took was in the second round, 57th overall, center Jack Finley, who is 6'6", put up 19 goals and 38 assists in 61 games in the WHL. The other second round pick that they had, they traded up to get Jack Finley. The other second round pick they had, which was their own, was 62nd overall. They selected Gage Goncalves from the WHL as well. Very good middle of the road player. They then selected in the third round, 85th overall, Maxim Groshev from Russia. In the third round, 93rd overall, right-handed defenseman Jack Thompson. The 116th overall pick in the fourth round, right-handed defenseman Eamon Powell. I hope I pronounced that right. It's E-A-M-O-N Powell. So, again, hope that we pronounced everything correctly. We apologize if we mispronounced anything. Please feel free to let us know. The latest pick, which I did not have with me, and I apologize, was Jaden Drew, I believe his name is, who was picked at the latest round. So a very good draft so far for the Lightning. They only have a couple of picks to go. If you are watching this, once again, we thank you so much. Please let us know down below what kinds of trade proposals you would like to see for someone like Tyler Johnson or Alex Killorn, or if God willing, or if you really want to stretch the needle, someone like Palat or Ryan McDonough.
No Palat.
Hello, Jake.
Hello. I got my drink being made currently, so as we wait, we're actually getting close back to another pick here. Around 154, the Stars are currently on the clock. Bolts back up at 157. Still no news on the qualifying agents, it sounds like?
No news on the qualifying offers just yet, which is frustrating. It is very frustrating, but it's okay because, I have total trust in the Stanley Cup organization.
But I don't know what you did. I have a lot of oohs in the chat right now.
You have a lot of what?
People typing oohs. Ooh.
That is not me. I have done nothing. How dare you?
Hey, listen, I was gone, so.
But I did ask the chat, if they have any questions. Again, feel free to let us know.
Yes, please
because
do.
we've been doing this thing for 6 hours and we need some new content.
We really do. Listen, I when I first planned to do this, I thought, yeah, we could do this as the draft goes on, pick up. We can talk about a couple things like who we might trade for, signings. I didn't realize it was going to go for over 6 hours at this point. We're probably going to hit close to 7.5 hours by the time this thing is over. So I have run out of ideas. I'm trying my best.
I'll probably have an idea. Just give me a little bit of time. I'm just making a graphic for the most recent pick, which of course then I'm gonna have to make another graphic for the next most recent pick. That's just the way that life goes sometimes. If you missed it before, my computer decided to stop working, so that's the main theme of the day.
That's the highlight.
So I'm currently trying to multitask on my phone, which is just working out in spades.
The Hockey Diversity Alliance has released a statement saying it will operate separate and independent of the NHL. So, nothing groundbreaking.
So what
but
does that mean?
Let's read the statement here, Michael. HDA is grateful for the support from the public we received. Unfortunately, the support we hoped from the NHL was not delivered, and instead the NHL focused on performative public relation efforts that seemed aimed at quickly moving past important conversations about race needed in the game. We have waited many months for a response on the common sense HDA pledge we proposed, and it is clear that the NHL is not prepared to make any measurable commitments in systematic racism in hockey. While we are disappointed the HDA will operate separate and independent of the NHL and authentically implement necessary education programs, changes to the sport, and seek to be role models for the youth in black and brown communities who want to play hockey. So there's your statement of that. I guess it's basically just saying they're disappointed the NHL did not do what they wanted to. And if I remember correctly, I don't want to get into this kind of stuff, but there were some of the demands I think were, I remember seeing something about some people, I don't know if it was the HDA or not, but somebody wanted them to paint the blue lines black. Which
that was the HDA. Which
listen, I'm all for diversity and blah blah blah, but there is a major problem with that. If you know hockey, which is the puck is black as well, so that would not go well if you painted the lines black. But I guess the NHL has not responded to that in any form of way. I haven't seen the NHL make a response to that, but just some NHL news there for you. Hopefully they can work something else. Hey, Quentin Bayfield, the number 2 overall pick, was the highest drafted player of color. So some news on that front if you're into that kind of stuff. But I digress. I hope.
So again, we don't want to get into this, but like the Hockey Diversity Alliance, they're doing, like, say what you want about, do you support them? Do you not? They're making steps in order to make this game more inclusive. I think that we have, we should have programs where, like, if women want to get involved, they can.
Absolutely.
It's a very similar situation. Like, hockey, the statement of hockey is for everyone, sometimes is not what some people feel, and some people feel it rings a little hollow. But, like, hockey should be for everyone. We should make that a commitment. So it is disappointing to see that they didn't want to help, but at the same time, the fact that they're still willing to act independently shows that they really care about this sort of stuff.
Yeah, and we don't know what the back works of everything is and what's going on, what the negotiations were. So it's all speculation and stuff like that. But nevertheless, all I know is that we do love this great game of hockey, and we are excited for the next season whenever it does come up. Hopefully we can get through this pandemic and get past all this craziness and just get back to normal. I think that's what everybody would want. But we are next on deck for a pick. Currently, the Red Wings are picking at 156, and the Lightning are then up at 157. So that means we will not be picking for another 5 minutes. Oh, wait, no, actually, I lied. The Tampa Bay Lightning are now on the clock. The Red Wings actually decided to make their pick. So what do you know? So the Lightning are currently on the clock. We will update you with our pick as it becomes available.
I believe this pick came about when the Mike Condon Ryan Callahan trade was made.
Wow, that long ago. Crazy.
Yeah. So it was, I believe, Ryan Callahan in a 5th. That's why we originally didn't have a 5th. For Mike Condon in a 6th. Not bad.
Not bad at all. So let's see who the Lightning are going to go ahead and pick up here with the 157th overall pick in the 6th round. Which, by the way, means after this, we just have one more round. I believe the Lightning actually have another pick of the 6th round, if I'm not mistaken.
They have 2 picks in the 6th round, yes.
And then I think, then there's just 1 pick in the 7th round. So we'll be back up again here in the 6th round. We have pick 186 here in the 6th round. As we wait for the Lightning to make their official pick. Check the YouTube comments real quick. Again, shout out to whoever that person is that we have not hit 0 viewers this entire 6-hour stream. So I'm not sure how that's possible, but thank you to those people who've been sticking around with us. All right, the pick is in. The Lightning have selected right winger Nick Capone. Nick Capone, I believe. So there you have it. Pick is in. We will pull up some stats for you.
7 goals, 19 points. So 11 or 12 assists in 34 games with the U.S. hockey.
I said 34 games.
In 34 games.
7 goals, 12 assists, 34 games. Not bad. Not too bad. And that was, again, Nick Capone, the right winger. So we've had 2 right wingers, 2 centers, 2 defensemen, and 1 left winger so far in the draft. So if I had to guess, I'm going to say we draft a left winger here. Complete the circle. And then maybe
Most likely, yeah.
we draft a goaltender. 2, 1.
No goaltender.
Or maybe another defenseman.
So does this guy not have a picture online?
I don't know.
Find one.
I have not Googled him as of right now, but that is a possibility.
Hockey. I found him.
So again, pick 186 is ours. So we'll be back up in the 6th round here soon enough. And we are now we're approaching an hour after the deadline, and we still do not know who is qualified for the Tampa Bay Lightning. So man, they are taking their sweet time on that.
Yep.
At least announcing it wise, because the deadline has passed. So
Do you need to check on your hot chocolate?
I do. I'm getting a tweet set up for the next pick, so I can just tweet it out
Next
real
pick won't
quick.
happen for a while, so I think you're good.
I should be, but I'm going to go check. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Oh, boy.
Hello again, everybody. So, as you heard, we made another selection. Very happy to announce that Nick Capone is the newest member of the Tampa Bay Lightning. 6'2", 205 pounds, 7 goals, 12 assists for 19 points in 34 games. So, good that the Lightning are continuing to find players that their sort of style, I guess you could call it. Very happy overall how they've done, and I can't complain with the picks they made, mostly because if I'm being honest, ladies and gentlemen, I have not heard many of these people before. It takes a scout to really, hone in on these people. This is not really like football. When you see the football draft or the basketball draft, these types of, talents come from, mostly the United States in those sports. Here, they're coming from Russia. They're coming from Finland. They're coming from different programs in Canada. It's weird to talk about this sort of stuff because it's not the same. It really isn't. So. Oh boy, if I hear that correctly, it's starting to rain. I really thought I got out of the rain when I left Florida. I guess not. It is much tougher doing this as one person than it is two. Jake, I see the hot chocolate. Can you buy me one?
I'll make one and ship it to you.
Yes, exactly. So it'll be steaming cold when it gets up to me.
Listen, I don't know if we should buy you any hot drinks because you spilled one on your computer already.
I hate you. Between this and what you told me about my birthday, we're having some problems.
Oh my God, that's funny.
See, you think that's funny. I don't think that's very funny.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Uh-huh.
Come on, give me some
You
credit.
say that now. By the way, the qualifying offers have still not come in. The fact that it has almost been an hour, they have not come in.
It makes you wonder, what is it? Is it just they want to drag this out as long as they can? Is it that there's a problem? Is it that we haven't qualified anybody? Or is there no problem? And they just.
Is it that there's a trade?
Is it that there's a trade? Did we sign somebody? Who knows?
Did we seriously think that JBB wasn't going to just say to us at let's say 6 o'clock, you know what? Let's shake things up a bit. Let's trade everybody.
Tyler Johnson, gone. Sergachev, gone. Sorelli, gone.
Lauren, gone. Let's trade everybody. Let's trade Stamkos, Kucherov,
gone.
Edmund, Vasilevsky.
Just shock everybody.
Mitchell Stevens, number 1 center. Jamel Smith, number 2 center. That's the only players you have left.
Oh my goodness. Oh, we won't know exactly what happens until they do make those announcements, as we are on the 164th overall pick. Lightning have the 186th pick in this.
Yeah, we're gonna be waiting a while.
We've got some time. So again, if you have any questions, be sure to leave them in the comments below and let us know as we wait for this next pick. You know what's funny that I just thought about because I saw some political stuff pop in my timeline. The last time the Lightning won the Cup in 2004, they had the season shortened the next year because of the lockout. And the Lightning did not get to go visit the White House. As many of you know, that's the tradition after you win a championship, sports teams go and visit the White House. And especially in today's political climate, that's always a fun spectacle. Who's going to go, who's not going to go, what did the president do while they were there, blah, blah, blah. But what's interesting to me is that, like I said, they didn't get to do it in 2004, and we still have a pandemic going on, so they might not get to do it again. So do the Lightning just win the Cup whenever they can't go visit the White House? Is that how this team operates?
I wonder because, I think that Donald Trump would say, why not bring him and let's celebrate your title win. I think Ron DeSantis would be like, yeah, why not? I think Jeff Vinnick might hold off.
He might.
So again, it's not that big of a situation.
No.
It's just a funny coincidence.
Right. That's why I bring it up, because it's a funny coincidence that, whoever's in the White House's side, it's just funny that both times the Lightning haven't been able to go because of, whatever situation, this time a pandemic. But, so, I guess we have to hope for scenarios where the Lightning can't go to the White House for whatever reason, because then that's the year to bet on the Lightning to win the Cup, I guess is the situation. But, nevertheless, we are Stanley Cup champions, so who really cares who goes to the White House and when we go to the White House? Because I sure don't.
So for any Rays fans watching this stream, I hope you're all Rays fans, but for any Rays fans watching this stream, you might recommend that Kevin Cash earlier this season said, I've got a stable full of guys that throw 99 or 98 miles an hour in reference to getting revenge back at the Yankees. In Game 2, the Rays pitchers throw 88 fastballs, an average of 98.1 miles an hour. So he wasn't lying. I think that's a funny little coincidence.
Michael, I just saw they just showed a highlight of us getting scored on, which I know you were complaining about earlier. I don't know why they're doing that.
They've done it 700 times.
I swear. The NHL, man. Great sport, but a terrible league.
They don't like us. I'm convinced of that.
This is a great tweet from the Minnesota Wild. Minnesota Wild GM Bill Gurian and NHL draft pick Ryan O'Rourke actually met way back in 2009 and they tweeted out 2 pictures of the Minnesota Wild then GM as a Pittsburgh Penguin signing a jersey of a young Ryan O'Rourke fan. That is crazy.
Yeah,
That is awesome.
that's really cool. It's always cool when you get those type of stories. I know this one has been beaten into my head because of Pierre Maguire, but in the back in the when Phil Kessel played college hockey, which is a long time ago, Jake Gensel was actually the stick kid. So he would give the players their sticks and everything. And then they ended up playing on the same team and winning the Stanley Cup together. That's pretty cool.
Very. Well, we are officially 5 minutes from an hour after the deadline, and still no news on the Lightning qualifying ages. I wish I had a list of everybody that's announced it, just so I can know who hasn't done it. I know the Lightning haven't. I'm not sure if there's any other teams that also haven't announced it. It goes back to the, like the NHL, where they say, yeah, the game starts at 8 p.m., but what we really mean is the theatrics start at 8 p.m. The game doesn't actually start till 8:30 because we have to fit in NBC's crappy pregame analysis first.
See, I don't even think it's NBC. I think it's because every thing does it, whether it's Sportsnet, CBC, NBC.
But when the
US
NFL says their games are starting at 8 p.m., do you know when they're actually kicking the ball off? 8:05. So they start when they say they're going to start. I don't care. They do that the pregame shows and the national anthem, all that. Just tell me the game's going to start at 8:30 though, not 8.
Yeah,
It's
or
annoying.
You hear about people that get an award for Player of the Month, or people that come out of what's the word I'm looking for? People that come out for a ceremonial face-off or anything like that. I want there to just be them to do that earlier. That shouldn't be that difficult.
Right, exactly. They really shouldn't. But that's the NHL for you. They're more worried about who's going to sing the national anthem. And eventually let the Stars national anthem singer sing it, but not let the Lightning's national anthem singer sing it in the finals.
I heard all these things about they're saving her for Game 7. There's not going to be a Game 7
because we're going to win.
Yeah,
I do believe if we would have gone to a Game 7, they would have used her, but still.
Yeah, but at that point, you're showing preferential treatment.
We were already up 3-1 at one point.
Yes!
So why not use her for the 3-1 game?
Because they want to use the bare naked ladies instead.
So looking at the NHL Network is currently showing our 2020 draft picks as of so far. They are talking about us and showing some Stanley Cup champion highlights, which is nice to see because we deserve that respect. I believe. I mean, I can't believe nobody even thanked us. I think that's kind of crazy. I don't think that's ever happened before.
If you hear what's going on outside, it's now raining. Wonderful. This day couldn't get any better, Jake.
I mean, I know something else that can happen, but I'm not going to say it because I don't want it to happen.
Are you going to say that someone else is going to get traded?
No, that's not what I was going to say.
Are you going to say that the Rays are going to lose?
Maybe.
Whatever.
Hey, best of 3 for the Rays. The Rays got this.
Yeah.
I believe in them. Which, by the way, I couldn't believe the Yankees were favored. Although it does look like the Yankees have played pretty well against them. Although the series is also 1-1, so.
Yep. That's just the way it is.
Best of 3. All right, 5:59. We're now 1 minute away from an hour after the 5 p.m. supposed deadline. We still do not know who has been qualified. Listen, the Lightning better be announcing some kind of trade or signings if they're going to make me wait this long. That's all I know. According to Bolts Prospects, or not Bolts Prospects, this is from another account. They're saying Jaden Drew was in the Panthers development camp last year before he was drafted by the Lightning, which is interesting. We're almost 7 hours into this stream. Holy cow. And we still have 2 more picks to go. Lighting up 2 more picks. We've got the 186th coming up. And then we have, I believe, 215, if I'm not mistaken. No, 217 in the 7th round. And then after that pick, we will wrap things up, give you a quick recap on who we picked. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of news to break at the end here as well. Although at this rate, probably not. And then we will wrap things up. We'll have some more videos for you in the next couple of weeks. Or next couple of days, rather. I do hope you all have enjoyed this live draft coverage. Again, be sure to leave a like on the stream if you did enjoy it and want to see more stuff like this. As always, make sure you subscribe to the channel, ring that bell so you don't miss out on more Lightning content. Tell your friends, tell your mom, tell your brother, tell your sister, tell everybody about the Bay Bolts channel or your Tampa Bay Lightning coverage. As we move on to the 173rd pick with Arizona Coyotes currently on the clock, as we inch closer and closer to the 186th overall pick.
Jake, I gotta say, it is impossible to do everything in my life on my phone.
What are you trying to do now?
I have a lot of things that I still have to do. And, like right now, I'm trying to schedule a COVID test.
Fun.
Usually I just do it on my computer. It takes me like 5 minutes. But, you know, my life is so difficult, as you can tell, guys.
Arizona Coyotes have made their selection, so we're on to 174 picks. I probably have some couple things I got to get done and work on, but I'm so exhausted from this draft. Hope you guys enjoyed the new overlay that we put up here for you with the draft picks on the side there. Tried to change it up a little bit.
Yes, of course.
I'm currently just sitting here refreshing Twitter over and over again, waiting for an announcement.
5:10 p.m. at Killshone. Got it. Got that done. So I will be on video in just a second. Don't you worry. There we go. All right.
That 186th pick, by the way, is The original pick the Lightning had, would have been their original pick, as it's the last pick of the 6th round. It's one they did not trade away this year.
Good.
Next year, by the way, the Lightning have all of their picks except for their 2nd round pick, which they traded away earlier in the draft. And they do have 3 7-round picks, though, next year. So,
just to remind everybody, those picks were so the Lightning's 7th is their own. The Canucks 7th, the Devils 7th is from the Louis Domingue trade, and the Predators 7th is from the Connor Ingram trade. And if you want my opinion, they should have got more for both of them.
I would tend to agree with that, but that is in the past. And those are the picks we got. But if they turn into Andre Palatz, I will not complain. Also, I don't expect the Lightning to keep all 3 of those 7-round picks. I wouldn't be surprised to see them trade one of them to try and move up.
Probably.
At some point.
Maybe they'll trade a 3rd and a 7th for another 3rd.
Just like they did for none other than Braden Point.
Our boy. Our Conn Smythe snub. I'm kidding.
That was a tough position. I did think Point was going to win it, but he did not. But Point was definitely also. I mean, there's a lot of guys that could have won that award. Even the San Jose Sharks Twitter account knew this is taking a long time. This is from 3 hours ago. And they said our next pick is the 100th overall. So based on how it's been going, see everyone in a few hours? ? Upside down smiley face. So even the Twitter accounts are getting sick of watching this draft and having to tweet out all of the draft picks.
It's going so poorly.
I mean, let's see. How long have we been live for? 6 hours and 47 minutes. We are approaching that 7-hour mark. Woof. Oh, I just saw people keep retweeting old things, and I thought Tampa Bay made another trade. Ugh. Stop
What
it.
did it say?
It was the trade from when Montreal traded down for the 124th pick. But it just pops up and I go, oh, Tampa Bay, trade, uh-oh. And then I realize, nope, that's just a retweet from 4 hours ago. We are past the halfway point of the 6th round, getting into that later half here, so we're inching a little bit closer to that 186th overall pick. See this tweet from NHL Network. They quoted this tweet and said, we love it. They said, the tweet they quoted, been watching the NHL Draft on NHL Network all day. Yep, I'm that kind of hockey fan. Yeah, well, I've been streaming it for 7 hours. Me and Mike have been streaming for 7 hours.
So the New York Rangers selected Matthew Rempe with their 6th round pick. This is from someone that does a bunch of analytics. Matt Rempe is big. He's gigantic. His hands in traffic are surprisingly good.
I mean, this guy's man mountain. At last check, he was 6'5", 230.
The rest of his game, oh boy, it's just not draftable.
Oh boy. By the way, we are officially past the 1 hour mark for being past the qualifying deadline. and we still have no news on who the Lightning have qualified.
Capone got suspended 4 separate times for 15 total games this past year.
And do you know what player he models his game after?
Tom Wilson?
Tom Wilson.
Yes, I knew it.
That is not what you love to see.
No, not at all, but, who cares?
Oh my God, is this real? I gotta say this, just Michael, listen to this. Apparently this is I guess Trump gave a message. He said the doctors said they've never seen a body kill the coronavirus like my body. They tested my DNA. It wasn't DNA. It was USA. Oh my God. What a quote.
Is that just a troll?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, is it coming from his official account?
No, it's coming from Zach Boychuk. He had captions on. I don't know. Whatever. But that is hilarious.
That's very funny.
I don't have DNA. I have USA. That's funny. Even if it's not true, that's funny. Oh, I need to turn the draft back on. My phone, did it die? Yep, it died. I need to plug my phone in. As we continue to wait for our next pick, 186 should be coming up here very, very soon. Just to clarify for anybody who might be watching, I saw someone on Twitter respond to Joe Smith and say, Sergachev, Cirelli, and Chernak were not offered qualifying offers. Is that a problem? That's not confirmed. As of right now, they have not made an announcement on who got qualifying offers. So it's not that they have not received qualifying offers. It's that the Lightning have not announced anything. So no need to freak out just quite yet.
Most likely it will happen tomorrow morning.
All right, yeah, that's a strong possibility. Or just at some random point throughout today. Or tomorrow morning. But again, it is not that they might have been offered qualifying offers. It's just, it hasn't been announced. As of 6:13 p.m. on October 7th.
I'm honestly just waiting for a tweet from one of the big four when it comes to, Lightning beat writers.
Yeah, and
they haven't said anything.
Yeah. The only thing we've seen since the early parts of this draft is that somebody else did confirm that there are still ongoing discussions for Tyler Johnson between 3 possible teams. So it does seem
unconfirmed.
unconfirmed, correct. But it does seem like potentially Tyler Johnson rumors are still going strong. But
Even Elliot Friedman. Come on, give me something.
just lie to me. I don't care if it's not the truth. Just tell me.
I honestly don't care if it's about like the Lightning at this point. Give me something. Eichel to Tampa Bay. Oh, here's something that we can talk about. You always come up with like crazy trade proposals and everything. Jake, what would be your trade proposal to Buffalo for Jack Eichel if you were Julian Brisebois?
A bag of chips.
In actuality.
Trade proposal for Jack Eichel. That's a tough one. I'll give him Tyler Johnson and a 2nd-round pick. How about that? Probably have to throw in a first.
Okay, so how are you gonna fit that under the cap?
I have no idea. Probably have to try and get them to retain some salary, which I don't know if they would do. But I guess you got to have them retain some salary. Maybe throw in Johnson, a 1st-rounder. Maybe even a 4th-rounder as well to sweeten the deal. Just off the top of my head.
Are you ready for this? I'm about to crack my knuckles and get into it.
All right, what do you got? I'm not
This
a great
hurt.
trade person, so.
What?
I said I'm not great at coming up with trades, but.
All right, you're not gonna like this. The offer starts with Mikhail Sergachev.
Yeah, already I'm a no. It's a no for me.
For Jack Eichel.
No.
For Jack Eichel,
No. I don't think I
the
do
offer
it.
starts with Mikhail Sergachev. Either that or it starts with Anthony Cirelli.
I'd give up Cirelli for Jack.
All right, fine. Let's go with the Cirelli route. Cirelli, Tyler Johnson, because of course,
Because of cap space, right.
because of cap space. 2 firsts and a 2nd.
That is a hefty price to pay.
Maybe you throw in someone like Radish or Kachuk.
I just don't think I would be willing to pay that much for Jack Eichel. I really don't. I know he's a good player, but maybe take out one of the 1st-rounders. And then I'd be more willing to do it. But that's probably what Buffalo would want.
Yeah, I don't think Buffalo would be willing to do that.
Right. I would be willing to do it as a Lightning fan, but I don't think Buffalo would take it. Hey, Jack Eichel's a very talented forward, obviously, but, the Lightning are obviously not in a position to need anything like that. They could give up all that, though. They're definitely in a position to make that happen, but...
Hey, if you make that move, you immediately become the Death Star. Like, you immediately become the team. To beat. Like, there's nothing else to it.
It's true. Apparently, Victor Hedman and Alex Killorn were chatting with Jane Castor earlier today.
Did they tell her we'd like to see the Lightning in Tampa or the Rays in Tampa?
I don't know. That took place at 3:30, so 3 hours ago.
Yep, I don't care then. Bring the Rays to Tampa.
Couldn't agree more. We're getting closer and closer here to the pick. I think the Stars are currently on the clock, and that means we would be up next with the 186th overall pick. Who will the Lightning select at 186th overall? I have a feeling it's going to be a left winger, if I had to guess, because we've drafted 2 centers, 2 defensemen, 2 right wingers. So for even things up, I might go for a left winger here. Let's see what they do, though.
Yeah.
I doubt it'll be a left winger.
You know what would be great, just for the Rays fan in me, is if they get to the pick and they trade it away, and they trade away their 7, and they just go, all right, let's go wild and trade away like 2 other players and like this big deal, so I can watch the game.
That is true. But I don't know if that'll... Well, we'll see.
I could see them trading the picks. I just don't think it'll be a big deal.
No. Do we have our own 7th round pick this year?
We should. Right? I think so.
That means we have the last pick in the draft.
Or did we trade that 7th round pick? No, we didn't. I'm going to cat friendly. Give me a second.
We might have Mr. Irrelevant this year, which is a football term, actually. Not really used in hockey, but same idea. Which, for anybody who doesn't know, football calls their last pick Mr. Irrelevant because he's the last pick in the draft. It's almost irrelevant.
You know what? I couldn't tell you because Cat Friendly has updated their Lightning webpage, so I'm gonna go to the draft real quick. Tools.
Okay, so Tampa Bay has made their pick. And, Michael, you're not going to like this one.
It's a goalie, isn't it?
But the Lightning have drafted goaltender Amir Mitkov.
Huh.
So
I don't hate it. I'm going to be honest.
We will pull up some official stats for you in just a second.
Would you like to talk about Russian goalies? I know a Russian goalie that just won the Stanley Cup.
That is very true.
I'm cool with it. The fact that he's 20 is already concerning.
I go back to the right winger pick in the 3rd round where we drafted a Russian. Listen, I don't like the right winger position, but he's a Russian. I can't complain too much.
So in 2019-20, he basically played in 5 different organizations, and he only had a sub 910 save percentage in one of them. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Like he was not that good in the KHL, but in the VHL, which is one step down from the KHL, he was fantastic.
Those Russian goaltenders, man, are something special, as many Lightning fans know. So, I actually don't even know how many goaltenders we have in the draft pool or prospects right now.
I think it's like 5 or 6.
He's already actually played a game for the VHL, He's at 909 save percentage.
For the what HL?
VHL, whatever that is.
Oh,
He's played in the
Sure.
VHL and the KHL. So I guess I'll tweet out his VHL stats. VHL 23 games, a 2.19 goals against average. And he had a 913 save percentage in the VHL. And I will now go ahead and update our overlay. I did say we were going to draft a goaltender at some point, although I thought that might have been a 7th round pick. So that means the Lightning, with that pick, have one more pick left in the draft, and that is the 7th round pick, 217th overall. And we do have another trade here. The Anaheim Ducks have traded their 7th round pick, number 207, to Columbus for their 7th round pick in either 2021 or 2022.
boring.
Very boring.
So this was actually his 3rd eligible season of being drafted. Matikov, or whatever his name was. So that is something very interesting. I think that after this season, he might become pro eligible.
That is very true. I don't think currently Lightning goaltenders, obviously Andre Vasilevsky is their main starter right now. He's not going anywhere anytime soon. And then the backup is McElhinney, who has 1 year left on his deal before he's an unrestricted free agent. And then the Lightning still have goaltenders Scott Wedgwood as well in the draft prospect. Let's actually take a look here at the Lightning goaltender situation.
So the Lightning goalie situation, just to give you us a head start on it. It's fairly simple. You've got your starter. Your starter is Vasilevsky. You've got your backup for next year. Your backup is McElhinney.
That 7th round pick is ours, by the way. So we will have the last pick of the draft.
Got it. So it is true to say that things get a little bit more complicated after that because Scott Wedgwood, Mike Condon, Zach Fucal, and there's one other guy under contract, Spencer Martin. They're all expiring contracts. I don't believe any of them are RFAs either. So
no, I'm looking at Cat Friendly now. They're all unrestricted free agents.
So you look at it after from the perspective of, well, we're probably going to sign one or two minor league goaltenders.
My guess would be Scott Wedgwood. We sign him back. I don't know about Spencer Condon.
Condon's gone. Condon struggled to the point where we had to send him to the ECHL.
He's also 30
year.
years old, by the way. So actually, with looking at the goaltender situation here, I like this pick because when you look at our non-roster goaltenders with Wedgwood, who's 28 years old, so he's getting up there in age. Martin Spencer is 25.
And Spencer Martin,
and then Mike Condon is 30. So you sign Wedgwood, you probably sign Martin, and you got a 25 and a 28-year goaltender. So you need a younger guy out there. So I like this pick a lot, actually.
Well, the reason that I don't like it is, or I said, like, you don't pick a goaltender, is in the 2018 draft, you drafted two different goaltenders. You drafted Magnus Sharona in the 3rd round, and you drafted Ty Taylor in the 7th. But Taylor hasn't really panned out, but Sharona looks like a superstar at the university. I think he's at the University of Denver. And he, next year, probably will either be the starter or the backup on the crunch.
Which
and the reason I
like.
say the starter or the backup is because this past year they drafted Hugo Enifield, who was the Team Sweden starting goalie at the World Junior Hockey Championships, and he was even better this past year. So, I think those two are the future. I'm happy that the Lightning went out and tried to go get a goalie. I just don't know if it was necessary.
Also, some more information on the Bolts goaltender. He went 2-2 with a .212 goals against average and a .919 save percentage, leading Russia to a silver medal, and got more playing time than the first-round pick, Yaroslav Askarov.
So the guy that went number 11 overall.
Yes, he got more playing time than him.
Wow.
So that's an interesting note there. I think I am okay with this pick, considering what we just talked about with them not having tons of goaltenders on the draft. I know you mentioned we just drafted a couple of them. I don't think we've actually officially signed them. That's why they're not on the list here.
Yeah, neither of them have contracts. They would be under the reserve list.
So you think about it. So let's say they bring back Wedgwood and Martin. Or maybe you just bring back Wedgwood even, or just Martin.
Hey, that's Stanley Cup champion Scott Wedgwood to you.
That's correct. I mean, you sign Wedgwood, sign Martin maybe, and then how many goaltenders they have not under contract?
3. I think 2 of them are going to get signed this year, though.
Well, I meant the draft picks they haven't even signed yet.
Yeah, 3.
Oh, 3? Okay. So, I mean, since this guy's a little bit older, you could just sign Wedgwood and let our latest pick, what's his name again? I don't know. I'm trying to pronounce it right.
Amir Matikov?
Matakov.
I apologize.
Yeah, one of the two. You could have Matakov. I don't know how to say that. Matakov. You could have him be the backup for the crunch. Wedgwood be the starter for the crunch, and then the other 2 kids, I would assume, maybe play in the OHL or something like that. Depending, I don't know where they're eligible to go play, but I don't mind it, especially because if we had younger goaltenders that were unrestricted free agents at this point, then I wouldn't like it as much. But because all of these guys are getting older, I don't mind the pick. So we'll see how he plays out. He seems like a decent goaltender, potentially. He's got some pretty decent stats.
Hey, if he is if he turns into the Lightning's, let's say, backup or even starter, I'll eat my words. It's just that I think the organization already has goalies of the future.
And that's a possibility, but it's also too you can never have too much. Well, you can have too much, but I was talking about this earlier. I think while you were gone, in saying, you want multiple depth at positions, because let's say you have 3 right wingers as depth players. Only one of them could potentially pan out into something. So the more you have, the better chance of a success at one of them working out in your favor. So, a lot of that depends on how these guys all pan out as well. But I don't hate the pick as much as I originally did. I really don't mind it at all. I think overall, the Lightning have done a very good job with this draft class.
Yeah, I would say the same. I think they've done a great job.
Couple picks maybe we'll see, mostly the right wing picks for me anyway. But we'll have to wait and see. So we have another trade. It's another boring trade though. New Jersey has flipped their 192nd overall pick to Arizona for a 7th round pick in 2021. And as New Jersey puts it, time for a snack and maybe a nap. Which is very true. As we continue to wait here for the Lightning to come back up here in the 7th round with the last pick of the draft. And then we will do a quick wrap up for you guys. And then we'll be done because we are approaching what? We're over 7 hours.
7 hours.
7 hours. Woo!
Elliot Friedman says, 1 round to go on Sportsnet. The first 6 took a brisk 6 hours and 45 minutes.
Way too long. You include the first round in there? I mean, this has been 8 hours of drafting.
The Senators have not qualified Anthony Duclair.
Wow. That is a very big name. I don't know.
Why?
Duclair will probably get a pretty decent contract, Let's pull up his stats real quick.
This makes no sense. He was like one of their best point producers.
This is what's gonna happen to Lightning.
What?
Okay, I don't know why when I search Anthony Duclair, it immediately takes me into the Yahoo page. I don't want Yahoo stats, please. Anthony Duclair last season had 23 goals, 17 assists, and 40 points, and they're not going to qualify him?
Yep.
Wow.
They better sign him before Friday.
He had 8 goals, 6 assists, and 14 points in 21 games the year before, 19 points, 8, 15, 44, and 7. So he hasn't had many 40-point seasons, but, I mean, how do you not give a guy another chance that pulls up a 40-point season for you?
Duclair has decided to represent himself. Two sides could not reach agreement on an extension.
But then again, why don't you qualify him so you could at least maybe pick up a draft pick, unless his contract won't be high enough to qualify for draft picks? I don't know what the minimum number is.
Says they offered him a substantial raise. Nothing was agreed upon. So, I want to talk about this because didn't I say earlier in this stream? Oh, you're gone. Never mind. There we everybody. I did not know that Jake had left. Pretty crazy news after a couple of hours of boringness. I'm going to be quite honest with you. If you have any questions, please make sure to leave them in the comments down below.
Sorry, I had to
Jake,
run real quick.
What didn't I mention earlier that I would always sign Anthony Duclair as a free agent in NHL? That's what's about to happen.
Pretty sure
now.
you did.
See,
I'll
somebody's gonna sign
take him. Give me Anthony Duclair. Somebody just tweeted Anthony Duclair could be a nice alternative and replacement for Killorn and Johnson if the price is right. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how much he wants, but it couldn't be that bad.
I don't know how much he wants. How about this? Jet skis, warm weather, and Stanley Cups.
Jet skis, warm weather, and Stanley Cups. There's your pitch for the Lightning, which, by the way, we're going to be putting up a video very soon on who we think the Lightning could be going after in free agency. You might have to update that video at this point.
Spoiler, some of those players may have already made decisions.
That is true. But that video will be going up too. But the one fun thing we talk about in that video is the pitch that the Lightning can make. Jet skis, Stanley Cups, and warm weather. What more would you want? I mean, that really is a great pitch too. Anthony Duclair was an interesting call for the Senators. He scored 23 goals last season, but only 2 of them in his last 29 games. They walked away from an RFA today. That's surprising to me. It really is. Like, even if you can't come to an agreement, and don't think he's got potential, I mean, I still feel like you would qualify him. Because again, as we kind of mentioned before, what's the worst that could happen?
So this is from Greg Wyshynski. Anthony Duclair was an interesting call for the Senators. He scored 23 goals last season.
I just read that.
What?
I just read that.
Only 2 of them in his last 29 games?
Yeah.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
It's all
I don't
good.
know.
But yeah, no, it's. I don't know. I'll take it.
I don't know, Jake. It's been almost 7 hours. I'm just.
And we're going kind of crazy at this point. Yeah, we might hit 8 hours at this point. We're currently at 193, so we're getting close. We're getting close. Almost finished.
Yeah, we've been saying that for the last 5 hours.
We have. We'll make the wrap up quick. Just read you the names and be done. Thank you again to everybody who's been continuing to stick around and hanging out with us in this 7th hour. Hope you guys are enjoying this content. As always, leave a like, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on more content like this. Okay, that is a really creepy tweet. I don't need to see that. Please go away.
What did you just do?
Somebody follows a lot of people on this account, and a lot of them are very random, and they tweet out random things, and I don't like looking at them. If you catch my drift.
I remember when I started working at Babel, or working is the wrong word because I don't get paid. When I started contributing to Babel, and someone that we follow had been hacked, so they started posting these random things, and I didn't want to do anything. Like, I didn't want to unfollow them because I thought, it's not my place. I'm gonna be upfront right now. It wasn't political or anything like that. It was like they had been hacked. And so I was like, and the tweet notifications were on, by the way. So I was like, I just don't know if I want to do anything. Like, can I do anything?
They tweeted
Eventually, it went away.
for the record, they tweeted a Halloween decoration, and it's just really creepy, and I don't.
Oh, okay. Not even as bad as what I was talking about.
No, it's not. It's nothing bad. It's just I'm 7 hours into streaming this, and I don't need to look at a creepy baby Halloween decoration. It's a hard pass for me. This is a good tweet I'm seeing here, though. Not being able to agree on an extension is hardly a reason to forego qualifying him, which I agree with 100%. Still very surprised they went that route. But Anthony Duclair looks like he'll be headed to another team potentially here if the Ottawa Senators are not able to come down with a deal.
What's that? I hear jet skis, warm weather too, and Stanley Cups.
And Stanley Cups. Come
Come
on
to
down, Anthony
Tampa.
Duclair. You're the next contestant.
Anthony Duclair, you will score 20 goals faster than Alex Killorn can say Doc Talk. Also faster than Alex Killorn was able to score 20 goals.
Did he ever actually make it to 20?
Yeah, he had 26 this year.
Oh, that's right. He was going for 30 when the season got put on pause.
Yeah.
He never made it to 30.
It was so weird. He was like, he was missing 20 every single year, and then he almost hit 30 this year.
And then he struggled in the playoffs. He flipped the script. He's normally playoff Killorn. This time he was regular season Killorn.
Yep.
He has a great personality. I'll give him that much for sure. But we'll see if he's back this year. I think we replace a couple of players. And maybe it makes us even better. If we start picking up guys like Anthony Duclair, who knows? Look out, world. Guys like ABB step up. Look out, NHL.
Look out, NHL.
I want NHL to put on or ABB to put out like a 120-point season like he did in the QJMHL. That would never happen, but. So what, a 120-point season is equivalent to what, a 50-point season in the NHL?
What are you talking about? Sorry.
What's the equivalent in the NHL to a 123-point season in the QMJHL?
I mean, it depends on the player.
70
Like,
points.
what position do they play?
Well, what? ABB's a left winger, I think.
Oh,
Or a right
ABB
winger?
is gonna, dude. ABB is gonna hit like 50 or 60 points next year.
I think he will too.
Playing with Stamkos and Cirelli, which is what should happen. He might hit 70 points
He
next
might
year.
hit 80 points.
Hey, he
Maybe.
might win the Hart Trophy next year. I'm so excited to see him play, man.
We
He's
are
gonna be fantastic.
approaching the 200th overall pick here, and then the Lightning will be 17 picks away after that. So we're gonna be here a while. It's now dark outside. We're getting close to it anyway.
It was raining earlier.
Hey, Michael, remember when we thought, hey, we're getting close to 5 p.m., we'll have some things to talk about on who the Lightning have qualified? We still don't know. We still don't know. We are approaching 7.5 hours. Whew. And we started a couple minutes before the draft. Someone tweeted, imagine if Seattle came into the league this season with all these players not being qualified. Yeah, that would be crazy. Do you think we have another situation with Seattle like Vegas where they just luck out with all these players and have a ridiculous team the first couple of years like Vegas has had? Imagine they sign
I don't think
Lundqvist.
so.
I hope not.
I don't. Yeah.
But only time will tell. We'll see what the free agent market and the draft market looks like when we approach that. You know, that's something that GMs might be thinking about too, looking forward next season, is that you will have to protect some of your players. Although if you win a Stanley Cup, who really cares? Again, I go back to that all the time. That's your ultimate goal, so most people would be willing to give up lots of things for Stanley Cups.
Yep.
I'm seeing this tweet now here from a Lightning fan. It says, let me get this straight. Bolts re-signed Stevens, good move. And Jamel Smith, head scratcher to consider their cap issues. And get an extra second round pick, but are going to get nothing of value for TJ and Killorn. This was as of 2 hours ago. Couple comments.
What is he talking about?
Couple comments on this. First of all, Jamel Smith is probably $700K, a very
$700K.
very
And
cheap.
Mitchell Stevens is $737K.
Well, I'm mostly just talking about the Jamels because they said head scratcher considering the cap issues. That's such a minimal contract. You can easily fit that stuff under the cap, so that's not a worry at all. The other thing, they say get an extra second round pick, but aren't going to get nothing of value for Tyler Johnson and Killorn. I'm assuming they tweeted this, 2 hours ago, so that was the fifth round at that point?
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're thinking, well, we haven't traded in the first round or the second round, so they're not going to get anything of value. Remember, again, the Lightning don't have to get any picks this year. They could easily trade Johnson. I mean, I'd be happy if they get a first-round pick, not next year, but the year after that. You know, a first-round pick is a first-round pick, whether you have to wait a year or two for it or not. So the Lightning could very easily still trade Johnson or Killorn for first or second-round picks, both this next year and the year after that. Both would be 100% worth it to dump $5 million cap spaces. So, just for any Lightning fans out there that might be thinking of that, don't worry. They can absolutely go out and still trade those guys for first-round picks in future years, which, who knows, could even be better. If you trade it to a first-round pick for a team like, I don't know, let's say Carolina. Maybe Carolina isn't as good as they are now than they are in 2 years, and you actually end up with a better pick. You never know. So
I think the reason that a lot of people were disappointed that the Lightning didn't get anything in this draft is because this draft is so stacked that why not just go for it this year? Trade TJ and Killer and recoup assets. But you never know. Next year's draft could be even better.
Right.
Next year's draft, I think, is going to be severely hampered by the virus, though, because there's a lot of leagues that I don't think are going to play.
Right? That's a possibility. But you're right. We don't know what's it's gonna look like. But it's really there's no reason to worry whatsoever right now with what JBB is doing. He obviously made some great moves to get us over that hump that we were stuck in for so long. So no reason to question the moves being made currently. And I do believe Johnson will move on. And maybe he's got a deal working up right now that he could potentially make the team even better. I mean, really, honestly, like I said before, you lose Johnson, maybe Killorn, maybe Cirelli. You replace him, either one of those guys, with a couple more draft picks that could move up in the lineup this year, or sign a guy in free agency, who knows, maybe even Anthony Duclair. And next thing you know, you're a better team already than you were last year. So I think your goal for the Lightning is to re-sign as many people as you can and keep a similar team. I think that's your goal. And maybe replace one or two guys with, again, a player from the Syracuse Crunch or a player from free agency. But again, only one or two of those. And you could end up with a similar or better team than last year's team. So I think that's your goal. You're not looking to move out, 3-4 players. one or two
I
at
agree.
max, and maybe replace one with a free agent and one with a guy from the Crunch moving up this year, or both from the Crunch, whatever it may be, depending on how everybody performs at camp and all that good stuff, and who actually buys into the greatest pitch of all time of jet skis, warm weather, and Stanley Cup championships.
By the way, Anthony Duclair, this is from Pierre LeBrun. Anthony Duclair's 23 goals this past season rank him fourth among unrestricted free agent forwards, behind Mike Hoffman, Evgeny Datinov, and Tyler Toffoli. By the way, number 1 and 2 on that list are coming from the same team.
Wow.
And you can thank Sergei Bobrovsky's massive contract for that one. It's $10 million for a goalie.
Insane.
I mean, we're paying 9.5, but at least ours won a Stanley Cup. That Vasilevsky contract, I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna hurt eventually. Just not now.
So,
Just not like Sergei Bobrovsky's did in year number 1.
more on Anthony Duclair here as we are on the 202nd overall pick. This is coming from Steve Lloyd from TSN. What does 23 goals get in arbitration? I guess the Sens didn't want to risk having to find out. He then followed that up with walkaway threshold for an arbitration award this season, which, by the way, for anybody that doesn't know, if you go to arbitration, that just means you go to basically a third party who decides what you should get as your contract. It's usually a short deal, too. I think it might even be 1 year. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. But walkaway threshold for an arbitration award this season is $4.5 million. Award has to be for at least what? Award has to be for at least that for a club. Okay, this is a terribly written sentence. Being able to walk away. I don't know what that second part said, but $4.5 million is the minimum in arbitration. It sounds like for a walkaway.
Really?
According to Steve Lloyd from TSN.
Oh, okay.
Or not minimum. I said minimum wrong. It's walkaway threshold for an arbitration award is 4.5. So I'm guessing that's the average.
Ottawa did not want to, from Elliot Freeman, Ottawa did not want to risk arbitration. Duclair saw himself as worth more than the Senators' offer, which I believe was, from the sounds of it, it was probably like 4.3, 4.4, or maybe 4.5. Like, if they didn't want to go to arbitration.
This was retweeted by Cap Friendly from Evolving Hockey. We projected 2 years at $3.4 million if Duclair re-signed in Ottawa. It'll be interesting to see what he gets on the open market. So he probably gets around $4 million on the open market.
Probably.
Which the Lightning cannot afford. I will say that much, unless he takes a hard cut.
Listen, he can take a massive discount for a $800K, and he can come play with us.
Hey, you win a Stanley Cup, might be worth it.
You buy yourself a jet ski, hang out in the warm weather, win a Stanley Cup.
What more could you want?
Exactly. How are we going to sell people on the idea of jet skis if we trade away the guy that made the jet ski thing popular?
I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't trade him away for just that reason right there.
Yeah. I just thought about it. Like, how, like, if you have one player, do you remember when John Tavares signed with the Leafs? They had a bunch of players from each team, I think except for the Lightning, come and help negotiations. Like Mitch Marner was in the negotiation video for the Leafs and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
If you have one player that's trying to lure over a free agent for the Lightning, who is it?
Alex Killorn.
I don't think so. Because Alex Killorn is like, what,
a third, second line guy. Like, you need a superstar. I don't think it would be Hedman. Hedman's too quiet. I don't think it would be Point. Point's too quiet. Kucherov hates everybody. So does Vasilevsky.
Unless he's drunk. You just have to get him drunk first, and then he'd be...
Yeah, exactly. But, like, those two players hate everybody.
So
like,
what, Stamkos then?
Stamkos, I guess. I Stamkos doesn't even like talking to people.
I think it'd be Stamkos or Killorn. I mean, seriously, Killorn's that influential, crazy, have-fun guy. So I feel like you'd either use him or Stamkos.
I think a couple of years ago you could have made the argument for Tyler Johnson.
Maybe, yeah. Not anymore, though. Obviously, because he could be on his way out as well.
Because he's been traded. Same thing with Alex Killorn.
I like Killorn. I don't know. I could do without Killorn, honestly. If they end up moving Killorn instead of Johnson.
This playoff run, I yelled more about Killorn than any other player. That should tell you how much I'm okay with him leaving.
We did make a potential video for a certain player, so I kind of hope he goes just for the selfish reason of I don't want to have to go make another video.
That's right.
Just because there are already rumors about this certain player, Tyler Johnson. Which is why we're preparing for him, the one to be moved out, because it sounds like, and he is the best for, because what, Killorn's 4-point-something million, right, for his contract?
Yeah, Killorn's 4.5, Johnson 5 flat.
So you do get a couple extra, you get 0.5 more from Johnson clearing his cap space out, and you know, Killorn is a good player. He's probably great in that locker room as well, so. You can move out either guy, really, if you wanted to. So
I'm just waiting for more tweets to come about.
Watch, it'll all break as soon as we finish the stream.
Yep.
So, by the way, I'm confirming right now, there are 217 picks in the NHL Draft, so we have the last pick in the NHL Draft, and we are approaching 210 right now, so we're getting close.
Yep.
Tim Miner on the clock with the final pick for the NHL Draft, 217. So
something tells me that I'm about to get absolutely roasted for a comment I made on MLB's Instagram regarding the Astros. Because for some reason, and I don't understand why, but for some reason, there's this defender program about the Houston Astros. Let me ask you this: if the if let's say there's a team in the NHL, let's say it's the Lightning, and they had a special puck that they brought into every game. I'm just spitballing here, where like they tapped the puck, or they had the puck and they shot the puck, and the puck knew exactly where to go on a goaltender, and they scored goals, and they got caught doing it. Would you not then be angry at the Lightning for cheating? Or would you be angry at the people that were angry at the Lightning for cheating?
I'd be angry at the Lightning for cheating.
Yes.
I'd be furious with my franchise that I put so much effort in fandom. I don't know what the word is that I put into it for cheating. By the way, Michael, I'm sending you something through the Bay Bolts account that I thought is really funny, so you should check that out. Because remember when I talked about how there was a guy that looked exactly like Alex Lafreniere?
Yes, I remember that.
And Pete Blackburn tweeted, when you try to cheat off the kid next to you. And then he quoted the tweet from the Los Angeles Kings. saying "Welcome to LA, Alex Lafreniere," whatever his name is. It looks exactly like Alex Lafreniere.
So his name is Alex Laferriere.
Laferriere, okay. Yeah, so it's literally like
He doesn't look like Alex Lafreniere though.
but it's just the name. So it's like, when you
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you can copy my homework, just change it up a little bit. Which is hilarious.
So from Eric Erlandson, Lightning have one pick remaining, and he called him Mr. Irrelevant.
Yep, see?
But with eight picks made so far, they've selected 5 forwards, 2 defensemen, and a goalie. I think they're going to go with the defenseman this round.
Yeah, that's a strong possibility. My guess is either a left winger, just because they've only picked one, or a defenseman. I'm leaning towards defenseman, though.
Yep.
But there's not much the Lightning could possibly do to mess up this draft. I think they've done a very good job with what I've seen. Now, obviously, again, I've talked about this a couple of times. You can't make a call on a draft class until at least 3 years, maybe even longer, on whether it was a success or not. Because you don't know how these players are going to turn out or what they're going to turn into or whatever. So, you need at least 3 years. And it could be even longer than that, potentially, depending on how long players are able to actually get into the league. But that's, you still want to, it's fun to speculate and have some fun with it. So that's why we do this kind of stuff. But from what I can tell, I do like what I see. I like the potential for this draft class. So far, job well done from the Tampa Bay Lightning. I am disappointed they did not have the Stanley Cup in any of these videos for the Lightning. Also, by the way,
Thunderbug has it, right?
I was just gonna say yes. Thunderbug is the one hanging out with the cup today. He's been all around. If you follow, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but the guy who the keeper of the cup, he is hanging out with everybody. Obviously, that gets their day with the cup right now, and currently it is Thunderbug. So. I didn't even
I wonder what's that like? Like in a normal celebration, like what's that like? You have it with your family. You spend that day with the cup, and you've got this random man in your house, the protector of the cup.
That's what I like. Where does he just go to a nearby hotel? Do you have to give him a room to sleep in for the night? Like, how does that work?
Does he sleep in other people's houses? Like,
I don't know. I mean, it's really also where could I sign up to be Thunderbug for a year so I can get a day with the Stanley Cup? Sign me up. I'll stand in that sweaty costume if I get a day with the cup. Heck yeah. I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You want to go the entire time without talking?
I've done it.
You've done it when?
Chick-fil-A. I was the cow mascot.
You were the cow mascot at Chick-fil-A?
Yes. Yeah, I went on the side of the street and did the whip for cars driving by. I'll go be Thunderbug. I really did, and people honked too, which was hilarious. Fun fact about me, I used to work for Chick-fil-A and was the cow mascot a couple of times.
Dude, you know what I could use tonight is some Chick-fil-A, but the nearest Chick-fil-A is like an hour and a half away from here.
My nearest Chick-fil-A is about 2 feet.
I hate you.
I could drill a hole in my floor and reach down and grab some food, probably.
Like, don't get me wrong. There's a lot near my campus. Actually. There's a lot near my campus, like Dunkin' Donuts and Subway, and there's some pizza places. Let me be frank, though. I don't like Subway, and I can only have so much coffee.
It's true. I actually don't know what I'm going to do for dinner tonight. I'm going to figure that out.
In the comments below, tell Jake what he should have for dinner.
Yeah, let me know in the comments what I should go. I had mac and cheese and chicken earlier, so.
How was that, by the way?
It was good. Can't go wrong with the mac and cheese.
Dude, you know what?
I wish I would have got better grilled chicken, though. The grilled chicken I got, it was like shredded chicken. It wasn't great. It wasn't great.
There's one thing I really miss from Florida, and that's pub subs.
Oh, I had a pub sub like a week ago, I think. It's really good. It was so good.
I'm not going to say I would treat myself because I get it way too often, but there's a meal, like the $4 chicken, or not $4, 4-piece chicken chicken box.
Yeah.
So they get you like 4 pieces of chicken, maybe 5 if they're feeling nice. They get you 2 sides, and I always get mac and cheese and potato wedges. Mac and cheese at Publix is godly. I don't think people understand this.
It is. It's good.
It's so good. Publix has no bad food. It's amazing. Like even like their crab cakes, which are like $1 a piece, are amazing.
All right, we're up to 213 in draft picks, so we are getting so closer. I love this tweet from the Shooter in the Stanley Cup is their Twitter account name right now. It's normally Shooter in the Stash. Breaking news, turns out any new Tampa Stadium talks, we're really talking about the roof off of the Trop and using it to shade Bucks fans at Ray J. That's hilarious. Which, by the way, can we talk about how that's not the biggest oversight in Tampa football history? Is that let's build a stadium that can seat 85,000 people, but make sure there's like 10% shade in the whole stadium in Florida.
I don't. Yeah, it's always been a problem though. It's been a problem since the 70s.
Put a dome, put a roof, even just put some things that like Miami does, where the sunlight's only right on the field. I mean, it's not that hard. I guess
I would be totally cool with them. Like let me be frank. I don't like domes. I think the Mercedes-Benz Superdome is a terrible stadium. But
in Florida, where it rains and it's always hot,
you have to in Florida.
That's what I mean.
It's the same thing with the Trop. Everybody's like, the Trop is so ugly. I'm like, would you rather play in 100-degree weather?
And games get canceled by rain all the time.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Yes.
In Florida, you need a dome. It's just the way. And again, it doesn't have to be a dome. Do what Miami did, where it's at least just some shade over the top for this seats.
People have said nothing but good things. You know what statement has been around for a long time? I haven't heard a single complaint about Chase Field in Arizona. That's a dome.
Right.
If you do a dome correctly, people are going to like it.
Well,
they built that thing in the 1990s.
And look at what they're trying to build in Tampa for the Rays. They want a retractable roof. It's a perfect opportunity. And that one stadium they had with the glass background, where you could still see outside, sunlight came in. You can do a dome correctly, absolutely, and the Bucks should do that too, hands down. That's what happens when.
I kind of understand it for the Bucks. They're playing September through December. Like they're playing once every week. They'll be fine. But and they're not even playing in Tampa for half the season.
That's fair.
But come on, the Rays have been playing in a dump, and people are like, it's because there's a roof. No, it's because it's in St. Petersburg.
This is the content you guys get when we're almost 8 hours into the stream.
Listen, Bay Bolts is going to take years off my life because I don't think I complained more. I think I've complained more on this channel than I have in my life.
It's true. Even myself.
I find the nittiest nits to pick.
Also, it sounds like this is not confirmed. The Rays game might have been delayed.
No. Please no.
I'm hearing Rays game delayed, not on TBS. Let me see the responses to this tweet. Oh, it's starting on TNT. It's not on TBS, but starting on TNT, apparently. It's a schedule.
Why?
Something on TBS must be running long. I don't know what currently is on.
Like what?
Is it another baseball game, maybe?
Probably.
There could be another baseball game.
Toronto and Boston exchange 7th round picks. Toronto gives away the 7th round pick in 2021. Boston gives away the 7th round pick this year. What a blockbuster.
Which, by the way, we're at 213 picks. Getting close to 217. I know everybody's tired. We are tired too. I know, Michael, you and myself as well want to go watch the Rays game. But at the end of this, once we make our final pick, we'll do a quick recap for you guys, just real quick. And then we will end the stream there. And we'll have maybe a draft recap in the next couple of days. We'll have some other videos, though, regarding the offseason. Maybe some interviews coming up for you very soon. So be sure to stick around for that as we get ready to wrap this thing up at the 8-hour mark. I cannot believe I've been streaming for 8 hours. Wow. I feel like a real streamer. Looks like my stream's okay. Currently, Toronto's still on the clock here at the 213th overall pick. Get closer and closer. To the end. Looks like my stream froze again. There you go. Toronto has made their selection.
Finally.
So we are now on the 214th pick. The Lightning are now within the next 3 picks.
From down goes Brown after the trade between Boston and Toronto. Leafs finally find a way to take a 7th from the Bruins.
Oh my! Ouch!
Wow!
That's great.
Wow! Judge robs a home run. Okay, so this is how this game is going to go. Cool. Or not a home run, a run. I'll say that much. Because Judge is a very good player. Apologies, folks. I know you wanted hockey content, but you know,
when the NHL takes
this thing has been going on for almost 8 hours now.
In my draft, no, it's back again. 2:15. Vegas is currently on the clock, so the Lightning are just 2 picks away. We are almost finished. And we'll have to update you all on the qualifying offers, as obviously we still do not know who the.
Yeah, love that
Lightning
it's
qualify.
almost 7:30 and they still haven't let us know.
Yeah, I really don't know what the holdup is on that, but nothing has been announced for some odd reason.
Jake, did you see what I just sent you?
You send it on the Babe Bolts account or my account?
No, the regular account. Your account.
I'm looking now. Three years ago today, Jay Philly, man, CBS hired as a kicking expert for their games and watched his kick. Thought he made it. Oh my god.
You got to listen to the call.
I'll listen to it after we get off of this,
It's amazing.
because I don't want to screw up the audio. Buffalo is now on the clock, which means the Lightning are just one pick away.
So if I'm thinking about it, like Buffalo, that means that Buffalo got Dallas's pick, right?
Also, it seems like we are on the clock for the last pick.
Final pick of the draft, ladies and gentlemen. What we've been waiting 77 hours and 30 minutes for, or something like that.
Officially, we are at
Crazy.
8 hours. We just crossed 8 hours a minute ago,
God.
and we are on the last pick of the draft.
This is why the draft needs to be split up into 3 days, not 2. Like, I just don't have time for this. Well, I mean, I did today, but, like, normally.
You're the one that suggested that we do this. Little did I know.
I
I'd be on
didn't think it would take this long.
it. I know.
We
Lightning
were going to
are-
do it for the first round if the Lightning traded back into the first round.
Yeah, thank God we did it.
Thank God we didn't.
So here we go, Mr. Irrelevant coming up very soon. Who will the Lightning take as their final pick? Quick, let me know in the comments right now. What position do you think it's going to be from? As we await this final pick. And then we wait for other news that'll probably come after we end. Like, literally, as soon as we finish our quick recap, they'll still do it. Because I'm going to do the recap just to try and delay for a quick second. But I'm sure they still won't release the information we've been waiting for.
Unless the Lightning decide not to qualify anyone. Which would be
Shocking.
excuse me. Which would be a nightmare, by the way.
Come on, Bolts. Who's it going to be? And looks like we are getting the pick right now.
Declan McDonald.
Declan McDonald.
Right winger.
A right winger. That surprises me.
That surprised me as well. I mean, hey, you wanted right wingers. We got them.
It's not what I wanted.
We got 2 of them. Wait, oh, you want left
I
wingers.
wanted left
That's right.
wingers.
Eh,
No, right wingers. Can you pull up his stats for me real quick?
Yes, I can. Apologies for no video, everybody, but that's just Declan McDonald. If you want me to be completely honest, I thought that they had picked Declan Farmer, who used to go to my high school, and the thing with him was that he's on like the U.S. Paralympic team. So last year in the OHL, Declan McDonald, he's 18, 5'10", 160, had 21 goals, 21 assists, 42 points in 63 games.
Not bad at all.
Not bad, but he's probably going to stay in the OHL for another year, which technically makes him what they call an overager. So that's never good.
So there we have it, folks. Again, I don't love that we went with another right winger here, but again, you have to wait and see how these draft picks will turn out in at least 3 years. So if they work out and they're turning into Nikita Kucherovs, won't hear me complaining. So let me add this to our overlay, and we'll do a quick recap and our quick thoughts, final thoughts on this pick. Boom, there we go. And the cycle is complete. All picks have been accounted for. So let's talk about this real quick, Michael.
Yep.
So starting off with the second round, the 57th overall pick, which the Lightning did not have coming in tonight. They traded for that pick. They traded the 114th pick, I believe, and a second round pick in the 2021 season to acquire the 57th pick. And with that pick, they selected center Jack Finley, whose big thing is that he is 6'6" and not even a defender. So a very big body center. I like this pick a lot. Michael, your thoughts on this pick?
I think it's a great pick. The fact that he is 6'6" is, the drawing point when you look at him. But, he's been someone that I think a lot of people have been keen on. I know a lot of people are like, man, I think Boston was a team that was looking at him. And, we traded up to get him. In fact, they put up 19 points in the WHL and was almost a point-a-game player in the WHL. Speaks volumes to how talented he is, even with the size. And, we talk about, skating is a weakness for him, and it is. But the reason that the Lightning use skating coaches is to get people better at their skating. So I think with the right skating coaches, the Lightning should be just fine, and he should be just fine.
Yeah, and that big body really does make a difference with him being so tall. People talk about big body players all the time, but he's 6'6", which is just huge. With the 62nd overall pick in the second round, the Lightning would select another center in Gage Goncalves. He had 33 goals, 38 assists, and 71 points in 60 games played last year. Goncalves is also a 6-foot center. So again, Bolt's going with the height at the center position, and Goncalves a very good scoring forward. So another pick that I really like from the Lightning.
Yeah, again, I said this early, you can never have too many centers. Very happy with Goncalves. He mentioned that he was more of a Jaden Schwartz type player, which, if you've seen Jaden Schwartz play, he's a very, very talented two-way player, and he's a Stanley Cup champion, and he was a very good, I'm not going to say complimentary piece, but he was a very good piece on the Blues when they won the title. So if the Lightning can get him to be that guy, I think of someone like an Andre Palat. Like, I love that for him.
Yep, and then moving into the third round, the Lightning with the 85th overall pick would select Russian right winger Maximum Gorshev, I believe. Again, I apologize if I butcher any of these last names. Last year, he had in the KHL played a total of 36 games for 1 goal, 6 assists, and 7 points. He also played 8 games in the MHL with 3 goals, 2 assists, 5 points. He also played for the Russia under-20 team as well, where he played 14 games, had 2 goals, 1 assist, and for a total of 3 points. So a right winger, which we kind of talked about before, this is not the biggest position of need for the Lightning, but it's a Russian right winger in the 3rd round. Where have we seen that before? Kucherov actually went in the 2nd round, but I can't complain too much. We've had very good success with these Russians, so obviously if the scouts see something in this kid that they like, then good on them. So we'll see how he turns out, but not my favorite pick, but not a terrible pick either.
Yeah, and when we originally made that pick, I was like, the scoring doesn't really pop off the page. But then you look at all the people talking about how this is going to be a steal for the Lightning. This and the other Russian pick that we will get to in the 6th round, both of them, they were like, wow, these 2 players are fantastic. The Lightning did a great job at scouting them. I'm looking forward to seeing how his game translates to the North American ice, because again, North American ice is very different than Russian ice. You see the same thing about Swedish players, Finnish players, German players, anything like that. Their skill sort of translates. It takes a little bit of time to translate over to the North American ice. I think you might play one more season in Russia, but you might see him in Bolts Blue or Syracuse Crunch Blue, probably in the 2021-2022 season.
Absolutely. And then moving on to the 2nd, 3rd round pick with the 93rd overall pick, the Lightning selected defenseman Jack Thompson. I really like this pick a lot. Michael, we talked about this before entering this 8-hour stream of the NHL Draft. We said the Lightning need some right-handed defensemen. That was one of the positions that they had the least amount of players at depth-wise. And they get one here in Jack Thompson. Last year he played in 63 games, had a total of 13 goals, 19 assists for a total of 32 points, which for a defenseman is very nice. And nice to see them get a right-handed defenseman at this spot.
Yeah, it seemed like when we saw either highlights or heard about Thompson, he was one of those players that was very defensively responsible, but, made it a point to, stay in the play and stay up on the play and jump on the rush. So anytime you can get a guy like that, I think of someone like Ryan McDonough. Ryan McDonough is fantastic defensively most of the time. And when he is, one of the things that makes him so successful defensively, when I say, oh my God, Ryan McDonough is popping off the page defensively or showing up on my radar defensively, it's also because he's popping up on the rush. Like, he's making it a point to say, I'm going to go try and score that goal. I'm going to go try and get that assist. So, if you can get another guy like that in Thompson, the sky's the limit for him, especially as a right-handed defenseman.
The Lightning would continue drafting right-handed defenseman trend as in the 4th round with the 116th overall pick. They selected right-handed defenseman Eamon Powell, which again, I apologize if I mispronounced that name. Last year, he played both in the USDP and the USHL. In those leagues, respectively, he played 43 games with 6 goals, 8 assists, and 14 points. And in the other league, he had played a total of 19 games for 5 goals, 6 assists, and 11 points. So again, very similar numbers to Jack Thompson. I think they were a little bit lower than Thompson's numbers, but we talked about needing right-handed defensemen. Another good pick from the Lightning in this one.
Yeah, another really good pick. I look at the cupboard of defensemen that I talked about over and over again during the actual stream itself. And I was like, it's bare. You need to replenish it. You need to replenish it. You need to replenish it. The Lightning did. They got 2 defensemen. You could have argued that they could have gotten more, but the 2 that they got were quality. So, right. No problem with Powell, no problem with Thompson. I think they're going to be really, really good players.
So moving into the 5th round, coming in tonight, the Lightning did not have a 5th round pick. I believe they acquired this one after they traded their 2nd 4th round pick, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, Lightning acquired the 147th overall pick in the 5th round, and with that pick, they took left winger Jaden Giroux, which this honestly might be my favorite pick of the night, aside from that 6'6" center, which I'm very excited to see how it works out. But I love this pick because, again, the other position that we talked about before coming into this was they needed to replenish that left wing side. The Lightning, as it is on the team right now, actually only have like 2 left wingers, I think, that are actual left wing positions. So Giroux, though, in 61 games played, had 19 goals, 51 assists for a total of 70 points, which is fantastic numbers. It's actually a big jump out from the 2018-2019 season where he had 12 goals, 17 assists, and 29 points. But either way, some great numbers from him. I love this pick a lot.
I do too. You mentioned already the fact that left winger is a position of need. I don't think it's going to happen soon. Being a late round pick, he's going to be in the organization, at least in the depth roles of the organization for a long time. So, or at least a couple of years. So, it's not going to be immediate help on the strong side, left side, but it's always good to replenish that side in your cupboard. I don't think that Taylor Radish or Boris Kachuk play left wing. I believe they're both right wingers. So again, it's important to get that left wing position straight.
Moving right along here into the 6th round with the 157th overall pick, the Lightning would go back to the right wing position and select Nick Capone. Now, something interesting about Capone is when talking to the media, he compared his game to Tom Wilson, who is known as a very physical and sometimes kind of a jerk guy. But nonetheless, Nick Capone last year played a total of 34 games, had 7 goals, 12 assists, and 19 points, which is not too shabby numbers-wise from him. Again, I don't love the right wing picks, but obviously the scouting team has done a very good job over the years, so it never hurts to grab a couple of good forwards. And it seems like he's a very physical guy as well, which we know kind of put the Lightning over the top this year. It ultimately won them the Stanley Cup, so this could also work out well for the Lightning down the road.
Yeah, it could be a really good pick for them down the road. His Wilson comparison for himself was spot on. The fact that he's a physical guy, the fact that he does put up a decent amount of points, and the fact that he's been suspended 4 different times in the past season. So, that tells you a lot about him in terms of Tom Wilson. I think that if he developed properly, he could be that proper power forward. And we talked about, the first 2 center picks possibly being, power forwards. No, this guy is a straight up, I will bully you, get the puck, and then score the same puck, power forward. Like, he could potentially be that guy. And, I think the Lightning, I don't know if I love the pick, but I understand the pick.
Right, understand I think is the key word there. But again, moving right along, we're almost wrapped up with the draft recap here. In the 6th round for the 186th overall pick, the Lightning would go on to select goaltender. You guys can tell I'm tired from this very long stream. Goaltender Amir Mitkov. Again, I apologize if I butchered that last name, but for him, he played in a couple different leagues actually this last season. He played 23 games though in the VHL with a 2.19 goals against average and a .913 save percentage. Pretty good numbers, but the more noteworthy thing was that he played with the Russia team in the under 20 team and led his team to a silver medal and actually had more playing time than the number 11 overall pick in the first round. So obviously something to this kid. Another Russian goaltender. The Lightning have had great success, obviously, with Russian goaltenders from guys like Andrei Vasilevsky. So, and we talked about this too, Michael, when we looked at the Lightning's situation with the goaltenders. They have actually they have their two starters, Vasi, and then the backup, McElhinney, who's under contract for one more year. But then the other three goaltenders that they have, not including the other draft picks from last year, are all up from contract and are much older guys. 30, 25, and 28 are their ages. So actually, not a bad pick. I like this one too from the Bolts.
I like it. Like I was not keen on it when they originally made the pick, but that's because, we talked about there is organizational depth at goaltender. There's Taylor, there's Sharona, there's Amifield. There is organizational depth at that position. You didn't need to go out and get another goaltender. He's done really well. And I think that one more season in Russia is probably going to be his make or break year. But again, getting a goalie in the sixth round as a flyer doesn't hurt. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I can't get mad at this pick because the Lightning are looking to upgrade their team at a position where maybe you can get to a point where you get another Connor Ingram where you sell him high. I mean, the Lightning didn't sell him high, but you can afford to trade a prospect because you have other ones on the way.
Exactly. And then moving on to the 7th round with the 217th overall pick, Mr. Irrelevant, if you will. The Lightning would go back to that right wing possession and select Declan McDone, I believe. Again, I probably butchered that last name, but we've been streaming for over 8 hours now, so please forgive me. But he would play a total of 63 games last season with 21 goals, 21 assists, and 42 points. Pretty good numbers for a forward. Can't complain about this pick with the 7th round as the last pick of the draft.
Exactly. Like, you can talk about, all the undrafted free agents that could have been picked at that pick anyways, but it's the last pick of the draft. You're basically picking from the still very talented, but not as talented group of players that, didn't end up getting picked basically in the top 215 picks. And then same thing with Buffalo. You're basically picking from whoever's left.
Right.
He's still really talented. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think he
Absolutely.
could be a good player. And he could end up being, an Andre Palat type player. Getting him in the last pick of the draft. But it is what it is.
And to wrap this up and put a bow on it, Michael, out of 10, how would you rate the Tampa Bay Lightning 2020 draft class, 10 being the best?
Well, it's tough. You've always said, and a lot of people always said, you can't compare these picks till 3 to 4 years down the road.
Correct.
If I had to give a pick, a letter grade today or a number grade today.
Let's do letter grade. I like letter grade better. Give me a letter grade.
I'd give it a B. It's a solid draft. There was no real standout player. But I think that, you have the talent, you have the depth now at many different positions in the organization. And the reason it's not an A is, number one, they didn't get that standout player like Lafreniere, like Byfield, like Stützle, like any of those big-time guys. But also, you didn't have a first-round pick.
Right.
You still did pretty well. Big players, which sort of is the theme of the past year for the Lightning. But those big players also have a tremendous amount of skill. You're not getting someone that's just going to goon everybody on the ice, maybe with the exception of Capone. But, he's still got some talent.
Right. I agree with you. I'm actually going to go as an overall grade with a B+. I think they did an excellent job with this draft. I don't love the right wing picks, but some of them are still pretty decent players as well. And as you mentioned, like I had said before, you really can't judge this draft class until 3 or 4 years later. Obviously, we do this and media members do this for fun because that's what we do. It's fun to talk about and speculate about things, but officially you can't make a call on this until 3 or 4 years down the road. I think the Lightning did do a very excellent job for the most part. Main reason I'm not giving them an A is just because obviously they don't get a standout guy because they didn't have a first-round pick, but I think they took too many right wingers. I would have liked to seen one more defenseman or maybe one more left winger instead from the draft list. But overall, they did a very good job. So, Michael, that's going to wrap it up for us. Let's see, officially, we are at 8 hours and 24 minutes. It's been a long stream. Guys, if you're watching this as a show clip, because I'm going to clip this and also put this up on the channel, the recap anyway, thank you so much for watching. If you're here on the stream, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We really do appreciate all of your guys' support. Be sure to leave a like on the stream or the video, however you're watching this. Let us know that you guys are enjoying that. It really does help us out a lot. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, ring that bell, turn on notifications so you don't miss out on more streams like this one. Well, hopefully not more 8-hour streams like this one, but more streams like this and more videos coming up very soon. Got a lot of fun things this weekend, hopefully. And a little bit after that, we got 2 exciting interviews pending, people emailing us back. But it's exciting stuff coming your way. You don't want to miss out on that. So that's going to do it for us, guys. Thank you so much for watching. As always, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day or start to your day if you're watching this in the morning. And as always, the Tampa Bay Lightning are your 2020 Stanley Cup champions.
Go Bolts.